We are in LA. Joe Tessitore, Teddy Atlas with you. It's time for our main event. Listen, we've called this boxing's rain check, the make good for sports fans after the lack of excitement of Pacquiao Mayweather. Leo Santa Cruz, Abner Mares, the tale of the tape. And I want to refer to the CompuBox numbers you see here because Santa Cruz, the superlatives are unbelievable. #1 in boxing in average punches thrown per round at 81. Both fighters in the top 5 in average power punches thrown per round. Leo's #1 in the fight game. Mares lands 17. We got action waiting here, folks. Teddy.
Now set to make his way to the ring, Abner Mares.
How was it?
Division titleist. He's working his way back from that one stunning loss in his career. This is such a tough and determined fighter. Skill, good body puncher, lots of heart, can box, can pressure. Versatile Mexican-American fighter. You see those blue shirts. He says this is my town. LA's my town. Born in Mexico, but proud to be LA through and through. He's been knocked down, he's been cut, he's faced adversity, but he is comfortable with the discomfort that boxing can bring. And it may be that kind of night where you have to go there tonight. As Leo Santa Cruz takes that undefeated mark through a sea of Mexican fight fans. A roar as he made his appearance for the toughest fight of his career. He said to us, he feels this is his moment. He has been panned for some recent matchmaking, even with a title in hand. He said that criticism of weaker competition has bothered him. There is nothing weak about those steps up through those ropes tonight. This is it. The moment has arrived. Who will be the king of LA? The Mexican-American battle of bragging rights. For the official introductions, here's Sweet Baby Ray Flores.
From the Staples Center here in Los Angeles, Premier Boxing Champions now presents the main event live on ESPN. 12 rounds for the Featherweight Championship. The 3 judges ringside are Max DeLuca, Steve Morrell, and Jesse Reyes. And the referee in charge when the bell sounds, Jack Ruiz. Introducing first out of the red corner, wearing the black with gold trim. His professional record, 29 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw, 15 wins coming by way of knockouts. Fighting out of Los Angeles, California, y también Guadalajara, Jalisco, México. Damas y caballeros, aquí está Abner Mares. Across the ring, out of the blue corner, wearing the red, white, and green, Los Colores de Mexico. As a professional, undefeated, 30 wins, 1 draw, 17 wins coming by KO. Fighting out of Los Angeles y también Huetamo, México. Presentando el invicto, Leo, el famoso Terremoto Santa Cruz.
Joe, Morrell was knocked out once in his career. That represents his only loss. Santa Cruz, obviously undefeated, but has been on the floor once in his career.
Did they announce them both and get out?
We've seen plenty of fighters on the floor here at the Staples Center tonight. Will it continue in what is anticipated to be all action? They got a good one with him. Jack Reese, veteran referee.
Sit down, it's going to go up. Stand back. Mouthpiece. Mouthpiece. I gave you both instruction. Listen, obey my command at all time. Protect yourself. Fight hard, but fight clean. Good luck.
I'm telling you right now, you can feel it here in LA. This is, I'll meet you out at the schoolyard when the bell rings. And it's about to ring. Morrell and Santa Cruz. Local boys, bragging
Abner,
rights, Mexican pride. Time to go. Right out comes Morrell, meets him in the middle of the ring.
As I said, time to go forward.
Work out,
because that's
pull your
what they
hand
do,
out, Abner.
especially
Leo,
Santa Cruz.
Leo.
Morrell wastes no time, ran out to meet Santa Cruz.
Stop, 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 stop. Listen up. When I say let him go, let him go. Box.
Right back to the inside. Short right hand, uppercut comes in from Morrell. Santa Cruz returns fire.
This is a funny thing to say about a two-division champion, but this is a step up in class and opposition for Santa Cruz.
Morrell's taking it right to him. Santa Cruz fires back,
Stop.
and he's complaining that Morrell has hit him a couple times in the back of the head already.
Are you
The
okay?
reason why I say it's a step up in class, Morrell is showing what he's thinking too. Morrell knows he's been in with better competition.
Good right hand from Morrell.
He wants to ask a question to Cruz. Are you ready for this step up?
Stop. Break. Separate.
How about the
Listen
opening
up, bro.
60 seconds? Morrell all out. Digs to the body with a left hand. Santa Cruz comes back to the belt line himself. Digging to that belt line again is Morrell.
Again, no accident while Morrell is coming out more aggressive than he usually does. This is usually what Santa Cruz does.
Stop. Step
Morrell
back.
knows
Bring
he's
him
been in with the better guys. He knows that he's answered questions with better guys. He wants to ask questions to Cruz, and he wonders whether or not Cruz can give him the right answers. He wants Cruz to start thinking, you know, right? All those people that said I was stepping up tonight, they were right.
Stop.
I am stepping up tonight.
Separate.
I don't know if I'm ready. That's what Morrell is hoping to deliver in the message early here.
Long distance right hand fired off from Santa Cruz.
Watch
Never
that right
taller
hand.
fighter, volume puncher.
Watch that right hand of Santa Cruz. He's shaking it again, just like he said in the fight plan. If Morrell did his homework, he needs to attack that right hand side when he sees it shaking from Santa Cruz.
He invites him in, and a lead right came from Morrell. Santa Cruz had settled down into a groove for a moment there. Chopping right hand from the shorter Abner Morrell. The undefeated Santa Cruz, toughest test, and he's being asked questions right away.
Leo, let that arm go.
Right uppercut on the inside, trying to find some separation. Left hand to the body, right uppercut again from Morrell. Santa Cruz
Again,
Time break. Step away from
Morrell's
each other.
trying to deliver a message to Cruz, coming forward and saying, you know all that talk about you stepping up? This is what it is when you step up.
Oh,
you
Morrell
ready?
is loving it, Teddy. He's shaking his head and loving it. Final seconds of round one. Nothing but action. Tried to catch him with a chopping right hand. We described it as a make good for Pacquiao Mayweather. There was more action in those 3 minutes than 12 rounds you saw on May 2nd. Great stuff from Morrell and Santa Cruz.
That's what you call fighting fire with fire. How do you deal with an aggressive guy? Lots of ways. The way Morrell did the first round, be aggressive with him.
No te metas tanto
I
todavía
love the
con él.
statement
No
by
te metas
Morrell just
todavía.
running off the stool to open it up.
Pero ganamos, pero no quiero esta pelea. No necesitamos esa pelea. Yapea y conecta los dos, entradas y salidas. Vale. Para los laterales, cuando lo tengas en la escuela. Laterales cuando lo tengas en la escuela.
Again, a lot of ways to deal with an aggressive guy like Santa Cruz. You can counterpunch, you can try to box, or you can fight fire with fire. Morrell's decided to put pressure on the pressure man and negate his pressure. And you know what? He did for the first round. Can he keep it up round after round. That is Santa Cruz's game. He can keep it up round after round. Can Morris keep it up?
Saw the numbers there. 2 of the top 4. And punches landed in boxing. And look at the first round. Morris threw 85, Santa Cruz 72, landing 28 and 22 respectively.
My fault. Box.
See, Joe, if Morris can't keep it up, then it's an advantage psychologically to Cruz. The same way as when a fighter stands up during rounds instead of sitting down. You got to stand up the whole fight, because then you sit down, the other fighter says, oh, he's tired now. So if Morris doesn't keep coming forward, Santa Cruz is going to say, oh, you did it for 1 round. You did it for 1.5 rounds.
Let him go, Abner.
But you're not keeping it up. You're tired. You can't keep it up. And that's going to give a boost to Santa Cruz. I wonder, I guess what I'm saying is, I wonder whether or not Morris has painted himself into that proverbial corner.
Yep.
Where now he can't get out of it. Because look, he's not pressing out. And if he can't keep pressing, again, Santa Cruz says, oh, you can't keep pressing me. That means I won a little bit of a battle.
As for what else could be going through the head of Leo Santa Cruz, here's Bernardo.
Precisely what Teddy was saying. Jose Santa Cruz and Mario Yuca Morales told Leo, he came out faster than you expected, but he can't keep it up. Just wait for him. He's gonna come to you because that's what he came to do. So create the space and punish him.
Santa Cruz with time and space and range.
There's that
shaking at the right hand. Teddy pointed that out earlier.
I'm going to say Morris and his people didn't catch that on tape. I don't know how you don't catch it on tape. But when he shakes that right hand, Santa Cruz, it's out of play. You got to attack to that side.
Now attacking to the body on the inside.
I'm waiting for Morris to get warned maybe at some point by Jack Reese, who I think is one of the best reps in the business. Because Morris using his forearm and his elbow in there, his left elbow and his left forearm to shove and get a little room from Cruz.
Good exchange on the inside. Both men score. Santa Cruz trying to bully him a little bit that time.
There's that shaking of that right hand. Again.
Taller Santa Cruz stalking. And now on the inside, another great exchange of infighting. Both men so willing. A short break. We'll show you the replay when we return.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Take a look here. We talked about in the fight plan. Take a look here. Santa Cruz shaking that right hand, jingling that right hand around. And Morris not attacking to that side. At the end of the round, Morris doing a little counter punches. He knows Santa Cruz is coming into his wheelhouse, so he does the smart thing, the experienced thing, catches him coming in.
Mexican pride, LA bragging rights. Round 3, Santa Cruz and Morris. Joe and Teddy with you ringside. Staples rocking tonight here in downtown LA.
If you know somebody's coming in your front door, as Santa Cruz does, and you're Morris, counterpunching, not a bad idea. There's that shaking of the right hand by Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz just missed on the back end with that right uppercut, but Morris right in the kitchen. He's putting on heat. Santa Cruz comes with a right hand of his own. Back and forth they go.
And you wonder about defense when you got 2 offensive fighters right now. 3 lines of defense basically in boxing. You can use your legs, move your head, or block. Santa Cruz blocks. Doesn't move his legs really, doesn't move his head. He blocks. Morris moves his head a little more.
Todd Grisham's in the corner of Abner Morris. Todd.
Thank you, Joe. I don't know if Abner listened much, but they wanted him to change his game plan. They wanted him to box more, jab more, don't get into a brawl. They think he can outbox Santa Cruz, but judging by what he's done this round, Joe, it appears he hasn't listened very well.
They came out sprinting right off the stool to make something of it, Todd.
Not right now, though. Right now, Omar is looking to box a little bit.
Now he is on the outside
looking
of it.
for the counter opportunity. So these are the spots right here where nobody taking charge. Whoever uses their jab a little bit in these spots, in these rounds, they're going to grab rounds.
That uppercut was thrown behind the jab that time. And one comes from Morrell as well.
I got an accidental butt with a little blood.
A little bit of bloody notes after that clash of heads in round 3.
He's got
Don't think it'll slow these two down at all.
Both these guys have been involved in head clashes.
Stop. Separate.
Santa Cruz has been cut.
Also, he's got a cut from the same butt on his left eye.
Yeah, as I was just about to say, Santa Cruz, just before he got cut, he's been cut from head clashes over his right eye in 2 fights.
They hear the clap of the final 10 seconds, and they decide that means let him go. Fly some leather. Corona Extra brings us an extra look, Teddy, of Leo Santa Cruz.
Yeah, usually Santa Cruz always coming forward, but right there he just stood his ground and caught Morrell leaning a little, coming forward with the punch of choice, the right punch when a guy's leaning a little, the right uppercut.
The undefeated Leo Santa Cruz, toughest test of his career against the 2004 Olympian, local favorite, 3-division champion, Abner Morrell.
Now you can see the more versatile fighter is Morrell. First round, what did he do? He went in slow. You know, tried to give Santa Cruz a little taste of his own medicine. Fight fire with fire. Now he's boxing a little bit. He can also counterpunch a little bit. Will the more dimensional Morrell have an advantage throughout the night? That means will he deal with the pressure of Cruz throughout the night? That's the key. Because if he's left without pressure, which he's being left without pressure right now, Morrell, you can make an argument, the better all-around fighter. For that reason, he can go in, he can go out, can use his legs a little.
Stop. Separate.
Can do more things than Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz does one thing, and he does it well. He comes forward, and he throws a lot of punches.
Stop.
Which is why he's widely popular.
Away from each other, step
30-0-1, unbeaten is Santa Cruz.
Morrell has been cut from head clashes several times, cut over his left eye. 3 fights, Joe. He's got scar tissue over that left eye. And Morrell has been cut in 6 different fights.
Both men suffering a cut from a clash of heads in the 3rd round.
Yeah, nothing new to these guys. No panic when they see red. They've been there, done that.
Stop, Leo. Hit him in the kidney. Relax. Box.
There's a shaking of that right hand again by Santa Cruz, and again Morrell doesn't seem to pick up on it.
Leo, let him go.
That can be dangerous.
Stop.
Morrell's looking to put pressure, but that was reckless pressure. Reaching in a little bit. Could be open to that uppercut again from Santa Cruz. This is not the relentless, never stop punching Santa Cruz we've seen before. And I'm not shocked, because we've never seen him
what he's opposite,
with
right?
this level of opposition.
He's willing, he's committed, but it's tough to throw 81 per round when you're up against the lead.
That's the grabber we talked about in a fight plan.
Good. Turn around. step back.
In the fight plan, I talked about Morris. When he feels pressure, what does he do? He tries to stop the pressure, and he reaches in.
There it is.
And there it is, leaving himself wide. Take another look right there. Leaving himself wide open. I wonder whether or not Santa Cruz saw that on tape, getting ready for this fight, because he didn't look ready for it right there. And again, that is an opportunity to really turn the fight around.
Such a great look we got there, too, of him reaching in, thanks to Jack Reese, the referee, wearing the ref cam tonight here at PBC on ESPN.
See, look at the shaking of that right hand, Joe, of Santa Cruz. I mean, if you're Morris, while he's preoccupied, while he's busy doing that hand is out of play. It's not ready to throw.
No blood, butts.
It's going to come again. He's going to shake it. There he goes again.
Right hand from Santa Cruz. Morris tried to return and dig to the body. Now on the inside, just touching him, sending him back to that blue corner and tying up with that left hand.
Pick it up.
You know, I touched on it the last round. I see danger areas for Morris starting to come out. Starting to reach in and expose himself to get close to Santa Cruz more and more. And when you reach in, there's a gap, there's a hole. And Santa Cruz can fill that hole. In other words, time Morris as he does that.
Right there, you saw that short right hand.
Separate, let him
that
go.
time Santa Cruz looked like he was ready for Morris to reach in. I see the confidence raising a little bit in Santa Cruz.
You can see him coming forward with momentum a bit here.
And one of the reasons is what I touched on in the first round. There was a gamble by Morris. He went out there a little bit out of character, went right into Santa Cruz,
let each other go.
but he couldn't keep it up. And so Santa Cruz now is saying, I'm going to be the boss now. You couldn't keep that pressure on me, but I can keep it on you.
He said he put himself in a corner there. You come out, you do that, can you stay with it?
Yeah, just like I said, in the corner. You got a fighter standing in the corner, you better stand all night. Because then suddenly
First time you sit down, they're looking across at you.
Oh yeah, your opponent's saying, oh, we got you. You're tired now.
So now when you see sometimes these half back steps, constant pressure of the first round isn't as evident. Statement made.
You're right, Joe.
There's a right hand from Santa Cruz, just flipped him on the top of the head.
He's starting to take over a little bit. And again, watch when the pressure comes to Morris, how he'll reach in and leave himself open.
20 more to come.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
This is as good of a main event PBC has put forth, much anticipated.
Yeah, this is what you want to see and what people were hoping to see when they heard about Al Heyman bringing boxing back to the networks. The best fighting the best, the creme de la creme. That's what you have tonight.
And right now, we sense a little bit of a momentum shift with Leo Santa Cruz taking control. Bernie, what are you hearing out of that corner?
Jose Santa Cruz is telling Leo, use your lead right. He's waiting on your jab. He's timing you. So go with the lead right, create that distance, and follow up with a left hook to the body.
That is Leo's father, Jose Santa Cruz, trainer of his unbeaten son. Meanwhile, Todd Grisham is manning the corner of Abner Mares. Todd.
Well, his corner's telling him that they don't believe Leo's punches are as strong or as sharp as they were in the earlier rounds, and that Abner can be more aggressive now, maybe get back into that slugging style more than he was the last few rounds.
Abner, get the left arm out of there.
There's slugging and there's recklessness.
That's right.
I see recklessness in spots here when Morrell comes forward. Again, not behind the jab and reaching a little bit. Opportunities for shots in between that reach.
Let each other out.
In between that gap by Santa Cruz. I don't see Santa Cruz using that jab the way he usually does. There he used it.
There he used it and set up a right hand behind it.
He should be using it.
Came back with it. There are the jab numbers, Teddy. Santa Cruz throwing 151 to Morrell's 70.
Well, you can see the height and the reach, the wingspan advantage of Santa Cruz. The best way to use those assets, those advantages, is to start with the jab. In other words, throw when you're on the outside. Throw when there's space. You have an advantage if you're Santa Cruz when there's space.
Three-punch combination was the last left hand that landed for Santa Cruz.
See,
3-inch height advantage that you detailed there.
Yeah, Morrell has to get close. It's that simple to do damage. Santa Cruz has an opportunity to nail him as he's trying to get close. I like the way Santa Cruz, he doesn't usually do this, the way that he's starting to dictate range with that jab. Control range a little bit and sort of tempt Morrell to try to come in.
Halfway home in our main event on the PBC on ESPN, presented by Corona Extra.
All right, here's a no-no if you're the shorter guy. Don't stand outside in front of the longer guy. There's Morrell standing outside in front of the longer guy, the longer jab, and the right hand behind it, nails him. See, the old timers, Joe, in that kind of situation, they would say if you're the shorter guy, take a walk around the block. But don't stand on the corner. You stand on the corner, your mother, your grandmother used to tell you, you get in trouble.
Easy to find, nothing good's gonna happen. Round 7 here.
Let him go, Leo.
And of
left
course,
hand over the rope from Morrell there. There's now just enough room to fire off. Santa Cruz trying to turn him. Morrell using that left hand to position himself.
Okay, come here. Both of you guys are wrestling.
Jack Ruiz is going to try to clean this up.
Box.
he said both guys are wrestling.
Yep.
For me, a little bit more to the blame of Morrell.
Agreed, especially with that left arm.
See, I like a referee that allows the fighters to do their thing. Doesn't try to become part of the fight. Lets them fight, and he's there when he's needed. Ruiz doing that right now.
Good exchange that time in the middle of the ring.
Again, I'm seeing a lot more counterpunching, controlling of range, understanding of his height and reach than I've ever seen before with Cruz. Usually he gives that all up, Joe. You know, he gives up height, he gives up reach, and he just walks in. But again, that's what lets him fight. Now he's using those assets because he figures he has to with a better level fighter.
Come on, pull your arm out.
I guess what I'm saying is Morrell is bringing the best out in Santa Cruz right now.
Average punches thrown per round, career 81 tonight. Now with this work rate,
Right head, Leo.
slightly above that. And Morrell is well above his career average. Tonight averaging 72 thrown per round.
Stop.
This is
stop.
a
My break.
CompuBox
Step away from
tallying
each other.
feast tonight
Box.
with these two, Santa Cruz and Morrell. The question is, who can be the most effective with their work? Look at them go again here. Just a blur with that exchange on the inside. Now there's a lead right, then he fell forward
Stop.
again.
I'll break here. Step away. Box.
There's the shaking of that right hand again. Morrell, I think, starting to fall behind in this fight. Needs to take advantage of something. That could be something. If he notices, if somebody in his darn corner.
Oh, right hand came in for Morrell.
Notice that.
Stop.
Santa Cruz shakes that right hand, takes it out of play. Morrell could attack on that side.
Touched him with that left that time. Real interesting main event here as they pick up the pace to close out the 7th round.
Abner.
High energy all night long here at the Staples Center. Joe Tessitore, Teddy Atlas, glad you're with us here ringside. There's Santa Cruz. Talked to us yesterday about
Get your arm out of there,
staying
Abner.
unbeaten. How much he thinks about never suffering that first loss.
Let that arm go, Leo. Pull that arm out,
Control
Abner.
in the middle rounds here. And it's Abner Mares, local rival, to tough Mexican Americans with so much pride.
Abner, pull the arm out, Abner.
Morris has been penalized for low blows in 2 different fights. I don't know why, but I got a funny feeling.
How about Santa Cruz turning the tables there for a moment? Teddy, please.
You might see something
Relax.
coming a little low on the inside.
Relax on the wrestling.
See if it happens.
Maybe accidentally on purpose.
Yeah. This has been known to happen.
Because you got to do
game.
something to slow a guy down when he's coming at you. And sometimes that just might be something. Again, separation, distance should be an advantage for Cruz. Santa Cruz, the man with the longer wingspan.
There's that lead right. And chasing him with that jab. And then tying up is Mares.
Stop, break, separate, let him
Let's
go.
look at the scorecards here. We'll start with Teddy's scorecard. 68-65 says Teddy. Gave Mares the first 2 rounds. Now you, the fan at home, can jump in and score along at any point on Facebook, the ESPN Boxing Facebook page. 3-3 with 1 even round.
Let him go.
For the viewers
Abner, let
at
the ropes
home.
go, Abner.
You can join in and score along and vote at any point. Just go online.
See, a lot of punches being blocked here. It's going to take some good eyes from the judges, not just to see punches flying, but which ones are actually landing. And that's where I see the difference. Right there was a clean punch. Because when there's separation, there's only one guy landing when there's separation. And that's Santa Cruz. And those punches are cleaner. Because inside close, there can be a lot of clashing, a lot of physicality, a lot of bumping, and a lot of blocking.
Morris came with a short right. Santa Cruz just touched him with a right uppercut. Now had him off balance for a moment. There's a right uppercut on the inside. There's a left hand from Santa Cruz on the attack. Morris comes forward, wraps up. Good stuff here in the final minute of round 8.
And again, like you said in the fight plan, uppercut would be there for Santa Cruz as Morris leans in, reaches a little bit.
Good final moments here for the unbeaten Leo Santa Cruz. Great fight.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
The PBC on ESPN is presented by Corona Extra, who invites you to find your beach. And in part by Applebee's Original All-In Burgers. We are all in with Ref Cam tonight. A packed Staples Center for a thriller between Abner Mares and undefeated Leo Santa Cruz. A long-awaited showdown of LA-based Mexican warriors. Round number 9, and we are commercial-free the rest of the way. So just sit back and enjoy some free Saturday night boxing right here on ESPN.
Work out of there. You guys let your arms go. Come on.
All night long, we've been checking in on the corners of Mares and Santa Cruz. Another visit with Bernardo Osuna.
And Mr. Santa Cruz was telling Leo, box him on the outside. Make him pay when he wants to cut the distance, and don't let him hold you. Make him pay.
Yeah, charge him for the real estate. Instead of charging him dollars, charge him 3 punches for every 2 feet that Mares tries to close.
Todd is with the corner of Abner Mares. Todd.
Well, Joe, if Abner looks a little confused in there right now, how can you blame him? Half of his corner is telling him to play defense first and counterpunch, and at the same time, a couple other members of his corner are telling him to go on attack, be aggressive, and go win it.
Well, I know who he listened to start the fight because he came out red hot and then settled into a bit of boxing. But there have been so many moments of exchanges. CompuBox tallies it this way. Total punches thrown and landed. Santa Cruz 248 to 160. Those thrown numbers are off the charts, folks. High work rate for both men here tonight.
And again, I've never seen Santa Cruz this good. He's never been in this good with somebody this good. But Santa Cruz, never before did he use those physical attributes of height and reach. He just came forward, and he was able to get away with it. Tonight, using that height a lot more.
Once again, so willing on the inside, and then Morrell puts that left hand behind. Now some space.
Again, when there's space, it's got to be bad for Morrell if he stands in front. Because Cruz can reach him from a place where Morrell cannot reach Cruz.
A little swelling around that left eye of Leo Santa Cruz. Comes in, lands two. Remember, we had that clash of heads in the third round, but now starting to see some pronounced swelling around that left eye.
If there was a knock that I could deliver on Cruz this round, it's that he's not using his jab as much as he should. When he uses that jab, big difference.
Look at them take it right through the bell. Crowd loves it. LA live. Boy, is it alive tonight.
Está encimado nomás a los puros pendejos. Ya sabemos que vale tiempo para el cochino nomás. Nomás del cochino, todo lo que tiene este güey. Ey, y como lo dejan hacer lo que... Como lo dejan hacer lo que él quiere. Dame la otra mano. Para sacársela. Ey, relajadito, papá. Ey, si me lo boxeas, ey, le ganas una buena decisión. Pero hay que, ey, nomás no me bajes de esta mano.
Father and brother work in the corner. Meanwhile, Medina with Abner Mares. Mike Rodriguez handling the cuts. You can see they're getting that end swell around the right eye. Dealing with that cut up on the top of the head. That was from the clash of heads in the third. And on they go. Those 60 seconds move fast when you're in a night like this. 10th round.
There's the shaking of that right hand as the 10th round starts for Santa Cruz.
Stop, my break.
All night long, Morrell and his people not prepared for that. For that weird habit that Santa Cruz has of twisting that right hand and taking it out of play.
Curious to see what Morrell offers down the stretch here. I heard Todd saying, almost as if there's two camps and two approaches coming from his corner. Which path will he take?
Well, I'll tell you where there's not two things for me. And that's with who's landing the cleaner punches. For me, Santa Cruz. And again, because of that, when there's separation, he can land clean shots where Morrell can't. Morrell has to be close. And in this fight, in close, it's harder to land clean shots because both guys block pretty well.
Teddy has a commanding lead for Santa Cruz. Fans at home voting online have it closer. You can go to the ESPN Boxing Facebook page or ESPNvote.com.
I talked about Morrell having been cut in 6 fights throughout his career, make it 7.
Be careful coming in. You can see some blood now around the right eye of Abner Mares. More significant here.
Again, when there's separation, Joe, only one man landing. That's Santa Cruz. And he's landing punches that the judges can see that are clean, very clearly. When they're in close, much harder to see who's landing the cleaner shots. Much easier when there's separation.
That cut is becoming more and more significant on Abner.
Again, separation. Who's the man? Santa Cruz. Again, I've never seen him use these physical attributes of size the way he has tonight, Santa Cruz.
Oh, but Morris comes straight in that time, lunging with a left hand. Showing some aggression here, and he's going to need something down the stretch.
Aggression, but reckless aggression.
Desperation can bring that about, Teddy, right?
Yeah, it is bringing it about. And I think
there's a long-range right.
I think it's going to mean more and more clean shots are going to be landed by Santa Cruz. Another good round, right? By Santa Cruz.
No doubt.
Cleaner punches, Santa Cruz.
As a headbutt. Ruiz is taking a good look at that cut around the right eye as that last round moved on. It worsened.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
He's fine. He's good. He's good.
Cut man is Mike Rodriguez. He's got a big chore on his hand.
That's a good look at it right there, Teddy.
That's adrenaline chloride. For those at home wondering what that's being applied there by the swab into the eye of Morris to stop the bleeding.
You gotta stay off the back of his head when you're both standing up.
That's adrenaline. That's what you use. You put adrenaline in there, and you put pressure. Should be more pressure being used right now, to be honest. And then after the pressure, you can take a cold coat of Vaseline to cap it off, to close it. There are only certain coagulants that are allowed by the commissions. Adrenaline, one of them. See, I think that all cuts have different degrees, different phases to them. When it starts getting bad, you got to go to something else. Something like Avitine or thrombin.
Let him go.
I haven't seen those coagulants used in the corner tonight of Morris.
Championship rounds
Stop,
have arrived.
both of you guys, stop. Separate.
Just over 5 minutes of action remain. Commercial free from here on out. Hope you're enjoying it. It's been a good night from LA. Great action throughout the card. Look at the average punches thrown per round. Well above their career averages. Some numbers in the 80s and the high 70s. The featherweight average is 57.
Little sloppiness the last couple rounds. More on the side of Morris.
Abner, let him go, Abner.
Watch Morris use that left forearm on the inside.
Just did it.
If he gets away with it. To get a little separation from Santa Cruz.
Stop, my break, stop. Separate, bye.
Back to the inside, through the two punches. Now he's got to work when he's there, does Morris. Teddy has him behind on the scorecards.
Pull away from each other, pull their arms out. There you go. Stop. You can't hold him with that arm, all right?
Warning from referee Jack Reese.
See, this hurts. On the inside, you can smother guys. You know, you can avoid punches. You can make it sloppy with the little, like they're doing right now.
Let him go,
this helps
let him go,
Cruz because he's ahead in the fight. But there's a less chance of Santa Cruz when he's in close. When he's doing that, there's a less chance of something landing clean. That's good for Santa Cruz because I think he's ahead. It's not good for Morris. Morris cannot go down the stretch with that kind of fight. See, that's what
good combination.
Yeah, Morris, I don't know if they landed, but he needs extension on his punches. Again, he ain't getting it done side, bumping into the guy, smothering himself.
Nope.
That's not going to get him ahead, and he needs to get ahead.
Stop.
They were able to deal with the cut.
Step back, stop at the bell.
And now they have to deal with the final 60 seconds of instructions. We will listen in before the 12th and final round. They're going to bring this thing home, you know, with full energy.
He's good. He's good.
Jab, jab, jab. 1, 2, 3, tie him up. Okay, don't let him set up. Okay? Don't let him set up. You're stronger and you're in better shape.
Cámbialo de golpe nomás. Cámbialo el jab para arriba, jab para abajo y la derecha.
You got to use the jab.
Right?
You got to go upstairs and
No lo
down.
dejes, te tira el jab. No lo
Don't let him
dejes, no
throw
lo
that
dejes.
jab.
Trata de contragolpeárselo con 3 golpes y te vas para tu derecha.
You've got to throw 2-3 punches and then move towards your right.
Last one. Last one.
Just concentrate. Just concentrate mentally. You've got to be sharp. You can win this fight with your mind. Do not get too confident. Those are the instructions from Leo Santa Cruz.
They used to spar against each other. They were up-and-comers. Now they meet as top world-class fighters in their hometown. The Battle of LA. The proud Mexican warriors. 3 minutes. Here they come.
Again, Morris needs a big punch on my card to have any shot. And in real close, when there's a lot of bumping and not much separation, I don't see him landing it. He needs a little separation. But there's one problem with that separation.
Stop my break, step away from each
Cruz
other.
has the advantage when there is separation.
Cruz has done such a good job of taking control as Morris has tried to will his way back into this. He came out red hot trying to play Santa Cruz's volume punching, pressure attacking game. Teddy, I see it just the way you do, the way your scorecard reads. Does he have it in him here? Can he come up with it?
Right now, Morris has to roll the dice.
No doubt.
If he's going to try to win this. And that means he has to take a risk. That means he has to close that gap and take a chance of getting nailed as he's getting nailed.
As he did there. Santa Cruz caught him again.
Stop my break, step away
Yeah,
from each
Morris
other.
has to go through that bad neighborhood now if he wants to get to Cruz. And if he gets
uppercut hit.
If he gets mugged, so be it. But he's got to get home. And there's no way to get home unless he comes forward. If I'm Cruz right now, you know what I'm thinking, Joe? Let Morris do my work for me. In other words, let him come forward and walk into shots like that. Now I'm coming forward.
That was it.
And that's what Cruz is doing. He's thinking the way I'm thinking.
Stop, nobody punch. Nobody punch.
You should think that way again. Let Morris come in, let him take the chance, and let me walk him into something.
Final half minute.
Stop, 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 stop.
Listen to this roar. As advertised, Morris and Santa Cruz. Let him take it home, boys. Good stuff.
That's championship boxing. That's pretty good.
That's flat out fighting the way it should be. LA style, Mexican style, proudly put forth as Leo Santa Cruz should feel real good about his night. Morris was spirited, Santa Cruz was sensational. And this crowd is appreciative.
Nice pocket work. They planted their feet.
After 12 rounds, we go to the scorecards. here are your score totals. Judge at ringside, Jesse Reyes, has the bout 117-111 for Santa Cruz. Judge Max DeLuca has the bout 114-114, a draw. And Judge Steve Morrell has the bout 117-111 for your winner by majority decision, Leo El Famoso Terremoto Santa Cruz.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Well, we got the tail of the tape for our first featured fight of the night. Both guys are recent world title challengers and they can bring it. Julio Ceja, Hugo Ruiz, determined to launch the next phase of their careers. Ceja, 6 years younger. Ruiz, been a quick starter, he's got 17 first-round knockouts. CompuBox number to know. See that last line right there. Junior featherweight average for power punches thrown per round is 36. Ruiz is at 30.5. Ceja, 50.5 power punches thrown per round. Let's get fighting here in LA. Sweet baby Ray Flores gets us set.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Staples Center here in Los Angeles. Live on ESPN, this is Premier Boxing Champions. The action begins with 12 rounds in the junior featherweight division. The three judges ringside are Kathy Leonard, Craig Metcalf, and Alejandro Rochin. And the referee in charge when the bell sounds, Raul Caiz Sr. Introducing first out of the red corner, wearing Los Colores de Mexico. As a professional, his record stands at 29 wins, 26 of those coming by way of knockout, opposite one defeat. Representando a Disipan, Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, Julio Cesar Pollito Ceja. Across the ring, his opponent out of the blue corner, wearing the green with the gold trim. His professional record, 35 wins, 31 of those by KO, opposite two defeats. Desde Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. Presentando Hugo Cuatito Ruiz.
Teddy's going to tell us how these boxers can look like a champ, brought to you by Just for Men. Teddy.
Let's start with Ceja. Get inside and double up your left hook to the body and the head. He's taller, you better get inside. Ruiz, take advantage of your height by using your jab to set up that right hand.
Cuidado con las cabezas, buena suerte y en la esquina esperar la campana. Buena suerte a los dos.
Veteran Raul Caiz, our third man inside the ropes.
This should be competitive and fun. These little guys have plenty of pop. Ceja is 6 years younger. Both these fighters have fought for world titles, Joe, and both lost very close decisions. Ceja, majority decision. Ruiz, a split decision in Japan that most people thought he won. You see the taller man, Ruiz? Needs to control the outside. That would mean needs to do that. Jab, control that range, and then look to set up his Sunday best, the right hand.
Height advantage that you mentioned for Ruiz, 4 inches.
Yeah, for Ceja to win, he's got to get inside. That means he's got to go through a bad neighborhood without getting mugged.
There's that jab from Ruiz, just putting it out there. See if he can find that range.
Good job so far of the 6-year more mature Ruiz, knowing what he's got to do. Again, control range.
Title fight for Ruiz was over in Japan in December of 2012. Now, 4 straight wins since then, including 3 by knockout.
I wonder if Ruiz talked to a real estate agent before this fight. Because it's all about location. Location, location. Ruiz stays on the outside, controls that outside, got a better chance of winning.
Ceja trying to get in the front door that time. Started off with the left hook, aimed towards the body.
See the power on those shots from Ruiz.
La cabeza, las cabezas, truchas, abusado.
For Ceja, that title fight he had, a lone loss on his mark. And he's won 5 in a row since then.
When it comes down to 2 bangers, maybe sometimes it's about who's got the better chin. Ruiz has come off the floor to win in 2 fights. Both guys have been involved in head clashes, Joe. Ceja has, and Ruiz has been cut.
Oh, there's a good uppercut from Ruiz. That time as Ceja came in, Ruiz was able to meet him with a short right hand.
Ruiz has been cut from a head clash over his right eye. That means to me that sometimes he gives up his height. You don't get cut by the head if you're standing outside. It's up to Ceja to get Ruiz now to give up that height.
10 segundos, para la campana.
That time as Ruiz was able to get to the inside. Start of what should be a very exciting night from LA, PBC on ESPN.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Joe, you talked about the right uppercut. You're right. There's the right uppercut from Ruiz. But you know what I'm looking at?
What's that?
The way he dropped that right hand to throw it, leaving an opening for Ceja. If his people in the corner saw that, they're going to look for left hooks from now on. There's an opportunity there for Ruiz, or I should say for Ceja, when he exposes himself to throw that right uppercut. Dangerous
something
punch.
For Ceja.
Very dangerous punch for Ruiz.
And something for Ruiz's father, Heriberto, to remind him of. That is his trainer. Dad's the trainer. He was a pro boxer. Hugo has 2 identical twin brothers, Heriberto Jr. and Adele. Both were featherweights.
Listen, we know if Ceja's going to win, he has to get inside. We know that already. But I'm going to put something else on that. Joe, if he's going to win, he's got to use his jab. Because he's not going to get in without the cover of that jab. I don't care if he's shorter. I don't care if his arms are shorter. Look at the young Mike Tyson. He used to out-jab everybody. You can out-jab a taller guy if you know what you're doing. Move your head a little bit, take the height away, take a little step, out-jab the man. Ceja has to do what I talk about sometimes. He's got to put bugs on the windshield of Ruiz. He's got to blur the vision of the taller man as he comes in. And again, do that with a jab. Better round so far for Ceja. Somebody yelled in his ear.
Manos libres, ságanse para atrás, tienen golpes.
See the way Ceja fell in there with his head a little bit? That's why both these guys have been involved in head clashes.
La cabeza, pollo, abusado.
The burden of risk is on the shoulders of Ceja. He's shorter. He's got to take the chances to get close to Ruiz.
There's that jab you said he could do for cover to get in.
Yeah, Ruiz has the advantage. He's like the kid on the hill I talk about when you were a kid. He's on top of the hill throwing crab apples at you. You got to get up the hill to get him, to stop him, and you got to take all those apples to get up there. He's got the edge. He can hit you before you can get there. That's the edge Ruiz has if he keeps it. On the outside, he can catch Ceja before Ceja gets to the top of the hill.
Ceja trying to work his way up that inside mountain of Ruiz.
Yeah, without having an avalanche tumble down on him. See, that's not a good sign if you're back on Ceja. He got close, and then he pulled out again.
first featured fight, end of 2.
Tiempo.
Great scene at the Staples Center here in downtown Los Angeles tonight. Joe Tessitore and Teddy Atlas with you ringside. First featured fight as they get going here to start the 3rd round is Hugo Ruiz and Julio Ceja. Of course, the main event's going to be a good one. Abner Mares and the undefeated Leo Santa Cruz. Good start to this 3rd round. Nice pace set by Ceja.
Yeah, well, somebody told Ceja he's got to get at the top of that hill. He's got to climb, got to start climbing. Can't wait until it's too late. But Ruiz, again, he's on top of the hill, and he's not throwing crab apples. Throwing good, solid shots. Look at the way Ruiz maintains that distance. Doesn't happen by itself. Ceja comes in 6 inches, Ruiz goes back 8.
There was that right uppercut, but that time he came with the sweeping left hook as well. Didn't connect well, but he threw it. You said it could be an opportunity for Ceja. We'll see if that develops again.
Yeah, you don't want to give up defense for offense. When Ruiz throws that right uppercut, he drops it, leaving a little window for the left hook. Now Ceja's close.
Yep. Ceja came with a chopping right and then a left to the body. And there's a left hook up top.
You know, I'm in the corner, Ceja. I'm going to say, son, you got close a couple times that round. Then you went out again. What the heck are you going out again for? You work hard. You take risk to get close. Don't go out and take that risk all over again.
Ceja tried to get back to the inside and put that left hand to the body. Ruiz fired off the left of his own. Now digs with a right uppercut to the body. Sweeping left hand, a little return fire from Ceja.
Ruiz is more versatile. I've seen that on.
Oh, he goes down! He caught him with a left hook! Ruiz floors Ceja!
Coming up that
hill. The danger of trying to get to the inside. You described it. Ruiz delivered. Can he get to him? 40 seconds to survive for Julio Ceja.
Can be an eternity. I was just saying that Ruiz more versatile. He can go forward and he can counter too. He did that knockdown with a counter.
A little awkward on his feet that time. Another right hand rings in. Here's Ruiz on the attack. 20 seconds to go. Ceja's got to find a way to survive. He eats a big right hand and stands up to it. Ruiz goes to the body right there. Teddy with a left hand.
He should go to the body to freeze the head movement of Ceja, who's just trying to survive.
29-1 is Julio Ceja. His lone loss, a title shot, and he survives that offensive attack from Hugo Ruiz. Good action here on the PBC.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
A ver, ¿cómo te sientes, viejo? Pollo.
Bien.
Pollo, vamos por todo.
No tiene nada, no hay quebrada. El bote. Quiero que use la inteligencia.
Ruiz right here, you can see, gives a little ground. What did I say early? You come in 6 inches, he goes back 8. That's how he controls range. That's how he set up the counter. Watch again. Goes back a little bit, creates a little gap. Ceja reaches in with the right hand, does not cover with the right hand, and the left hook placed right on the chin of Ceja by Ruiz. That is counter punching 101.
Seguro, hágalo por familia, ¿ok? Lo que quedamos, viejo. ¿Está bien? Vamos, pollo. Vamos, échale. Con todo, pollo, vamos.
What I didn't like in that corner with Ceja, they're talking to him, they're whispering to him. At the end, they're yelling at him. I don't know that anyone told him why he got hit. You got to know why you got hit so it doesn't happen again. And I didn't see anybody physically revive him. Put cold water on the top of his head, on the back of his neck. Revive him a little.
A spot he's never been in, Teddy. Julio Ceja, first time he has been down in his career. A promising future coming into tonight. 29-1. And the spotlight fight against Ruiz, a top contender at 122 pounds, a world title challenger himself.
Well, Ruiz has come off the floor twice in his career, as I said earlier, to win. We're going to find out whether or not Ceja has the same kind of character.
Bernardo Osuna is in the corner of Julio Ceja. What can you tell us, Bernardo?
I'm actually in the corner of Heriberto Ruiz, and his father and trainer, Heriberto Ruiz Sr., said, be calm. Tranquility is the key here. Don't go looking for the knockout. Keep him on the outside, and the knockout will come.
Again, versatility for me from Ruiz. He doesn't really like to go forward. I think he showed that when he hurt Ceja. Didn't do a great job of finishing. But he can go forward if he has to, but he likes to set up the counters, control the outside, keep it pretty basic. But one dimension for Ceja, walking forward. And right now, the more dimensional Ruiz, having a little bit of an easy way with it.
Right hand comes in from Ruiz.
Well, Ruiz is going to end this fight with one punch. It's going to be the right hand. You see that? If Ceja is going to get back into this fight, it's going to be with the left hook. So far, both guys, big knockout records, big knockout percentages. The more legitimate KO power looks to be on the side of Ruiz. You know, you can have records with 100 knockouts. Doesn't matter. It matters who did you knock out. Ceja, 29-1, 26 knockouts. Ruiz, 35-2, 30 knockouts. Ruiz looks like a legitimate puncher here.
Our main event awaits. Teddy has the fight plan for Abner Morrell. Who will be the king of LA?
Shake, rattle, and roll.
Mexican pride on the line. Abner Morrell has got to figure out a way to slow down one of the very best volume punchers and attacking styles in boxing, Leo Santa Cruz. Round 5 here with Ruiz and Ceja.
The old timers would have said in a fight like this, you know, until tonight we knew nothing about Ceja. We knew that he knocked out a lot of guys. We knew that he fought for a title. He lost a majority decision, but we didn't really know what he was made of. Tonight we get to really take a peek into his soul and see what he's made of after he was on the floor. Old timers would always say, that's the making of a champion. Somebody who can come off the floor, pull it together, and find a way to win. See whether or not Ceja has that something in him. He better get it moving pretty quick because I got him well behind already a quarter of the way through this fight.
Of course, that 10-8 third round went down with that counter left hook from Ruiz. Gets to the inside this time. Find a little space there. Let those hands go. Ruiz ties up.
Ruiz the bigger man. He's showing more power. Maybe that's
good uppercut. Ceja finding a little bit of success on the inside there.
Again, maybe part of it is he's the bigger guy, Ruiz. Turned pro 114, moved up to bantamweight, while Ceja turned pro at 108 and fought half his career at 112 before moving up to bantamweight. Bigger doesn't always mean more powerful.
Oh, and he trades with them and puts him down. How about that, Mr. Ruiz? A little power shot from Ceja.
He might have the making of a champion after all.
Each man has been down. How about this? Mexican warriors indeed, and now Ceja's trying to finish Ruiz. Can he pull it off? Up off the canvas, toe to toe they go. Uppercut, left hook to the inside, upstairs.
for a championship fight night.
That is just great stuff. Ceja was down and hurt and desperate, and he comes back to pull that off. Wow.
Well, we said it earlier. If Ruiz is going to end it with one punch, right hand. If Ceja is going to get back into it with one punch, it's going to be the left hook.
As if this crowd needed more fuel to their fire of what awaits in the main event. Toe-to-toe, Ruiz and Ceja go. Each man was down, and Ceja just smothered him and made him crumble in the fifth. That was sensational. Let's show you every second of it here as to how he pulled it off. We'll start with the knockdown that got the ball rolling for Ceja.
The right hand sets up the left hook. But again, Ruiz does not control the range at that moment. He lets him get close. Right hand a little low. Again, right hand is the setup punch for Ceja. It draws him in. It moves him in. Right hand moves him in. Blocks the vision a little bit of Ruiz. And then the left hook. As Ruiz is throwing his own left hook, but the right hand down low, and Ceja catches him. And then Ceja, unlike Ruiz, knows how to finish, knows how to be aggressive. And it was to his advantage. Jumps right on him, keeps the punches going, goes downstairs a little bit every once in a while, and then back upstairs.
Only early in his career, when he was learning the game and being thrown in tough as a young fighter back in Mexico, had Ruiz been stopped, he went on to win and win more and fight for a title that he lost by a split decision in Japan, and was peaking and surging here tonight. And then Ceja came home with it.
Let me tell you something, Joe. If this was an appetizer to a main course, man, this was lobster. The main course, what could it be? Steak, right?
Let's show you the CompuBox numbers. The Look Like a Champ brought to you by Just for Men. And you see the total punches thrown favoring Ceja, and landed 107 to 96 edge. The power punches, much of that work, the 96 out of 228, coming in that fifth round. Let's make it official, and for that, here's Sweet Baby Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 2 minutes 34 seconds of the fifth round. A referee in charge, Raul Caiz Sr., waves off the bout for your winner by knockout, Julio Cesar Pollito Ceja.
His U.S. debut. It comes in front of a packed, rowdy, and primed house at the Staples Center, and it was spectacular.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
As we have Hugo Ruiz and Julio Ceja. Southern California, there's something special about being here in Southern California. As we see, Hugo Cuatito Ruiz, very confident in his approach, says that victory will be his. And the four fights I was discussing, Rafael Marquez and Israel Vasquez. Hugo Ruiz, extremely confident heading into this fight, and understands what a big opportunity he has in front of him. He knows that Julio Ceja will be willing to oblige in a battle, as they did in the first fight. But both have stated this will be a much better fight compared to the first one, and their first one was a scintillating affair. Here we see the champion, Julio Ceja, the 23-year-old out of Planta, Mexico. He is extremely focused and understands that this fight is going to be more rigorous, tough, but they put in the work, and he will once again come out of Southern California with the gold around his waist. Julio Ceja defending his championship against his adversary, Hugo Ruiz. There you see Hugo Ruiz. Guatito is his nickname, and that stands for Little Twin. The 29-year-old out of Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. Los Mochis, home to that of Jorge Arce, who is also here in attendance to check out tonight's affair. Hugo Ruiz trying to utilize his long limbs to be victorious. Julio Ceja extremely focused. Does not want to repeat being knocked down in this fight compared to the first one. He was actually hit the deck for the first time in his career in the third round. Feels he learned a lot in that fight. He was wobbly going back to the corner, but he was able to circle the wagons and come back and really show that intestinal fortitude. Let's take a look at our tail of the tape for our co-featured bout of the evening, featuring Julio Ceja and Hugo Guatito Ruiz. There you see the height advantage for Hugo Ruiz. Both weighed in very similar from a weight standpoint. Hugo Ruiz has the reach advantage, and both wearing similar colored trunks. We are settling in for our co-featured bout of the evening, the Super Bantamweights. If you like action, this is the fight for you, this is the card for you, and this is the venue. And now here is Jimmy Lennon Jr. with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Y a todos mis amigos latinos, bienvenidos, aficionados al box. We welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honda Center here in Anaheim, California for Showtime Championship Boxing. And our big night of action brought to you by TGB Promotions and Showtime, sponsored by Corona, La Cerveza Más Fina. This bout in the ring, our first world title, is presented in association with Promociones del Pueblo and Samson Boxing. It is sanctioned by the WBC, the president Mauricio Sulaiman, the supervisor Michael George. Introducing our three judges scoring from ringside. From Westminster, California, Jerry Cantu. From Dallas, Texas, Don Griffin. And from Greenwood, Indiana, Nathan Palmer. Introducing our third man of the ring, our referee in charge, Thomas Taylor. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing in a rematch for the WBC Super Bantamweight Championship of the World. Introducing to you first, the challenger on my left, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks, hailing from Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. He weighed in right at the limit of 122 pounds. His record stands at 35 wins, 3 losses, with 30 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked the WBC number 6 contender. Please welcome the challenger. Introducing Hugo Guatito Ruiz. And his opponent across the ring, the defending champion on my right, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red trunks with white trim, hailing from Atlazipan de Zaragoza, Mexico. He's weighed 121.5 pounds. His record 30 wins, 1 loss, 27 big wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, making the first defense of his title, here is the WBC Super Bantamweight Champion of the World, introducing Julio Pollito Ceja. And once again, our referee in charge now to give instructions is Thomas Taylor.
Boxer Chief second.
Boxer Chief second. Mouth guard. Mouth guard. Gentlemen, we've gone over the rules in the dressing room. I want to remind you, protect yourselves at all times and listen to my commands. Punches here are good, punches here are good. Touch gloves, back to your corner. Back to your corner.
That one good? Jerry,
Here we go, 12 rounds scheduled for the WBC Super Bantamweight Championship, a rematch of their matchup on August 29th. The first fight was a candidate for Fight of the Year. What will their second fight produce? Both fighters wearing the red trunks as Hugo Ruiz, the taller fighter. Overheaded, he decks Julio Ceja, and down goes Ceja on the deck. The first power punch at Ceja in trouble.
Can you go?
It
You all
looked
right?
like he twisted his left knee.
Let's go.
Julio Ceja and Hugo Ruiz going in to try to finish this fight. He is cracking Julio Ceja with right hands down the pipe. Ceja cannot move. He's in some trouble. A combination punch landed by a right cross by Hugo Ruiz. Ceja and Tom Taylor looking to step in, and this one is over. There is a new champion in the Super Bantamweight division, and it is that man, Hugo Ruiz. He came out and stated he was going to try to look for the knockout from the first moment of the fight. He nearly had it. Hugo Ruiz disposing of Julio Ceja. He is overwhelmed by emotion, and there you see. Let's take a look at the knockdown. My goodness, Julio Ceja is still grimacing. There you see Samson Lukowitz, who is grabbing a hold of Julio Ceja. He's delighted, he's thrilled. What a performance by Hugo Ruiz. Let's take a look at the first knockdown. Here we go. Hugo Ruiz, a right hand right down the pipe there, starting to go ahead. And the right hand, boom, it caught Julio Ceja. His leg got caught underneath him and went and twisted backwards, and he was in trouble from that moment on. You could see that he's walking. He's unable to walk with a lot of power. Let's take a look at it again as Hugo Ruiz fighting tall, utilizing his reach advantage, ducks underneath the right hand, over the top, boom, on the chin, as the right leg gets caught underneath Julio Ceja. That is some power by Hugo Ruiz. As Ceja was trying to gauge it, this is the end of the fight. You're seeing the arsenal of Hugo Ruiz, mixing it up, stepping it up, throwing a right cross, a left-handed barrage of punches as Tom Taylor wisely steps in, and the adulation for Hugo Ruiz to capture the WBC Super Bantamweight title. He gets on his knees, bounces right back up. He is elated with the joy of victory and the fact that the green belt is finally coming around his waist. There you see Hugo Ruiz, the 29-year-old who has professed his dream all along has been to become a world champion. Well, tonight, on February 27th, it is his dream, and dreams come true, and it did so for Hugo Ruiz. Make no mistake about it, though. It appears as if Julio Ceja is going to be okay. Now here's
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 51 seconds in round number 1. A referee in charge, Thomas Taylor, stops the contest. He is the winner by way of knockout, avenging his previous loss. He is the new WBC Super Bantamweight Champion of the World, Hugo Ruiz.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
It is hot inside the MGM Grand, and the action inside the ring will be that much hotter. The WBC Lightweight Championship of the World is on the line. Dejan Zlaticanin
will go head-to-head and put his title up for grabs against Mikey Garcia, 35-0 with 29 knockouts. Mikey wants to follow in the footsteps of the greats who have been world champions at 135 pounds, specifically having held the WBC Lightweight Championship of the world. Those being Floyd Mayweather, Julio Cesar Chavez, Alexis Arguello, and Roberto Duran. For Mikey to be able to follow in those footsteps, in those legendary names, mean the world to him. Mikey has a sense of camaraderie and chemistry with his brother Robert. There you see Sugar Shane Mosley. He had some very impressive moments inside this building here at the MGM Grand. Now isn't fighting as frequently. Shane Mosley having topped Oscar De La Hoya. He fought Manny Pacquiao here at the MGM Grand years ago. Shane Mosley always willing to take time out for the fans and greet them here in Las Vegas. There you see this place is jam-packed. The fans are bracing themselves, and now we will see Mikey Garcia, who is coming out with a banda. And Mikey Garcia is smiling. He's enjoying this moment. He is 12 years younger than his brother and trainer Robert, who was also a world champion in the super featherweight division. His father and co-trainer Eduardo made a name by training ferocious Fernando Vargas. Before the Rojas fight, Garcia said pound-for-pound ratings are subjective. What I worry about is love and support from the fans. Mike is 29 years of age. He is a thinking man's fighter. He loves to use his jab. He has defeated 6 former or current title holders such as Roman Rocky Martinez, Elio Rojas, Mauricio Pastrana, Jonathan Victor Barros, Orlando Salido, and Juan Manuel Lopez. And the fans absolutely love Mikey Garcia as he gets a warm reception here in Las Vegas. And now they await his opponent, Dejan Zlaticanin. And the chants on Mikey are already descending upon the MGM Grand. Dejan Zlaticanin will clearly be public enemy number 1, the Mexican flags, as the fans. Dejan Zlaticanin, 32 years of age. He is the first champion from Montenegro. That is bordered by Croatia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Albania. He's a southpaw natural lefty, never been down. He stands 5 feet 4 inches tall and is the shortest lightweight in the top 25. In the lead up to the fight, he said quite simply, I'm going to knock out Mikey Garcia. He can't stand up to my power. If he has aspirations of going 12 rounds, that will not be the case because he will not make it the full 36 minutes. Tonight, I am going to make myself a household name by defeating Mikey Garcia, who has such a big name in the sport of boxing. And it's fitting he's coming out to ACGC TNT because everyone talks about the power that Zlaticanin has. Back in June of last year, he wiped out Bolivia's very own Franklin Mamani by 3rd round stoppage, and he decimated Mamani from start to finish. As we get ready for our co-feature, the WBC Lightweight World title is on the line. Here at the MGM Grand, we break down the numbers. It is Garcia who has a significant height and advantage. The weight is similar, and the reach advantage is also favoring Ocknard's very own Mikey Garcia. And now we get set to begin the evening here in Las Vegas. We will turn it over to the Hall of Famer, the classy, does a wonderful job, Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you, and we welcome you to the MGM Grand here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as Premier Boxing Champions presents our big night of World Championship Boxing, brought to you by Ringstar Sports, in association with Cyclone Promotions, TGB Promotions, and Showtime. Sponsored by Corona Extra, La Cerveza Más Fina. This bout in the ring is sanctioned by the WBC. The president is Mauricio Suleiman. The supervisor in attendance, Miguel de Pablos. Introducing our three judges scoring from ringside. From Las Vegas, Nevada, Adelaide Bird. From Bergamo, Italy, Guido Cavalletti. And from Noank, Connecticut, Don Trella. And introducing our referee in charge, our third man in the ring, Tony Weeks. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing for the WBC Lightweight Championship of the World. Introducing to you first the challenger on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with green trim, fighting out of Moreno Valley by way of Oxnard, California. He weighed in at 134.5 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with an outstanding record of 35 wins, no losses, 29 big wins coming by way of knockout. Ranked the WBC #2 lightweight world contender. Here is the former WBO featherweight and junior lightweight champion of the world, introducing the undefeated challenger, Mikey Garcia. And his opponent across the ring, the defending world champion, fighting out of the blue corner on my left. He is wearing red trunks with gold trim, hailing from Podgorica, Montenegro. He weighed in the same as his opponent, 134.5 pounds. He also is undefeated. His record stands at 18 wins, no losses, 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, making the first defense of his title, please welcome Montenegro's first and only world champion, the newly crowned and undefeated WBC lightweight champion of the world, introducing Dejan Dynamite Zlaticanin. And our referee in charge once again now to give instructions, we have Tony Weeks.
Okay, gentlemen, you both receive your instructions in your dressing room. Okay, right here is good, aim to that's low. Right here is good, aim that's low. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourselves at all times. Let's go.
Undefeated. Zlaticanin is the WBC lightweight champion. Can he fulfill his promise and knock out Mikey Garcia, or will Mikey become a 3-division world champion? Zlaticanin wearing the black, wearing the red and gold, wearing the black and the green is Mikey Garcia. Garcia's favorite punch is the jab, and he said he's going to use it in abundance, and he needs to, in order to keep off the smaller men and the more compact puncher in Dejan Zlaticanin. And a right hand down the middle that momentarily backs up Zlaticanin. Mikey's throwing that jab. It's a sharp jab. He's also pointed out there to try to gather and gauge the range of Zlaticanin. Zlaticanin, very powerful hooks. They come on the inside, and Mikey wisely puts his left glove by the temple of his head to avoid getting belted with anything. Under a minute has elapsed in round one. And the jab that stunned Zlaticanin. Garcia is scoring points with that jab. He's thrown about 10 or 11 jabs, and we haven't even gone through 90 seconds of round one. And a straight left that misses, but Garcia coming in. Mikey is a very precise counterpuncher when he needs to be. Zlaticanin threw a right hook, but he missed. He got nothing but air, and the reach advantage is clearly favoring Mikey Garcia, and he's using every bit of it so far through the first 2 minutes. And the chance of Mikey that are raining down here at the MGM Grand Garden. Using his jab, continuing to fluster Dejan Zlaticanin. Zlaticanin's only thrown 1 or 2 powerful punches that had a chance of finding their mark. And you hear from Robert Garcia, he says 30 segundos, that means 30 seconds. Maybe he wants Mikey to really turn it up as we conclude round one. Nice jab, followed by a straight right down the middle as Mikey Garcia has found some success with his jab. Basic fundamentals for Oxnard's very own Mikey Garcia through round number one.
Doing good, okay, but you gotta stay a little bit low, okay? Listen, when you walk straight in, you gotta move your head, okay? Breathe, okay? Keep your hands up. How do you feel, shot? Good, no? Good. Listen, as long as you stay low, okay? And then move your head. Make sure you keep your hands up. Make sure you hands up, okay? When you throw big shots, make sure you watch your balance right away. Maybe don't stay in front of them.
Pero se tropezaron un poquito, ¿ok?
Let's go. Come on. You're fine. Just give me a little bit more. Round number 2, Mikey Garcia and Dejan Zlaticanin. Through round 1, I give Garcia the first round. Now Zlaticanin coming in more aggressive, but he's flat-footed. He's not moving around with the same ease as Mikey Garcia, who's fighting on his toes. Mikey using his distance extremely well, and he backs up Zlaticanin with a straight right hand down the middle. Zlaticanin trying to drop his levels as the corner Benavidez was instructed to him. An uppercut that misses as Mikey turns around Zlaticanin. That is the brilliance and the intelligence of Mikey Garcia, and now he continues to go after it. A jab, 2 combinations, but a straight left over the top by Zlaticanin. 60 seconds removed in round 2. Mikey continues to use his jab, and now we saw him mix in an uppercut. And a left hook to the body, and Zlaticanin pounds away at his chest, has to say it, and to his abdomen, bring me more. And Mikey tattooed him with a shot upstairs. Halfway home, round 2. And again, the chance of Mikey here at a jam-packed MGM Grand. Mikey's jabs are being blocked. A hook that misses, and Zlaticanin, in order for him to get on the inside, he's got to start jabbing himself. He is waiting for Mikey to make a mistake. Well, here's the thing. Mikey Garcia doesn't make many mistakes. Under a minute to go, round 2. So Zlaticanin, it would be wise for him to throw that jab and try to go to the body of Mikey Garcia. And I know you're not going to win a jabbing contest with Mikey Garcia, but you can at least sort of make him respect your jab and then follow it up and place a left hand right over that.
No.
And Zlaticanin keeps inviting Mikey in, but Mikey is very happy and content to stay on the outside. And overhand left that connected, but Mikey doesn't seem to be fazed by it. Final stage is round number 2 between Mikey Garcia and Dejan Zlaticanin for the WBC Lightweight Championship of the World.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
And let's take a look at some of the artwork from Mikey Garcia. A hook to the body that took out some of the steam of Dejan Zlaticanin. Mikey got all the torque behind that one, and Zlaticanin pounding away at his abdomen. When fighters do that, typically they were actually hurt, and they're playing possum in that response. And then Mikey threw a jab and a right hand, boom, snapping back the head of Dejan Zlaticanin. Mikey's very smart, extremely intelligent.
Igual, Igual.
The same way.
Breathe. Papá, no te me traen ahorita para secar los guantes, ¿ok? Ya nomás, please. Ok, vivo, sigue igual. Cuida el volado de izquierda.
Keep doing the same thing. Cover up your right hand when you throw the hook. Round 3, Dejan Zlaticanin and Mikey Garcia. I gave the second round on Mikey. He's ahead 2-0 on my early scorecard. Now the tie up. You know, for Dejan Zlaticanin, it is a 13-hour, 5-minute flight from Montenegro to get here to Las Vegas. People are actually up around 4 in the morning watching this fight. And Montenegro known for having famous soccer players, but Zlaticanin is trying to become even that much more of a household name in Montenegro and also become a household name here stateside in the sport of boxing. Mikey Garcia is going back to fundamentals as we've seen in the first 2 rounds. It's the jab followed by that straight right down the middle, and we're seeing a mixture of the left hooks as well. But Zlaticanin is flat-footed. He's trying to get on the inside. He's bending his body, but in the process, he eats a couple of jabs. And he's not throwing anything. That's not going to serve him well by any stretch of the imagination. A hook that misses by Garcia. Garcia with the left hook. He is doing some work and really emphasizing the body punching in the first 2.5 rounds. Zlaticanin swinging wildly, but again, Garcia gets out of the way and keeps the center of the ring. For Mikey, he wants to remain centered. And no, I'm not talking about anything psychologically or if you went to a psychologist. The center of the ring is Mikey Garcia's friend, so he can use his distance to his advantage. For Zlaticanin, he's got to find a way to press Mikey against, and an uppercut. Oh, Zlaticanin's hurt. The right hook puts him down. This one is over. Oh my goodness. Mikey Garcia has become a 3-division world champion. Now this is actually, we hope that Zlaticanin, he's being brought in. He is out cold. He is out cold. The jubilation on Mikey Garcia. That is a way to make a statement, but Zlaticanin is still, he's breathing now, but the doctors are checking on him. Mikey Garcia. Oh my goodness. There's a reason why there was so much excitement. There's a reason why there was this hope that Mikey would return to the sport of boxing and continue to rise and be the superstar that everyone felt he could be. Well, look at tonight, January 28th, 2017. He was a star, but oh man, Mikey Garcia is without question a superstar. And now Dejan Zlaticanin he's been administered oxygen by the doctors with the Nevada State Athletic Commission. That was a vicious knockout. 36-0, 30 knockouts, 3-division world champion. He will join the ranks of Floyd Mayweather, Julio Cesar Chavez, Alexis Arguello, as by putting the WBC lightweight championship around his waist.
Commission. Hey, bro, ¿los guantes nos vamos a quedar o ustedes nosotros? Oh, sorry.
He was asking if they keep the gloves or not. He asked the commission. He asked Mauricio Suleiman, the president of the WBC, and now it's Zlaticanin. They take off the oxygen mask, and it looks like to be responding well to the ringside physicians here. This is something you do not want to see, but every precaution is being taken care of, and the Nevada State Athletic Commission, one of the best commissions in the world. And now Zlaticanin will come up and the fans cheer him. He's a warrior, he's a gladiator. And he just got caught in devastating fashion against Mikey Garcia. Now he rises to a stool. That's a wonderful sign, and I know that he's probably visibly disappointed. Bob Bennett, the director of the Nevada State Athletic Commission, right there.
Is he the translator? Stand up?
And that's great. That is absolutely fantastic. That Dejan Zlaticanin is standing up on his own power. Robert Garcia will go and give him a pat on the back. His trainer, Benavidez, embraces him. I know Mikey Garcia is waiting to pay his respects, and the doctor clears him to go over to Dejan Zlaticanin and Robert Garcia and Jose Benavidez both cutting off the gloves, and Robert doesn't have to do that, but that's the kind of guy he is. He's such a great human being, as is Jose Benavidez. Nothing but sportsmanship between the two. It was a competitive trash talking, as I would like to say, from Zlaticanin, and now they hug. That's a wonderful sign. That is absolutely beautiful. This is the hurt business in the sport of boxing, but thankfully Zlaticanin, and we're going to take a look at this vicious knockout. Mikey started it off with the jab and the uppercut, the right uppercut, and almost put him away. Zlaticanin got up to his feet, and then he got blasted by a right hook that knocked out Zlaticanin unconscious. We'll see it again. He avoided the left, and the uppercut came, boom, right there, vicious. Stumbling around was Zlaticanin. He got his legs under himself for a brief moment, but in that process, he remained upright. Mikey saw it and connected with that. Good night, Dejan. Taking a look at another angle. He missed the straight left, and then Mikey saw the opening as he had his head down, connected with the uppercut. Zlaticanin, in a way to try to avoid being knocked to the canvas, was stumbling around, almost used the ropes and turned around, didn't have his hands up, and got caught with that power shot. devastating, one of the most devastating knockouts you will ever see. We're looking at the accuracy as Mikey, the head down of Zlaticanin, caught him with the right uppercut. He was moving around trying to gather himself, and Mikey wouldn't allow him and put him away with the right hook. That already is a candidate for knockout of the year. Another world championship to add to the mantle, another world championship to add and further his legacy. Mikey wants to fight frequently and often, and now here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes, 21 seconds in round number 3. He is the winner by way of knockout. He is still undefeated. He is now a 3-weight division world champion and the new WBC lightweight champion of the world, Mikey Garcia.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Welcome back to the Laredo Energy Arena here in Laredo, Texas. It is main event time. PBC here on FS1. Ray Flores, Sergio Mora, and Jordan Hardy. Let's take a look at our tail of the tape, brought to you by Corona Extra, who reminds you to find your beach. Sergio, take us behind the numbers.
Benavidez, a younger fighter here at 20 years old, 6'1", 167.5 pounds. They're both pretty similar in size and weight and in everything, but in ferociousness, that's where they're going to be very, very similar.
Now let's meet our main event combatants. We'll send it to our ring announcer here tonight. Here is Miguel Flores.
From the Laredo Energy Arena, here in Laredo, Texas, Premier Boxing Champions now features the main event live on FS1. 12 rounds in the super middleweight division. The 3 judges ringside: Rick Crocker, Ruben Cardion, Perry Hillen, and the referee in charge, John Shorley. Introducing first, out of the red corner, wearing blue and black, his professional record stands 37 victories, 31 by way of knockout, opposite of 7 losses. From San Luis Rio, Mexico, introducing the former title challenger, Rogelio Medina. Across the ring, his opponent fights out of the blue corner, sporting the red and gold. As a professional, 17 bouts, 17 victories, with 16 of those by way of knockout. From Phoenix, Arizona, please welcome the undefeated David El Bandera Roja Benavidez.
Okay, guys, this is the WBC title eliminator. Give me a good clean fight. Obey my commands. Protect yourselves at all times. Yo quiero una pelea limpia. Obedezcan mis órdenes y protéjanse a todo tiempo. Folks with guantes.
It is main event time. An opportunity to fight for the WBC Super Middleweight Championship is on the line. David Benavidez, at 20 years of age, is trying to become the first Super Middleweight champion, the youngest, and he can do so by going ahead and getting a world title shot opportunity. And now we are underway. David Benavidez, just 20 years of age. Can he get the most emphatic victory on his resume against Rogelio Medina? Medina is trying to once again fight for a world championship. Benavidez wearing the red and the gold, wearing the blue and the black is Medina. And don't blink, as both combatants like to finish their fights early.
Yeah, they do. Both these guys start off really aggressively. Right here you see Medina pinning the undefeated Benavidez against the ropes, and that's what he needs to do because he's the veteran in there. He's the one that's fought for world titles and giving world champions everything they can handle. Give this young kid everything he can handle.
And for Rogelio Medina, 29 of his 31 victories have come inside the first 4 rounds. So he doesn't like to make it a long night, does Rogelio Medina. And starting off strong with his jab, but he immediately goes for that hook, and that left hook has put away many people, including J. Leon Love a couple of years ago in Las Vegas.
Benavidez has put a lot of people away. He hates going the distance. This is his first scheduled 12-round fight, so Medina should really be focused on going the distance and not just starting off real fast.
And also on the opposite end for David Benavidez, 12 of his 17 knockouts have come inside the first 2 rounds, so both guys don't like to necessarily extend their evenings.
They don't get paid by the minute or hour. You can take out your opponent, take him out, go home with a paycheck. Good job there by Benavidez.
When David Benavidez has sparred with some upper echelon, world-class and world champions, ranging from a right hand that caught the attention of Rogelio Medina. For David Benavidez, he sparred with Gennady Golovkin. He's sparred with Peter Quillin, just to name a few of the guys that he's been inside the gym with. And he actually prepared Golovkin for his world title opportunity and his world title defense against Daniel Jacobs.
Not only that, but he sparred Kelly Pavlik and Latif Coyote. I mean, this is a guy who's been fighting and sparring a lot of guys ever since he moved and started training at the Wild Card Gym and under Freddie Roach's tutelage.
And Rogelio Medina starting off with some hooks, and he finds a right hand, goes to the body. David Benavidez started boxing at the age of 3. He was in the gym at the age of 5, and a big right hand that backs up Rogelio Medina.
Backs him up, but you see he tried to do a sly overhand right there. So with these veterans, sly, sneaky veterans, you know, you really got to watch out every single time.
Under 20 seconds left in the first round. David Benavidez coming off a win over Shirali Mamajinov back on January 28th in Las Vegas. We got a barn burner here in this WBC Super Middleweight Eliminator between David Benavidez and Rogelio Medina. Round number 2 comes your way. This is the PBC on FS1.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Back here in Laredo, Texas, Rogelio Medina, David Benavidez. There you see in the corner, Jose Caballero. Let's take a look at the keys to victory for the man known as Porky.
Well, Porky may have a funny name, but he's tough as hell. He needs to get respect early in this fight. Benavidez doesn't like going the distance, so he gets respect early. He's in good position there. He needs to get inside, bang the body, use his jab, smart, fight smart late.
And the nickname Porky comes from his childhood. He used to be a chubby kid, and kids called him that, and it sort of stuck. And, you know, we'll get into details about David Benavidez, but a big reason why he decided to turn pro was because of fitness, and Jordan Hardy has some of that story later on in the broadcast. But right now, through the first round, Sergio, how do you have it?
Well, right now, they're both trying to establish themselves. They're both pressure fighters, and it looks like they're fighting each other in the mirror because they have similar styles. They're looking for the same punches. Bandera roja, which means red flag for Benavidez. He sees red every time he's in the ring, so he wants to actually go forward and push the fight like a bull. But right now, he's backing up because he respects Medina. He respects the power. He's respecting something in there. It must be the veteran abilities that he has.
And David Benavidez, one of the members of his team, happens to be Samson Lukowicz, and Lukowicz went ahead and discovered Manny Pacquiao and then Sergio Martinez. They were 8 years apart, and Benavidez now is eating some shots to the body as Rogelio Medina, back comes an uppercut there by Medina, and Benavidez answers back.
With an overhand right there, I like what I see by Benavidez. He exploded with those shots right there. Usually he's a precise power puncher with single heavy shots. Right there, he showed a little bit of speed and accuracy. Benavidez did.
Medina's
arm is stuck on the rope right there.
And John Shorley momentarily halts the action. And Sergio, they are starting off here in the second round, and they are throwing with venomous intentions, and a nice jab snapping the head back of Medina by Benavidez.
These are two bad hombres, like they say, but we're slowly, as soon as this fight starts progressing, we're going to start seeing the barn burner that is expected from these guys, because it's in their temperament to fight like that. They know no other way.
A nice left hook by the 20-year-old out of Phoenix, Arizona. David Benavidez turned pro at the age of 16. Now, you're probably asking, how is that possible? Because you can't turn pro in the United States until 18. Well, that's because Benavidez went to Mexico to start the first 2 years of his pro career. He said, look, I had my amateur career, but I was ready to transition into being a pro already. Only 15 amateur fights for David Benavidez.
I think this is the first time we've ever seen Benavidez actually back up and be against the ropes, fighting against the ropes. And he's fighting really well against the ropes, to tell you the truth. I like what I'm saying from both fighters.
Rogelio Medina is trying to suffocate Benavidez, but Benavidez has a tight guard, and Medina goes to the body, but Benavidez is willing to oblige and throws a couple of hooks of his own. Final moments of the second round. The action is intensifying here in Laredo, Texas. David Benavidez had a left hook there. 2 left hooks to end 3 left hooks. It has been left hook city in the final moments of the second round between David Benavidez and Rogelio Medina. This is the PBC on FS1.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
This is the PBC on FS1. Jose Benavidez Sr., the father of David Benavidez, talking with his 20-year-old son, and here's from a second round, Sergio.
Right there, Medina's going to the body, but I love those combinations off the ropes right there because I didn't expect that from Benavidez. Usually he's more of a plotting pressure fighter, coming forward, putting on all the aggression, but right there he's fighting well against the ropes. But hey, listen, Medina is fighting hard as well.
They are both testing each other. David Benavidez and Rogelio Medina. Let's take a look at the keys to victory in terms of what David Benavidez needs to do in order to be successful tonight.
Benavidez needs to be himself, apply that patient, steady pressure, and double hook to the body because he has that vicious left hook to the body, but Medina is used to fighting guys with vicious left hooks to the body, so double it up and maybe turn it into an uppercut afterwards.
And this one is scheduled for 12. Benavidez has only had a total of 44 rounds as a pro, 124 less than Rogelio Medina, who has 168 rounds, especially having gone 12 against James DeGale last April.
Well, the better resume is on Medina's part, but Benavidez looks in pretty good control right now. I love that jab that he's throwing. It's a smart power jab, and that's what I think that Medina should have done. I mean, this is a fight where both these guys are very aggressive, but a jab is actually going to put points up and win the rounds.
And a left hook there, and Rogelio Medina, he realizes he is in there with a young man who has a great deal of promise. But back comes the man known as Porky. And David Benavidez seems to be content at the moment, Sergio, to counterpunch.
Yeah, he should because he's timing Benavidez's power. See, that's the thing about the jab right there. You gotta throw different type of jabs. You gotta throw the throwaway jab, the feint jab, the slow jab, the power jab. Benavidez was just throwing one single jab, and Medina, being the veteran, caught on to that.
And now David Benavidez is picking apart Rogelio Medina, and Medina now is going backwards, but he answers back with a straight right down the middle.
Here we go, guys. This is what we expected from these two tough fighters.
This one is eventful here in the third round. Both guys are going at it here in Laredo, much to the appreciation of the fans here in South Texas. And a nice left hook there to the body by David Benavidez. But Rogelio Medina has his chin, or he had his head on the chest of David Benavidez, not letting him use his reach advantage, Sergio.
Not only the reach advantage, but the youth, the size, the strength, and even the speed, because the faster fighter here is Benavidez, clearly. But Medina relying on toughness and timing, which is what a lot of these tough, plotting fighters do. Good shot there to the body by Benavidez there. I like what I'm saying.
And he came upstairs. David Benavidez, the man known as El Bandera Roja, which means the red flag, and that it symbolizes danger. But I don't think the white flag is coming out anytime soon out of Rogelio Porky Medina.
Not at all. We got two bulls fighting in there tonight.
And David Benavidez and Rogelio Medina fighting for an opportunity to compete for the World Championship, and Medina is picking it up and swarming David Benavidez, and that is the end of the first round, and Benavidez smiles to Medina as to say, okay, I'm enjoying this. And now standing by with more of the 20-year-old up-and-coming super middleweight sensation, we will send it to our very own Jordan Hardy.
Great, thank you. Benavidez fights at 168 pounds, but would you guys believe me if I told you that 5 years ago, he fought at 250 pounds? He told us it was hard to find competition in his age group and weight class, so at 16 years old, he and his father made a decision to drop that weight to get him to where he is today. In 1 year, with a dedicated diet and intense training, he lost about 80 pounds. And he's been able to keep the weight off, and he said he feels good and strong at 168, and he actually has no plans to move up, not even to 175. What do you guys think about that?
13 years old and 250 pounds. I think they should call Benavidez Porky.
Well, we will see, and maybe he can garner that moniker if he's able to finish off Rogelio Medina, who's only been stopped 3 times in his professional career in 44 bouts. Round number 4, this one's scheduled for 12. Now, the winner of this fight will fight the winner of Durrell and Smith, who will be fighting for the vacant WBC Super Middleweight Championship. You're probably wondering, how is that so? Well, Bandu Jack decided to vacate the Super Middleweight Championship after his draw with James DeGale and move up to 175. Therefore, there is a nice right hand stinging Rogelio Medina. So 168 is vacant. It'll be Durrell and Callum Smith fighting for the world title, and then the winner of this fight will fight the winner of that contest.
Benavidez just landed some big shots that would have hurt anybody else if it wasn't Porky Medina. I mean, with 16 knockouts and 17 fights, Benavidez is not used to guys taking this kind of punishment. I mean, he took some big shots at Medina, and he keeps coming.
55 seconds have elapsed in this super middleweight main event. PBC on FS1. Ray Flores, Sergio Mora, Jordan Hardy. Make sure to use this hashtag on social media, PBC on FS1, and join us in the conversation on social media. Nice job by David Benavidez, but Rogelio Medina continues to try to walk him down and is looking to throw punches in bunches.
See, right here, I would like to see Medina use an angle, but that's not in Medina's style. It's not in his repertoire. He just likes to go forward, take 2-3 punches. Right there, he's hurt.
Benavidez right hand, followed by a left hook, and David Benavidez may have Rogelio Medina in some trouble. And an uppercut, and Medina, how is he still standing? He has taken a ton of abuse, and he moves forward.
Wow.
He took an uppercut that almost took his head off, and John Shorley is watching Rogelio Medina.
This is incredible to watch. It really is. Benavidez damn near decapitated Medina. Medina's still coming forward.
And he's throwing punches. Rogelio Medina has an iron chin because that uppercut and the punches that Benavidez is throwing at him would put down anybody.
And going back down to the body like a veteran. I mean, for a kid that's only 20 years old, 17-0, he's going down to the body, not getting either. Good shot there by Medina, the sly veteran, trying to catch the youngster off guard.
And Benavidez smiled at him, and Sergio, you know that is an indication that a fighter was buzzed or hurt at the moment. And Benavidez, but credit to him, he had Medina hurt, but he was not erratic, and now uppercuts followed by hooks. Look at this work by David Benavidez with his back on the ropes. Oh my goodness, a 7-punch combination. This is why they believe so much in this 20-year-old. Sledgehammer of the right hand. Oh my goodness, this is special.
This is brutal and beautiful at the same time. Medina, we expected this from both fighters. Incredible.
And that ends the 4th round.
Standing ovation.
Two warriors, two guerreros. Well, they are battling here tonight in Laredo, Texas. This is the PBC on FS1 with everybody standing here in Laredo. And we are back here. I have to regain my breath, ladies and gentlemen. David Benavidez and Rogelio Medina. My goodness, what a round. Sergio, let's take us through some of this action if we can keep up.
I'm out of breath myself. This is incredible what we're watching. Even though it's only a one-sided fight, one-sided round, the toughness, you gotta just admire the toughness of Porky Medina. He took some vicious shots that would put any human away, let alone this man. This is incredible to watch, it really is.
David Benavidez is really in a big-time dogfight, so to speak, between him and Rogelio Medina. David Benavidez is hoping to punch his ticket to a world title opportunity, and he's looking to succeed and get past Darren Van Horn, who was 22 years of age and 8 months when he won the Super Middleweight Championship in May of 1991. And you know, Sergio, that David Benavidez is looking at the likes of Gervonta Davis, who is a young sensation who just defended his world championship out in England over Liam Walsh, as to say, look, I can be a young 20-year-old and become a world champion myself.
You asked me if he has the potential of being something big in boxing. With performances like these, as soon as people watch that you can actually do stuff that's the speed that he has, the power that he has, he's going to gain a popularity easily.
And his combinations are just so crisp. Everything is straight. Very rarely does he throw looping punches. There is a reason why Abel Sanchez, who's the trainer of Gennady Golovkin, gushes over David Benavidez. He says that David Benavidez could go as far as he wants, and we're seeing evidence of that here tonight.
He remains poised, and you don't see poise in a 20-year-old. Usually you see recklessness, you see a little bit of abandonment, but not with him. I think he's really impressing a lot of people tonight. And you know what? Credit to Medina, too, because Medina's taking some hellacious punishment in there, but he still keeps coming. He's trying to win.
If you're Rogelio Medina, if you are in his corner and Jose Caballero, are you telling him, look, you weather the onslaught in the 4th round, now let's take this young man into these quote-unquote deep waters and drown him?
Absolutely, because this is Benavidez' first scheduled 12-rounder. I mean, he might be getting winded, too. I mean, he landed some big shots. He's throwing combinations. This is the most flurries that I've ever seen him throw. Maybe that's what... Well, actually, not maybe. That's exactly where Medina's corner should be concentrating, taking him into deep water.
Under a minute remaining, round 5. You are watching the PBC on FS1. This is a super middleweight eliminator. The winner will go ahead and vie for the right to compete for the world championship. It will be Durrell and Smith fighting for the vacant title, and then the winner of this matchup will fight that winner. And a big right hand on the side of the head of Rogelio Medina, but back comes the 28-year-old.
Oh, good shot there by Porky Medina to the body. Sneaky little body shot, but even better right hook by Benavidez.
3 sledgehammer straight rights down the middle that have found their mark for David Benavidez. But Rogelio Medina is to be undeterred.
Mano a mano here. This is the epitome of 2 tough hombres.
What a slugfest this has been through 5. And we are going to see a 6th round. 2 left hooks by David Benavidez, but back comes Medina.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Sergio, if you are for David Benavidez, how imperative is it for him to not overextend himself and save some in the tank?
No, I think he's doing the right thing. He's poised. I've already said that he's already showing some maturity. You know, for a guy as young as him, usually you want to knock your opponent out early, especially if you're landing the punches that he's landed. But he's showing some poise, and he's fighting like a veteran, going behind the jab, dictating the pace, not letting Medina land anything big. And when he does land something big, he comes back with a flurry. Very smart from Benavidez' part.
Well, the last time that David Benavidez went the distance, it was back 3 years ago, so he has not necessarily seen the judges' scorecards. All but one time has David Benavidez, January of 2014, a 6-round matchup. And if we see a conclusion of the 6th round, that would equate that particular affair. David Benavidez wearing the red and the gold, wearing the blue and the black is Rogelio Medina through 5 rounds. Sergio Mora, how do you have the fight scored?
It's all Benavidez, but I'll tell you what, Medina's in it as far as will and heart and guts, because this, I mean, he's the type of fighter where he knows that he's going to put the pressure on late. So the early rounds don't really matter if he's giving them away, if he's planning to go to the distance.
On Rogelio Medina and his girlfriend, he says that he is fighting for, obviously he wants to win a world championship, but they realize that they are expecting a child in the next few months. His girlfriend is 7 months pregnant, so Rogelio Medina is fighting for his newborn that is on the way in just 2 months.
And there's a difference between a fighter that's fighting for money and a fighter that's fighting for pride and still trying to remain relevant. Right now, Medina doesn't look like an opponent. He doesn't look like a guy that just showed up to collect a paycheck to support his family. He's looking like a fighter that wants to become a champion and shock the world.
Well, if he continues, and those left hooks, and you know David Benavidez is aware of that. A big right hand backing up Medina, but Medina seems to be wearing down just a tad, Sergio.
Oh, he's sure he's throwing everything but the kitchen sink. And, you know, when you're throwing those punches, not only that, but it demeans you a little bit because you realize, man, I'm used to knocking everyone out. This guy's not going anywhere, and that takes the spirit out of their fight. Even though you're winning every single round, it takes the spirit out of you.
David Benavidez told us in the fighter meetings yesterday he wants to make a statement and knock out Rogelio Medina. He has done all in his arsenal to try to do that, but it would serve him well, Sergio, don't you think, to try to go to the body of Medina?
Right now, you know what, it will serve him well is just catch his energy, keep the momentum, because right now he doesn't want to give momentum away. Medina is still coming and plodding forward, trying to land those big shots, and it only takes one shot from a puncher like Medina. Both these guys are punchers. It just takes one shot to turn things around.
Left hook by David Benavidez. Under 40 seconds left. It is a family affair when it comes to the Benavidez clan. Jose Benavidez Sr. trains his younger son, but also Jose Benavidez Jr. is a former 140-pound titleist. He is the older brother by 4.5 years of David Benavidez. Closing stages, 2 right hands, and now Medina with his back against the ropes. He is throwing. This is a heavy onslaught by David Benavidez as he is pouring it on Rogelio Medina. A big right hand. John Shirley watching it. David Benavidez is trying to make a statement and finish off Rogelio Medina. Will the Medina clan with the right back? And now John Shirley is going. It's a knockdown. Medina not happy about it.
Here's the reason I'm saying they should stop this, because Medina, even though we know he's going to take this onslaught, it's for his own benefit. The corner really needs to look into Medina's eyes and his soul. Does he really want to stay into this fight?
You are watching the PBC here on FS1. In the corner, Jose Caballero. The blood is streaming from the right side of the nose of Rogelio Medina. What do you think is going on right now? Are they making an assessment on if he can continue?
Man, this is brutal to watch. This is brutal to watch, but I'll tell you what. He's nodding his head not because he wants to stop the fight. He's nodding his head because he's telling his corner, I don't want you to stop this fight.
And as we see some of the work from what John Shirley called a knockdown.
It was those shots behind the ears. They throw your equilibrium off. That shot straight a little low, but it was still on the belt line. But he's just landing everything he's throwing. I mean, Benavidez is a puncher, and he's landing 90% of his punches here. Incredible.
Round 7 scheduled for 12. David El Bandera Roja Benavidez is trying to extend his knockout and his stoppage streak to 10 in a row. This would be his most impressive opponent thus far in Rogelio Medina.
Both of them got eager to fight, both Porky Medina and Benavidez. This should be a good round because they were really letting both fighters, one to relax, the other one, hey, are you sure you still want to continue? Benavidez, Medina, this is really good, excellent fight.
Heavy right hands by David Benavidez, and now he is sort of, targeting that right hand. He's using it at will, followed by those left hooks. Big right hands by David Benavidez, as we saw in that 6th round.
Ooh, good shot there by Medina. Left hook.
And would you believe that David Benavidez has only been a pro for 3.5 years, Sergio?
Well, yes, I can, because of his resume as sparring. He's sparred really good opposition, former world champions. Gennady Golovkin, he sparred 6 4-minute rounds with Gennady Golovkin. I mean, most people can't spar a couple of minutes. He's going 4-minute rounds with him. So he has the experience in and out of the ring. And not only that, the young man has a veteran's temperament.
Good shot on 100 seconds left in the 7th round. Rogelio Medina has taken big power shots out of the 20-year-old. And Benavidez, tight defense, an echoing right hand, and now some blood above the right eye of Rogelio Medina. 2 straight right hands that bounced off the side of the skull of Medina.
At the start of this round, it seemed like Benavidez wanted to take this round off. I mean, if anyone deserves a round off, it's Benavidez, but Medina won't let him. Medina's just in his face, putting on the pressure, and Benavidez is just forced to punch back.
And we hope you're seeing at home when David Benavidez lands those right hands, the sweat is smacking off and just evaporating off the head of Medina. That is how powerful those right hands are of David Benavidez.
And that's how powerful his head is. I mean, he has something in there because he's taking some hellacious punishment. And yes, I mean, it's impressive to admire courage like that. But he's lost every round in my book, and the only thing we're admiring right now is the will to win. And you know what? We all want to see a Rocky-type story, but Medina has to show something. He has to win a round at least. He has to land something big, hurt Benavidez.
Final moments of this 7th round, and Medina now has a tight guard, but he could be too brave for his own good. And what a stinging left uppercut by David Benavidez, backing up Rogelio Medina. And no body shot there as Medina, but he comes upstairs. Look at that! He always has a puncher's chance, and that is that bravado. Body shot sending Medina to the deck.
Medina has to be one of the bravest fighters I've seen in person.
7.
Incredible.
Okay.
For all the headshots he took, it was a body shot that dropped Medina. And he is going back to the corner. Visibly, he has his hands over his knees. That body shot really took a lot out of him, and it took even more for him to rise up to his feet.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
And now Jose Carrion has got a very tall task. Does he allow Medina to continue?
This is a thin line here. You know, as a fighter, of course you don't want to stop. You want to continue going. You're not going to tell your corner, hey, stop this fight. I'm hurting. That's what you have to fight through as a boxer. It's up to the corner. It's up to the referee. It's up to the judges. These are the people that need to protect the fighter.
And let's take a look at the knockdown here from what we saw to David Benavidez. It was
an uppercut, but actually it was a shot to the solar plexus. It was a sneaky uppercut type shot. Yes, it was right there. Those are the shots that actually hurt you. Whenever you have a guy with a concrete head, take him downstairs because there's no concrete down there in the stomach.
He took a great amount of punishment to the head, but it was that right uppercut on the solar plexus by David Benavidez that put down Porky Medina. But Medina comes off his stool and says, I want to continue to fight.
And his elbows are tucked in because he doesn't want to get in with that shot again. All it'll take is one more body shot down there, anywhere near that area, to put Porky down again. And I don't think he'll get up after that, no matter how brave he is. I mean, those shots take it out of you. They take your legs, they take your spirit, they take your will, and it makes cowards of us all.
And David Benavidez realizes that he has found a home for those hooks and that uppercut to the body. And you know what? That was extremely crafty out of Benavidez to go ahead and say, okay, the head's not working, and another body shot, and a left hook to the body. And now David Benavidez comes upstairs and is trying to bring it into the night of Porky Medina. What a punch! And down goes Medina, and David Benavidez has starched Rogelio Medina, and now it is Benavidez who will challenge for the world title in the near future.
Great job by the referee because the will of this man, Porky Medina, was not going to relent. His corner wasn't going to stop the fight. Nobody but the referee or the doctor would have stopped this fight.
We talked about could he be the next big thing in boxing as he continues to prove and put on performances like this. The answer is emphatically yes. David Benavidez has stopped Rogelio Medina in impressive fashion. Welcome back to the PBC on FS1 here in Laredo, Texas. That is a very happy 20-year-old David El Bandera Roja Benavidez stopping Rogelio Porky Medina. Let's take a look how it all unfolded as David Benavidez took out the 28-year-old veteran.
hit him with everything. I mean, it's just impressive to watch this performance by Benavidez because he fought the toughest fighter he's ever had on his resume. He took him almost a distance. He couldn't put him away. This was a fight that really made Benavidez a better fighter because he knows he didn't have to rely just on power and on pressure. He had to rely on speed, wit, body punches, everything. The jab, impressive win by this young man.
The most complete performance of his dossier, David Benavidez, finishing off Rogelio Medina. Let's get the official particulars. We'll send it to our ring announcer. Here is Miguel Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dejan comes at 1 minute and 1 second into round number 8 for your winner by knockout and still undefeated, David El Bandera Roja Benavidez.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Reach going to Omar Figueroa, a bit surprising. He is the shorter man in the ring. Again, Guerrero was the larger man, looked much larger at the weigh-in. Ready to go now. Let's go to the ring and Ray Flores.
Gentlemen, from NYCB Live, home of Nassau Coliseum here in Uniondale, New York. Premier Boxing Champions now features the main event. Live on Fox, 10 rounds in the welterweight division. The three judges ringside are Julie Letterman, Kevin Morgan, and Joe Pasquale. And the referee in charge when the bell sounds, Ron Lipton.
I'm Robert the Ghost Guerrero from Gilroy, California.
Guerrero the southpaw.
I describe myself as a fighter, as a boxer puncher.
For Guerrero, wasting no time.
A guy who can change directions and do it all.
And that may be it.
You better be ready tonight because I know I am.
Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the red trunks trimmed with the white. His professional record, 33 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw, 18 wins coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Gilroy, California, he is the former champion, Robert the Ghost Guerrero.
I am Omar Figueroa Jr.
Here's an uppercut, right hand by Figueroa.
La Panterita.
Left hand, another body shot there by Figueroa.
I'm back, and I'm coming to take what's mine.
And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the red trunks. As a professional, he is undefeated, 26 wins, no losses, 1 draw, 18 wins coming by way of knockouts. Joining us from Weslaco, Texas, he too is a former champion, Omar Panterita Figueroa Jr.
New York State Athletic Commission. I remind you both now, respect each other, obey my commands. We're going to keep this strictly professional. Good luck to you both.
Ron Lipton, third man in the ring. That's Robert the Ghost Guerrero. Said he's excited for this fight. Had to go back to the drawing board, use more movement, be more boxer, be smart, and don't go back to my old ways of just coming forward. Omar Figueroa Jr.
Omar, you ready?
Back to fighting with Joel Diaz. Started fighting at the age of 7. His father trained him. Now fighting under Joel Diaz. Their first fight back together since 2014. Last 3 fights have been with his father. This is round 1. Figueroa, gray trunks, the red trim. The Ghost, and the red trunks, the white trim.
Guerrero looks like he's in better physical shape than Omar. You really can't go by that. You know, it just looks physically he looks stronger right now.
Well, Figueroa told us in January he got up to 190 pounds.
Yeah, when you don't use those muscles for 17 months and then you just train for 8 weeks, you know, you can't expect to get, you know, six-pack in 8 weeks.
Doing exactly what he said he was going to do. That he was going to move, that he's going to go back to the drawing board and be the boxer that he was. So far, he's showing that. He looks very good on his legs so far, in and out.
Yeah, using the jab, quick 1-2.
Omar already has a little mark over his left eye. That jab.
I sparred with Omar a couple of times. He usually takes like the first couple rounds off just to try to feel your power, and then he'll just start coming on stronger like in the third and fourth round. That's what I got in my experience from sparring him. He always does this, takes the first, second round off, not really off, but just testing the opponent out, and then he puts the steps forward again.
Takes a punishment there from Cruz. Shots there.
Don't hold behind the head.
It's interesting, Champ. Omar's so dry right now. He took off the weight too quick. He hasn't broken a sweat yet. He seems just a tad slow with his reflexes. We'll see how he progresses.
There's a combination by Guerrero. We're under a minute here in round 1.
I know Guerrero said he was going to box, but I don't think he's going to do that.
Right now, he's riding Omar's zone.
Phone booth fight. Toe to toe.
30 seconds here in round 1.
You have to give Omar a lot of credit for taking a fight of this caliber after being off so long. You have to really give him a lot of credit. And he realizes he's not in his natural division.
Guerrero landed some good body.
He took a left hand to the body, Figueroa did. Now these guys punch on the inside, which is what Figueroa would love. That's round 1. Good round for Robert Guerrero. The ghost is back. It's the PBC on FS1.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
There's Robert Guerrero, trained by his father, Ruben. Omar Figueroa back in the ring after a nearly 19-month layoff. Said he fractured both of his hands probably about 6 to 7 times. He needed the time off to get them completely healed.
Guerrero's using a good jab at this point. He's landed with it, but he's also using it as a decoy to bring Omar out of position so he can bring that left hand underneath.
There's a body shot there by Guerrero.
Guerrero's a good body puncher. I think people underestimate that a lot about him.
Now here goes Figueroa. To Guerrero. This is the fight Figueroa wants on the inside. There's an uppercut. He backs Guerrero to the ropes.
Volume will throw you down.
What a change in this fight. And Omar Figueroa Jr. all of a sudden has turned it on.
And Robert is fighting this fight.
He sure is right in front of him. He's going to go toe to toe. Here's an uppercut by Figueroa Jr. Double uppercut. Now he's going to go and in trouble.
You boys are fighting in the phone booth.
Under a minute here in round 2.
Guerrero keeps raising his head up. This is why he's getting caught with Omar's on punches. He needs to stay down low on his legs and stay down and under, and then come back up with his punch, not his head. See, he's coming back up with his head, and he's leaving it wide open on the plate. Omar to take a bite off that steak.
Number of uppercuts by Figueroa.
Body language not looking good here.
It's not looking good at all.
Final second. In the first round, and then comes out in the second round, just turns up the heat.
I told you he usually takes the first 2 rounds off, and then he comes on strong, and that's exactly what he did. He took the first round off and came on hard in the second round.
And he forced Robert into his fight immediately.
Here's the first knockdown. This is where he wanted. Look at that uppercut.
Guerrero never sees the punch. He never saw the punch. He stayed there in that one spot too long. He never shifted over, so he got caught with the punch. The same thing on the opposite side coming up. He's not, doesn't even have his eyes on Omar right now. He doesn't see anything, but Omar's got his eyes right on the target. There we go.
And here comes the last knockdown, and the doctor wants to take a look at Robert Guerrero. Keep in mind we're under the unified rules of boxing. There is no 3 knockdown rule.
This kind of fight, he's losing sight of Figueroa's hands. Again, if you watch his eyes, he's got his eyes off of Figueroa's hands, so he's susceptible to the shots that's underneath.
And here comes Figueroa now with the uppercuts off the roof.
He's standing right there for target practice.
I think he should take a step back.
He needs to take a step over. You're right, champ. He needs to take a step over. He's stationary. This is Omar's fight. He cannot, Dan, because he's not looking at what Omar is doing. He's got his eyes in the directions opposite of where he should be. So he doesn't see the punches coming.
That's Omar's fight right there on the inside. You can throw the short body shots and short uppercuts.
And he's like,
he stops Robert the Ghost Guerrero. Away from the ring for nearly 19 months, Figueroa Jr. stopped Robert Guerrero, who has now lost 3 straight fights. Joel Diaz, his trainer, gives him the congratulations. I would say those hands are perfectly fine.
No doubt about it.
What a performance by Omar Figueroa Jr. First fight back in about 19 months. Said he was at 190 pounds back in January from just enjoying himself. wanted to make this stop at welterweight, but he said, listen, after this fight, I'm going down to 140. I can't be a lightweight champion and not be a champion at 140 as well.
Well, it remains to be seen. I mean, he just beat a top welterweight here. Sure, Robert has lost his last 4 fights, but he's still somebody that you have to get through in order to prove that you belong in the division. So time remains to see if he's going to go back to 140, but an outstanding performance.
Well, when we come back, we'll get the official time of this stoppage. Omar Figueroa Jr. with those uppercuts stops the Ghost. It's the PBC here on FS1.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
As Omar Figueroa Jr. making his ring return after 19 months, and oh, what a return it was. As he stops Robert the Ghost Guerrero, drops him 5 times. This is round 2. It was a couple of knockdowns there. And then, of course, in the corner, and then that was the 3rd one there in that round. Round 3. Again in the corner, again the uppercut. Watch that right hand in the left, the body shot. Now Omar Figueroa Jr., man, he's a ghost buster. How about that? Right. Throwing 185 punches, landed nearly 50% of his punches as he gets the stoppage. There's the family, there's the wife and kids. Listen, his younger brother is fighting a little bit later on tonight. You can watch that fight on FS1. But what a successful return for Omar Figueroa Jr. Let's get the official time of the stoppage. Here's Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes 1 minute 34 seconds of the 3rd round. Referee in charge. Ron Lipton waves off the block for your winner by technical knockout and still undefeated, Omar Panterita Figueroa Jr.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Now, when they weighed in today, you see that Leo Santa Cruz went up a bit more than Abner Mares, so he'll have a little bit of an edge there. The other physical edge that Leo Santa Cruz is definitely going to try to use in this fight is his height and reach advantage. It helped him in the latter stages of the first fight. And speaking of the first fight, we thought we would go back and take a look at some of the numbers from that first fight, the show stat numbers to demonstrate what happened. Santa Cruz won the battle of the numbers, and that's part of the reason why he won the fight. Embedded in that 373 punches landed, 31 punches per round for Santa Cruz. That's 16 over the average number of punches landed by featherweights. And the other number of note, 219 landed by Mares. That's the most power punches he has landed ever in a fight.
It is a rivalry born out of mutual respect. It's time for the rematch between Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares with the official ring introductions. Here is the inimitable Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Staples Center as Premier Boxing Champions presents the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by Ringstar Sports in association with TGB Promotions and Showtime. Sponsored by Corona Extra, La Cerveza Más Fina, and Casa Noble Tequila, the Noble Pursuit. This bout is sanctioned by the WBA, the President Gilberto Roberto Jesus Mendoza. The supervisor is Robert Mack. Along with the California State Athletic Commission, the chairman is John Carvelli, executive officer Andy Foster. Introducing to you our judges scoring from ringside. From San Francisco, California, Renante Danseco. From Rivervale, New Jersey, Steve Weisfeld. And from East Los Angeles, California, Zachary Young. Introducing our third man of the ring, the referee in charge of the action, we have Thomas Taylor. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the undisputed featherweight championship of the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from Staples Center in Los Angeles, it's showtime! Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing white trunks with gold trim, fighting out of Los Angeles by way of Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. He weighed in at 125 3/4 pounds. His record 31 wins, 2 losses and 1 draw, with 15 wins coming by way of knockout tonight in his 11th world title appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the sensational 3-weight division champion of the world, introducing Abner and his opponent across the ring on my left, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing gold trunks with black trim, also fighting out of Los Angeles, he by way of Michoacan, Mexico. He weighed in at 125 1/2 pounds. His record 34 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw, with 19 wins coming by way of knockout tonight in his 15th world title appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the renowned 3-weight division champion of the world, introducing Leo El Terremoto Santa Cruz. And once again, here's our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Thomas Taylor.
Right here, Leo. Exchange flags. Got flags? All right, gentlemen. I gave your instructions in the dressing room. Belt line's good here, belt line's good here. Protect yourselves at all times and listen to my commands. Touch them up. Back to your corner, gentlemen.
One of the best young referees in the sport, Thomas Taylor, will oversee the proceedings in this featherweight title fight. Leo Santa Cruz looking to solidify his standing as the top dog at 126. And Abner would like to become a champion again at featherweight. The bell and round 1, Leo Santa Cruz in gold with black, Abner in white with gold. Their first fight was hotter than Los Angeles asphalt. We are now embarking on the road to a repeat or revenge. This is round 13.
And in the first fight, Abner rushed out, went right after Leo Santa Cruz and probably won the first round or 2, but he felt like he burnt out and he smothered his punches. We don't see him doing that here in this fight.
Well, there is no feeling out process between these two Mexican-American warriors, and already a volcanic eruption from the crowd here in Los Angeles as bragging rights for the Southland are at stake.
A couple of good shots landed by Santa Cruz, landed a couple of good left hooks early.
Both of them landing inside.
Nice uppercut by Abner Mares. Mares wants to be a different fighter. When he is the disciplined boxer puncher, Abner Mares is much better than Abner Mares the brawler with wide punches. And the jab is vital for Mares.
And Mares using the jab to close the gap. And there's a double jab from Santa Cruz. And Santa Cruz utilized used long-range boxing with that high-output offense. A mix was the key to success in their first fight out.
Yeah, very much so. And Mares wants to be a boxer puncher, but he still has to get on the inside where he can land those body punches like that.
And Paulie, we saw those different wrinkles to Leo Santa Cruz's game in the rematch against Carl Frampton as things heat up here in round one.
Yeah, at a distance, Santa Cruz was very effective against Frampton in that rematch. I don't know if Mares is going to allow him to be that effective, or give him that comfort zone at the outside. Mares does jab with you.
Scintillating stuff to begin proceedings here in the rematch, where these two have started from where they left off, Alan. What was a action-packed round 12 of their first fight.
And they both said this would be a feeling out round, so not quite.
Well, like Paulie Malignaggi tells us many times, don't believe what the fighters tell us in those fighter meetings.
True.
Final 30 seconds of the opening round as Santa Cruz looking to utilize that reach advantage, wanting to mark up the face of Mares with that pull cue jab. Double pumping, but Mares coming inside with the right uppercut and another fierce exchange.
Mares has found a home for the right hand in several areas, so that's good for him.
Yeah, very crafty there by Mares.
These two warriors popping punches like some of us like to pop bubble wrap. What an opening round!
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
We will look at the keys to victory, starting with Leo Santa Cruz. Controlling the distance, he did that in round one. Wants to stay on the outside. When Mares does get on the inside, he wants to use good pivots to get away from Mares and stay off the ropes. And the right hand, which he landed several times in that first round, is a big weapon for him. As for Abner Mares, he's got to jab his way inside. Now, he landed the jab in round one, but didn't work his way inside. They want less volume, more accuracy from him. And the double left hook, I think, is a big key for him because he wants to throw it to the body, but then to the head.
Mares calls that left hook his money maker. The bell and round number 2. According to ShowStats, Santa Cruz and Mares rank in the top 10 in 3 key statistical categories amongst all active boxers across weight divisions out. Average total punches landed per round, average power punches thrown per round, and average power punches landed per round. All that means is we are in for featherweight fuego.
They're very active fighters, both of them, especially Leo Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz utilizing his jab effectively, Paulie, here at the beginning of round 2.
Yeah, I think the lead hand is going to be necessary for both guys. Santa Cruz can establish it. Obviously, gets Mares backing up and can land the follow-ups. But when Mares is jabbing with Santa Cruz, he's able to stop that momentum and actually set up his own combination. So again, another battle of lead hands, sort of like that first fight, but of course in a different fashion. This is maybe a little bit more exciting.
Two of the best fan-friendly fighters in the sport as action picks up here in the second round, and 2 quality ambassadors for the sport.
Mares is throwing his right hand in a much more, nice right by Santa Cruz. Mares is throwing his right hand much straighter than he did in the first fight.
What an exchange here in the second round, and finally a momentary lull in the action that allows this crowd to show its approbation for these 2 pugilistic warriors.
Mares has to be careful on the out. He's going straight back, and a lot of times Santa Cruz is catching him with that right hand on the end. I don't know if it's going to hurt him, but it's going to be scoring shots, and they're conclusive shots.
Exactly.
I mean, they clearly are scoring.
Santa Cruz trying to establish the jab. Mares wanting to navigate that minefield and close the gap. Neither known really for their potent power. Mares told us as much. But Santa Cruz, 19 of his 34 victories have come inside the distance. 15 of Mares' 31 wins have come via form of knockout with less than a minute remaining in round 2.
Santa Cruz a little more economical with his punches in this fight, but landing at a good percentage.
Right uppercut on the inside by Morrell, and Morrell seemingly getting the better of these exchanges in close, Paulie.
I think at close range, Morrell may have an advantage with the shorter arms. And also, he picks his spots well. He picks, you know, Santa Cruz does steal on him on the outside, but Morrell picks his spots well to kind of just be a sniper in there and take those opportunities.
And these are close rounds right from the get-go. I don't envy the judges in this fight.
What does it say about Abner Morrell's character and his mental to successfully come back from a devastating first-round knockout loss against Johnny Gonzalez to once again not only become a champion, but here, vie in the main event at Staples Center, Los Angeles, one more time.
That was a good round, I see. Let's keep doing that, all right? That was a good, very, very good round. Very smart. Breathe. Bien. Así, ¿cómo se siente? Okay, that was a good round. Este round estuvo bueno. In and out, side to side, you beat him to the punch, you step around him. After you throw, he's going to throw back. Look, wait.
You're fine. You're fine in this. So far, it's good.
Keep throwing that one. And keep moving side to side.
Don't let him hug you. Don't let him hug you.
It's over.
The bell and round number 3, the 126-pound titleist Leo Santa Cruz, who ranks in the top 3 in average total punches thrown per round, one of only 3 active fighters to average 80 or more punches, along with Roman Gonzalez and Francisco Vargas.
And they're both throwing about 80 punches around so far in this fight.
Nice sweeping left hook upstairs by Santa Cruz. He leads with another left hook on Morrell.
And there's that modest jab again. They don't know, the jab doesn't always have to land, but it just is for position.
Counter shot by Santa Cruz.
It's a good jab by Santa Cruz as Modest tried to escape.
And there's Santa Cruz lighting up Morrell with a 1-2 combination. But Morrell coming in and landing a left of his own. Throwing all caution to the wind. Morrell, a gutsy warrior. As both of these two proving that, well, they are what they say they are, Albertstein.
to paraphrase. You know, Morrell is landing some left hooks to the body, but not doubling at that punch, and I think that's something he's going to want to do in this fight. Both men are doing some excellent work in this match.
Who does this pace? Who does the advantage belong to, Paulie, at this pace through the first 2+ rounds?
You know, it's not as crazy of a pace as you think because they're taking their spots and they jump in and exchange. They take their spots. My concern here is I want to see who makes the adjustment because they're both giving each other the same exact look throughout. They're both not using any feints. It's like they're just calm before the storm. They take a break like right here. Nobody feints. Nobody's anything. And they both just rush in.
And there's Santa Cruz landing a left hook.
And then they both go back, take a little break, and then they both just rush in again. So I want to see if somebody starts changing their look, gives a couple of feints, changes the routine a little bit. You see Santa Cruz is trying to give some head movement there. He's attempting something. I want to see who somebody just changes the recipe a little bit.
Catapult right hand by Morrell closes the gap. Less than a minute left in the 3rd round.
Oh, good counter uppercut there by Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz has an excellent uppercut and wants to use it tonight. I think this has been the best round for any one fighter in the fight, and it's been for Santa Cruz.
And Morrell's mixing it up on the inside. Santa Cruz missing with some of those looping shots. Misses with the right cross. And as we come to the end of round 3, already 470 total punches thrown.
I don't think we've had one clinch yet, but that's an indication Morrell's not working on the inside much.
It's already a barn burner. Chapter 2 of the Battle of Los Angeles.
Leo Santa Cruz, I thought, had a pretty good round 3, and Mara's got work done, make no mistake about it. That's the uppercut. That's a weapon from Santa Cruz. And you see him landing a combination there. Leo Santa Cruz hardly ever throws one punch at a time. Now, later in the round, I think we're probably going to see an overhand right here by Maras. Yes, he's found a home for that right hand, and it has landed on many occasions. And I think that's going to be one of his tickets in this fight.
Vamos bien, Abner.
The 4th round, scheduled for 12. Featherweight championship match between Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares. Santa Cruz recently opening a new auto body shop. Not a lot of body work thus far in this fight, though, Alan. And when it comes to Leo Santa Cruz, he does love to just utilize that region and attack the head, but can go to the body as well. Both of these guys, being Mexican-American warriors, can do.
They're both good body punches. Mares is, we think of it more for this fight, and he's going to have to, for sure, do that, but Santa Cruz as well.
Fierce exchange on the inside.
A lot of times it's hard to figure out who's winning the exchange.
Absolutely.
Not a lot lands clean, so it's like you have to see who's stealing on the other guy.
You have to be very careful. And there you look at the total punches thrown and landed. Both men working very hard here in this fight.
I'll tell you, it's a lot harder to figure out what's landing clean.
Oh, very much, yeah. This is not easy.
Even those stats can be deceiving.
Yeah, it's hard to tell in this fight. You have to really, and the judges will have to pay attention.
Double jab, right hand over the top, down the middle by Abner Mares. Again, Mares attacking the body, but then clinching with the taller Santa Cruz.
Leo Santa Cruz, you know, he's a good defensive fighter. It's not that he's a bad defensive fighter by any stretch, even though he's an action fighter. And even those body shots, partially blocked by Santa Cruz.
And again, Mares leading the attack, going to the body, but then eating a punch or two from Santa Cruz as well.
There's a clinch. We're talking about how it
finally, yeah.
There have been a couple.
Mares is not working on the inside. He's content to stay on the outside. I'm not sure he can win this fight 100% there.
Santa Cruz just missed with a right uppercut.
But I don't mind Mares trying that approach. Picking his spots, landing a combination, and then clinching to prevent Santa Cruz from bringing back his own shots. Because when Mares tries to escape, he goes straight back and gets hit on the out. So as opposed to stepping straight back after the combination, you probably prefer Mares to stay in and smother.
Right. But I think he should work on the inside.
45 seconds left in the 4th round. Mares beating Santa Cruz to the jab. Mares utilizing his defense, bobbing and weaving, lateral movement. Santa Cruz, the peekaboo guard. Santa Cruz looking for the counterattack on Mares, and then just lands that sweeping left hook upstairs with 15 seconds left in the 4th. Good stuff through 4 rounds as they exchange punches leading up to the final bell of the frame.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Mares stepping in, trying to work the body, and there he does work the body very effectively, but has to worry about the counterpunching of Santa Cruz. Now, that was a very effective sequence for Abner Mares. And that was an example of good work on the inside.
You got to keep with the 1-2, with the 1-2. He's trying to come in and then hold you. Don't open up. Don't open up. You don't need to. You can beat him. Just with that jab. You're more intelligent than him. Do your fight. Do your fight.
The bell in round number 5, there have been hundreds of outstanding fights here in Los Angeles. Promoter Tom Brown compares this to the classic featherweight showdown between Bobby Chacon and Danny Lopez at the Sports Arena back in May of '74. Both went on to become 126-pound champions, and this rivalry continues to cook here in round 5.
We heard Jose telling his son to stay on the outside, use the jab, and that's exactly what he's doing, mixing in the right hands and keeping Abner Mares on the end of his punches.
And Santa Cruz having success from long range.
Yeah, good start to this round for Santa Cruz so far. See, Mares stalking, he's looking for that entrance.
And Mares won't knock, Paulie. He'll try to bash that door down.
Yeah.
I think, though, that Mares, he's thrown a lot of jabs, 177 jabs, but I don't think he's committing to that punch to double it and work on the inside after that punch.
I think both these guys use the jab more so in a way to set up the combination and start the combination. And they don't use it on its own a lot of times just to dictate the distance and dictate what
and I think that's a mistake for Mares, because that's what Robert Garcia wanted him to do.
So many different ways you can use the jab, but it seems like these guys are both using it for one situation only, and that's to enter the pocket to throw the combination.
A minute and a half remaining in the 5th round. Santa Cruz lands the jab. Mares lands the counter right hand and then eats a right hand from Santa Cruz. Wanting to collect data, trying to time and disrupt the rhythm of Leo Santa Cruz. A minute left here in round number 5. And Mares parried that 1-2 combination attempt by Santa Cruz.
They had many clashes of heads in the first fight, and both men were caught. We've not seen any of that in this fight because they've been at long range more. This round has been controlled and dominated by Santa Cruz.
And throughout his career, Mares has been a walking blood donor clinic because of those cuts that he's accrued. 30 seconds left in the 5th round. Mares swarming Santa Cruz. Final 15 seconds of the 5th. Mares not as active offensively in this round. And again, it's because I think Santa Cruz been able to utilize that reach in boxing of Mares with a looping left hook.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Of course, these 2 Triple Crown champions we saw justify win the Triple Crown earlier today. 2 thoroughbreds at featherweight going at it here in round number 6.
You just did Sports Center.
It was always a dream.
That was good.
You know what's good, Al, is watching Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares in this rematch here at Staples Center. And here in round 6, what has impressed you the most from Leo Santa Cruz, Al? And Mares putting the leather on him.
The last 2 rounds, he has really controlled the distance and has used his jab and straight right hand as his father recommended.
Paulie, what do you like from Abner Mares thus far?
I like that when he picks his spots, but he just has to pick a bit more of them. In the rounds that he's losing, he's not picking enough spots to try to force his way inside. See, right here on the inside, he does some good work in there. With some nice combinations, doubles up on the hook, uses the uppercut. But then sometimes he goes into these walls on the outside. I think at times he's trying to draw Santa Cruz into giving up his height. Santa Cruz does a pretty good job of not doing that, though. So
when he's on the inside, Abner Mares is not working like he should.
Maybe he's not doing enough damage, but he's getting a lot of the better of the exchanges when he does get inside. I think, again, the initiation of the clinch is more to prevent Santa Cruz from winning the exchange. If he get off, sort of in a...
Oh, good counter left hook by Santa Cruz. Mares wanting to work the body, but again, putting himself at risk in order to close the distance out.
using a lot of lateral movement and not, if you're going to use the jab to work your way in, you're going to have to set yourself, use the double jab, then move in.
Beautiful jab from Santa Cruz that pops Mares' head back. But all that does is get Mares into the thick of this exchange.
And again, I was saying before, nobody's changing the look and nobody's using feints. I think it's more important for Mares to really use those feints and whatnot, because he's got to be more creative to try to close that distance, because Santa Cruz can sit back at this distance. Right. It's up to Mares to close the gap in a safe way.
Leo Santa Cruz avenging his lone loss against Carl Frampton in what has been two terrific battles. Here he is in the second fight against Abner Mares. Mares tasting defeat just twice in his career. Once against Gonzalez, as we mentioned earlier, and of course in their first meeting here in Los Angeles against Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz is not allowing Mares to land the counter punches. He's using his height and reach well and getting out of these exchanges before Mares can land a counter punch.
Nice right hand lands for Santa Cruz over the top.
And again, that was on the exit of Mares. Mares has to be careful with that.
Mares going over the top, but then countered by Santa Cruz with the right hand. We are at the midpoint of this 12-round featherweight championship fight between Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares.
Leo Santa Cruz has a very fine left hook, and even at this range, when they exchange punches, Santa Cruz can still do a good job. He's one of those tall fighters who can fight on the inside or the outside, and that was a mid-range exchange in which he landed a very good left hook.
Mira, tíreme el 1-2-1 y un pasito para el lado para que le conteste la derecha.
1-2-1 and then keep throwing.
Y bájese luego, ¿ok? No te levantes, no te jales.
Do not go up.
Vamos, ¿cómo sientes? Bien.
You're feeling good? You're feeling good? Jab, jab. And you keep moving that left. Head.
Let's go. Let's go. More. 7.
Round number 7. Leo Santa Cruz started boxing at the age of 8. Following in the footsteps of his 2 older brothers, would love an opportunity to avenge an amateur loss to Gary Russell Jr., another fighter with a claim to a 126-pound title. Abner Mares started training when he was 9, had over 120 amateur fights. As we bring in our unofficial scorer, Steve Farhood, how do you have it after 6 rounds?
Mo, I have it 58-56 Santa Cruz. The first couple of rounds, there were a lot of heavy exchanges, and I thought Mares got the better of them. Since then, Santa Cruz picking, sharpshooting, and doing something that's very difficult for fighters to do. He's coming forward, but he's keeping the desired distance while coming forward. And Mares, I think, has to get inside to win some of these rounds. So 4-2, Santa Cruz.
Mares got inside there with a good combination.
Yes.
And Santa Cruz sticks the effective jab.
You know, so the Garcia corner.
Another jab by Santa Cruz.
Telling Mares to work your way inside, jab, jab, work your way inside. But I just think it's got to be a bit more creativity. I don't think it's that simple to just push your way in.
Yeah,
Santa Cruz is going to meet you with shots.
I agree with you, but he hasn't really tried that yet. You know, he hasn't committed to the jab. Double it up and walk inside.
Big gap in terms of the connect.
Yeah, Santa Cruz from the outside, he's landing at a decent percentage, and Abner Mares is having an issue.
And Santa Cruz becoming effective with his stick.
Right hand by Santa Cruz there.
And Mares with a looping left hook that nothing but air. Nice exchange in the inside. Another triple, quadruple jab by Leo Santa Cruz, but Mares trying to come inside and needs another shot with less than a minute remaining in the 7th.
Sharp jab by Santa Cruz there. And that will discourage you. That will discourage you. I think Mares trying to come in.
Santa Cruz scored with a effective 1-2 combination as well. 45 seconds left in the round. Mares beginning to get tagged by Leo Santa Cruz upstairs with those 1-2. Basic but highly effective stuff from Leo Santa Cruz. And Mares now shoots shining before landing a sweeping right hand upstairs.
And the right hand, which Mares was landing so effectively early in the fight, that was the first good one he's landed in a while.
Neil, get the punches up. Pull your arm up.
Nice exchange to close out round 7 here at the Staples Center in Los Angeles.
You got to keep boxing him now. Now use your boxing skills. Now you're boxing. We're winning the fight, so now you start boxing.
At the end of the round, it wasn't boxing, it was exchanges. But at that point, a huge margin had already built up by Santa Cruz, and he was still winning these exchanges even on the inside. They were having some exciting exchanges, but for the most part, nice right hand by Mares, but for the most part, it was Santa Cruz landing punches.
It is a featherweight fiesta here on a Saturday night. Convivial atmosphere at Staples Center in Los Angeles. 8th round between Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares. In fact, it's actually round 20 between these two gladiators.
And in the last round, Santa Cruz threw 108 punches, according to show stats, and landed 43. That's his high in both those categories. And things are really heating up here now because Mares senses the urgency. He's really trying to walk Santa Cruz down in this round. Let's see if he can do it. And their records past 7, both very experienced at going a long way.
Paulie, how can Mares do a better job of defending that effective 1-2 combination upstairs by Santa Cruz? And I guess doing what he's doing now would be great, but he continually gets tagged upstairs with that 1-2.
Yeah, he's got to get underneath the number 1, and number 2, he's got to not go straight back. Because a lot of times he's not just getting tagged with it with the 1-2, he's getting tagged with the 1-2 when he went on his way out from throwing in a combination. So his exit has to be a little bit smarter.
An exchange there. We talk about cuts in the past, and it looks like Leo Santa Cruz has been cut, I believe, around the left eye.
Yeah, probably. I'm guessing for a clash of heads, though we don't know that for sure. And of course, it'll be up to the referee to rule on that.
And the last time Leo Santa Cruz was cut, guess when? Yeah. August 2015 against Abner Mares, but that was over the right eye due to a head clash in the 3rd round.
And why did all that happen? Because Mares is pushing the action and getting on the inside. Now, I'm not saying he's supposed to, the clashes of heads is how you're supposed to win, but the fact that that's a fight. That's what he needs. He needs a fight. And he needs to be in here right there and work.
Santa Cruz, though, digging away to the body on the inside. Under a minute left in the 8th frame. Lead right hand connects upstairs for Santa Cruz. Mares swarming Santa Cruz, but smothering his offense. Now trying to create some separation, but Santa Cruz trying to wrestle his way back to the center of the ring.
I don't know if Abner Mares is winning this round, but it's the first one in a while in which he has tried to impose his will and work on the inside.
He's trying to at least be a bully in there.
Right, he's doing that, you know.
Mares showcasing his hand speed, but not landing a lot of those punches. 15 seconds left in the 8th round.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
We believe it was a clash of heads that caused the cut. Whether the referees ruled it, we'll find out. But there's Mares trying to land on the inside, and Mares comes in. They bang heads, and that is where we believe the blood started to flow for Leo Santa Cruz. We'll take another look, and this angle will be even better as they come in. There's the clash of heads, and you see some red starting there. Great replay by our talented folks in the truck, and on top of that, he dabs at the eye. Further proof. I'm an investigative reporter. When I see those things, I know it, Paulie.
Yeah, it dripped right on the back of Abner, actually.
Ramon Morales, the cut man for Leo Santa Cruz, earning his keep.
If, in fact, we'll check on whether the referee ruled it. I believe he did. That means if this fight were stopped because of that cut at this juncture, they would go to the scorecards.
Leo Santa Cruz waiting the birth of his third child later this year. Abner Mares has taken on a heightened social advocacy role. He refers to his neighbors as family. And again, both of these two high-level warriors, two of the best representatives of the sport of boxing, and putting it all on the line again here tonight. Now into round number 9.
Amen to what you just said. If Abner Mares is going to win this fight, he's going to have to win it right here. He's going to have to be busy. He's going to have to throw the body. He's going to have to double with that left hook. And, you know, it seems, and of course Steve Forward is scoring it that way, and we kind of see it that way whether the judges do or not. There's just been a long stretch with Santa Cruz using his height and his reach and his boxing ability to control rounds.
Leo Santa Cruz leaking like political documents due to the accidental clash of heads. 1:45 left in the 9th, and Mares again utilizing that hand speed, trying to disrupt Santa Cruz and trying to score, Paulie.
Yeah, he's got to be a bit more creative getting inside. Just to forcing your way inside, you're going to have to go through punches. And Leo's going to answer you with punches, too. So it's you want to be there. There's
a long-range right hand that scored.
Again, on the outside. He's trying to sneak in punches and get back out, but he's getting back out, just going straight back, and Santa Cruz meets him with shots.
And we've been told that the referee ruled it a punch, so apparently he didn't see that clash of heads. So that means that should that cut cause this fight to stop, Santa Cruz would lose. So there's high stakes here with that cut, but they've done a good job with it.
Adding to the drama of this rematch.
You can't tell with these kind of exchanges what's landing ahead.
No, it's true, right.
Sometimes you can tell, but not in this kind of fight. It's really much more difficult.
Absolutely.
Try doing play-by-play, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. And you're the best at that.
Yeah, right.
And we have the luxury of the slow motions to look at it. But
and now Mares just coming inside, and there's the exchange. Beautiful stuff to the body, and Mares landing upstairs. And again, Mares getting the better of the exchange on the inside.
He is right now, and has during this round and a little bit of the last round. So,
and that's the geography he wants to be at.
Absolutely. And Leo Santa Cruz has been a little more willing to allow that to happen, though some of it's been made to happen by Mares.
And again, Santa Cruz, a sharp jab to Mares. Wow. We headed to round 10. Fantastic stuff in this featherweight rematch.
Look at these punches. How do you know what's landing? It's crazy. Like, how do the comedy box know what's landing? It's crazy.
It's a hard job.
Yeah, man. Especially in a fight like this.
That was a better round. That was a better round. Much better, much better. But I still want to see more pressure. I still want to see more pressure. You're quicker than him. Let's go. There's 3 rounds left. Go inside. Come on, Abner. Put the body inside. I want to see combination, and I want to see the jab. Okay, you got to throw the left hook. Let's go. If you throw the left hook, you can knock him out. We're okay, but you got to keep throwing the left hook. Move the waist.
When he says move the waist, he means pronate that punch and get leverage on it.
I love the enthusiasm of the Santa Cruz corner where you throw a left hook, you knock him out, but I don't think anybody's getting knocked out this fight.
No, I agree. This is round number 10. Leo Santa Cruz has an 11th round knockout on his resume. Abner Mares has no knockouts past the 9th round. And while this crowd may have shown its disdain for our opening championship fight where Jermell Charlo recorded a majority decision against Austin Trout to retain his 154-pound title, many of them have been on their feet throughout this fight, and this is what they came to see, the Battle of Los Angeles, the sequel between Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares.
And Steve Fard has it tightening up a bit. I have to respectfully disagree with Jose, Leo's dad. I wouldn't be throwing left hooks. I'd be staying outside jabbing and throwing straight right hands. Left hooks open you up to Mares' left hook. That's just me, though.
No, I like that as well. I think distance has favored.
That's just you, a member of 1,000 Hall of Fames. Coming up on the midpoint of the 10th round, and Santa Cruz with a decided edge in headshots landed, and yet Abner Mares yet to go down. Mares has been on the canvas 3 times in his career, was knocked down twice by Johnny Gonzalez in that fateful first round. But again, what does it say, Al, about his recovery?
Yes, 5 years ago, and he has taken himself right back to the pinnacle of the sport. Good work on, to the body by Mares. He landed a really nice left hook a moment or two ago, and there's continuing to work on the inside. Because this round is still there for some of the win.
And Mares attacking the body as he comes in. Final minute of the 10th round. Left hook lands upstairs for Mares on his back foot.
Santa Cruz is not using the jab and right hand as effectively in this round.
And Mares lands a cuffing right hand over the top. "30 seconds left on the clock here in the 10th. But Santa Cruz able to land the jab. And there's a right hand that scores upstairs for Leo Santa Cruz.
And again, right here, you got a chance to change the look. You got a chance to feint. And what's happened? The same thing. So no adjustment. Mares is the one that has to make the adjustment at this point.
We'll find out what kind of adjustments Robert Garcia suggests for Abner Mares as we head into the championship rounds.
We go inside the ropes to show you that there have been a lot of great exchanges in this fight. Both men, when they are battling away on the inside, they have some excellent exchanges with each other. The right hand primarily of Abner Mares has been a very effective weapon for him. And on the inside, Santa Cruz, who's a bigger, taller fighter, can fight on the inside, and they both have done good work there over the course of this fight. And this is some of the more raw action. This is when Santa Cruz is not on the outside boxing as a typical boxer puncher.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
The championship rounds upon us. Leo Santa Cruz, Abner Mares battling for Los Angeles bragging rights and a piece of the 126-pound crown. Gary Russell Jr. with a claim to the title. Oscar Valdez with a claim to the championship, but both Santa Cruz and Mares feel the victor of this fight should be considered the numero uno at 126. The great stuff is, Al, that there's an opportunity to unify.
There is. You know, Mares is 6-1-1 in 12-round fights. Leo Santa Cruz 6-1. They have a lot of experience going this distance, and they work hard in the final rounds. Both men have done this in their 12-round fights.
Santa Cruz again trying to establish the jab. Mares trying to find his way to the inside, attacking the body, then going upstairs. A minute gone in the 11th.
Down there when you guys are tied up, all right? Let go when I say let go, all right? Let's go.
Hey, Santa Cruz is starting to find that left hook.
Yeah, he is.
And that right cross.
So his father maybe did tell him one thing that's good, but I just didn't think he should exchange left hooks. He should do it as a natural outflow of those combinations from the outside.
Couple of left hooks to the liver by Mares. Another left hook by Mares to the body, but it's Santa Cruz. And then Mares still delivering shots to the body while Santa Cruz delivering a stream of left uppercuts on the inside.
This is fun boxing, and the last few rounds have provided us with a lot of action, and before that as well, of course.
You know, Morrell is inducted into the International Boxing Hall of Fame, known for his incredible trilogy with Marco Antonio Guerrero. One of those contests came at 126 pounds. There have been some amazing rivalries in this weight class. Willie Pep and Sandy Sadler, but this is a modern rivalry that continues to burn between Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares with less than a minute left in the 11th round.
Has thrown 9 jabs in this round. That's a mistake. He's getting on the inside, but he would do better if he was jabbing his way on the inside.
Yeah, Mares wants to brawl on the inside, just bully Leo Santa Cruz if he can, trying to shoe-shine him with 20 seconds now left in the 11th round, and the referee getting involved more than he's had to throughout this fight. And again, Mares just lunging in. Final 3 minutes of this rousing rematch is coming up.
This is the last round coming up. This is the last round. Breathe nice and deep. With everything. Don't make the error of getting up. Keep throwing. Nice and short. I don't want you holding. Don't let him hold you. He'll never win the fight if you just box him. Never win the fight. This is the last round. This is the one you gotta win. Just keep the lateral movement. Don't take any risk. Do not take any risk.
The crowd is in fuego. The action has been in fuego. Leo Santa Cruz and Abner Mares with a quick embrace before they try to stop each other in this, the final 3 minutes in the Battle of Los Angeles, Chapter 2, and away they go!
And in the first fight, Abner Mares threw 133 power punches in round 12, the third most ever for show stats. He's trying to do it again here.
Punches in bunches. Santa Cruz and Mares rock 'em, sock 'em here in the 12th and final round. Santa Cruz scoring upstairs, Mares busier, trying to blister the body with an attack, a withering attack, but unable to keep Santa Cruz at bay.
He's going to just try to stay inside.
And he's eating a left hand and another left hand from Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz sneaky with that hook. He steps back as he throws it, so he uses Mares' own momentum against him.
And just enough lateral movement from Santa Cruz to make those lows where Mares isn't on the inside.
And maybe look for Santa Cruz to try to employ a check left hook as Mares comes on the inside. Remember Floyd Mayweather, Ricky Hatton, one of the more quintessential check hooks we've seen.
And Santa Cruz has done a good job with those check hooks tonight.
Yes, he has. There's a sharp jab by Santa Cruz that momentarily stops Abner Mares in his tracks.
The blood's still flowing, but it's obviously not going to be a major factor in this fight. It's unlikely they would stop it at this point.
It's been another blood and guts battle. As advertised, final minute of the final round. Mares trying to brawl with Santa Cruz on the inside. They continue to attack each other at will.
Let him go, man.
Left. Regardless of the outcome, Leo Santa Cruz, Abner Mares solidifying their status as two all-action Mexican-American warriors. And we talk about all the intriguing permutations that can be made. Could we potentially see Chapter 3? What a fight! 2,000 punches combined together. They threw nearly 2,000 punches tonight, Al.
Wow. And the Mares family, you saw them a moment ago, hoping that things can go the way of Abner Mares. We'll see. The last round was action-filled. Both men landing tons of punches. 45 for Santa Cruz, 33 for Mares. And this is why. They were blasting away on the inside. Not everything getting there, but they were laying it all on the line. A lot of these punches not thrown in exact fashion that they'd like, but a nice right hand by Santa Cruz. And later in the round, again, they're working on the inside. This is the territory Mares wanted, but it's a misnomer to think that Santa Cruz can't work on the inside as well. They kept battling right to the end. Heads banging, left hooks landing, and both men showing their grit.
In their first fight, Mares rallied and won the 12th round on 2 scorecards. The only round he won besides the first round in that fight that was scored 117, 111 on 2 scorecards, and 114, 114. The majority decision win for Leo Santa Cruz. Will history repeat itself tonight?
Both men threw and landed more punches. Now, let's take a look at the first fight. This is revealing. In the first fight, Santa Cruz ended up landing 373 punches of 1,054. In the second fight, according to show stats, 226 of 977 for Mares. Now we flip to tonight. It's almost an exact replica. 357 for Cruz, 208 for Mares. The numbers that they threw were very similar. I mean, literally a replay of the first fight.
So will it be a repeat or will it be redemption? Let's go to the one and only Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, the judges are in agreement. We have a unanimous decision, and here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Renante Don Seco scores about 115 to 113. Judge at ringside, Steve Weisfeld, sees it 116 to 112. And Zachary Young scores it 117 to 111 in favor of the winner of the Battle of Los Angeles. He is the winner of the WBC Diamond Belt. He is now the undisputed WBA featherweight champion of the world, Leo.
To the delight of the Santa Cruz family, and it is all about La Familia for Leo Santa Cruz, who scores another victory over the always game, the valiant Abner.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
It is fight night on Fright Night. Let's do the time warp again. Fans are back and in masks on this most unique Halloween night. 12-year pro Diego Magdaleno turned 34 earlier this week, coming off a career-saving victory over Austin Dulé in February. Meanwhile, the 22-year-old Cruz has gone 14-0-1 with 11 knockouts since his only pro loss in his 6th pro fight. In February of this year, he looked good, defeating Thomas Matisse by decision on Showbox. Well, Magdaleno started boxing when he was 8, had 130 amateur fights, including wins against Mikey, Garcia, and Saddam Ali. And, well, he has come up short in his most high-profile fights to date, dropping title belts to Terry Flanagan and Roman Martinez, in addition to a 2019 TKO loss against current lightweight champion Teofimo Lopez. But Magdaleno saved his career in his last fight, and he is here ready to show he has a lot left in his proverbial tank. Cruz started boxing when he was 8. He reportedly had 85 amateur fights, turned pro at 16. And yes, just 22 years old, has already had 21 pro bouts. His father and trainer, Isak Sr., his 2 uncles, and grandfather also boxed. In fact, his grandpa Guillermo was one of the few to beat Hall of Famer Pepino Cuevas in May of 1973.
Take a look at the numbers, the tail of the tape for this fight, and one of the key numbers to zero in on is the age of Magdaleno. Morrell mentioned that at 34 he thinks he has something more to offer, but how much did that loss to Teofimo Lopez take out of him? We're going to find out tonight.
And the rules for our fights tonight: no standing 8 count, no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. If an accidental foul or headbutt causes a fight to end within 4 rounds, it's a no decision. After 4, they go to the scorecards for a technical decision. It's time for the official introductions. Here's Hall of Fame ring announcer Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you and welcome to the Alamo Dome here in the beautiful city of San Antonio, Texas. Premier Boxing Champions presents our big night of action coming away, and it's all brought to you by Mayweather Promotions, TGB Promotions, GTD Promotions, Santa Cruz Boxing Club, and Showtime. Sponsored by Proper Number 12 Irish Whiskey, the finest, the tastiest, the smoothest liquid gold in the world. And O'Reilly Auto Parts. Order your parts online at O'ReillyAuto.com and get free curbside pickup. This bout of the ring is sanctioned by the IBF. The president is Daryl Peoples. Introducing at this time our judges, all from the state of Texas: Joel Elizondo, Ellis Johnson, and Rafael Ramos. Introducing our third man of the ring, the referee in charge of the action, Mark Calloway. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing scheduled for an IBF Lightweight World Title Eliminator. Introducing you first on my left, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks with silver trim, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada. He weighed in at 134 3/4 pounds. His record stands at 32 wins, 3 losses, with 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the former world title challenger and veteran standout contender, introducing Diego Tu Fuego Magdaleno. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, hailing from Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico. He weighed in at a trim ready 132 pounds. His record stands at 19 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw, with 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked the IBF number 6 lightweight world contender and known as Mini Tyson, introducing Isaac Pitbull Cruz. Once again, referee in charge, Mark Calloway, now to give instructions.
Okay, gentlemen, we've already gone over the rules of the dressing room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. Escúchame todo el tiempo, okay? Aquí, golpes aquí para arriba está bien. Golpes, these are a little high. Golpes right here, para arriba está bien, okay? Choque en guantes, buena suerte.
Con inteligencia, papá.
Referee Mark Calloway, a 13-year veteran working his 294th professional bout, kicking off this 4-fight fiesta on pay-per-view from the Alamo Dome. Isaac Cruz in the black and gold trunks. Diego Magdaleno, red with silver trim. And boy, that name, Diego Tu Fuego Magdaleno, rolls right off the tongue. He's hoping these punches will roll right off his body.
And this is exactly where we thought this match would be. Cruz throws 68 punches.
Definitely not in Cruz control as he sends Magdaleno down to the canvas.
6, 7, 8.
Diego sat there too comfortable. He was taking too much shots. He had to move.
And in just the opening 30 seconds of the first round, Magdaleno goes down to the canvas for the 11th time in his career. And we have fistic fireworks to kick off this 4-fight fiesta. It's all Isaac Cruz. Tonight.
You got him? You got it down?
A scary stoppage to kick off Halloween night at the Alamo Dome. Isaac Cruz with his 15th knockout. Incredible stuff on display this evening, Al.
Yeah, very, for this young man, who many people believe at age 22, already a 6-year veteran, is special. And for Diego Magdaleno, if this is the end of his career, a tough ending, at 34, he's hoping to show a lot more than this tonight. Hopefully he's going to be fine and they'll take good care of him. That was Bones Adams in his first fight with Magdaleno as his trainer, and this did not go the way they planned, of course. As for Cruz at 22, he's a 6-year veteran, and he showed why he is a diminutive lightweight, but I'll tell you what, he's got power, and man, can he throw punches to the body.
Abner?
Well, I mean, I was really looking forward to see what Diego was, going to bring in with having Adams in his corner. But unfortunately, not unfortunately, it happens. Isaac Cruz, he's the younger fighter, the shorter fighter. I thought he was gonna. Well, he did what he had to do. He had to go in there and throw bombs, and that's what he did. And what a performance from Isaac Cruz. I was impressed.
Only 22 years of age, records his 20th victory, is now 15-0-1 since his lone defeat.
Take a look at the first knockdown. This came so quick out of the gate. Magdaleno got to a place you don't want to be against Cruz on the ropes. Cruz is very good at mixing his attack to the body and the head. Normally he lands half his punches to the body. That was the beautiful uppercut that sent Magdaleno down. And Magdaleno, as you pointed out, Morrell, has been down many times in his career. So you get the feeling still at this point, he could get himself back together and maybe still make things work. But, we take a look at it again, the first knockdown, and you'll see how it happened. Working from a good distance, Abner.
It was the first round. I think Diego got too comfortable. He said, you know what, I'm going to feel this punch. I'm going to take his punches and see what this kid has. But unfortunately, he had power and took Diego out.
Yeah, that was the first knockdown, and then here is where we'll see the end of the fight. The body work, and again, the uppercut of Cruz. I thought Magdaleno's uppercut was going to be a weapon in this fight. Turned out Cruz's was much more effective, and he sent Magdaleno down, and that was that.
Well, that's a punch you throw right when you work the body, especially to the side. You make that opening now, and that's what he threw, the uppercut, and it was there. Beautiful punch.
Isaac Cruz, known as Mini Mike Tyson, showcased that vicious uppercut. Hey, another Mini Mike Tyson, known for his vicious uppercuts, known for being a player here in the 135-pound division. That named Gervonta Tank Davis, he headlines tonight against Leo Santa Cruz, but Isaac Cruz adding his name to the mix. A lot of young guns at 135. Let's make it official with the one and only Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 53 seconds of round number 1. He is the winner by way of knockout. He is the winner of the IBF Lightweight World Title Eliminator, Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
A family affair indeed, and a happy Cruz family celebrating a stunning first round KO victory here tonight.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Two Mexican-American warriors, both with the same dream. One accomplished, the other still holding on to that last glimmer of hope. Each on the quest for redemption. 2019 brought Andy Ruiz everything. He turned the boxing world upside down.
I was just jumping up and down like a little kid. It was my dream.
But was humbled 6 months later.
Things happen for a reason. I learned from my mistakes and I'm here now.
50 pounds lighter, teamed up with a change in mentality, habit, and focus, he's ready to make another title run.
I want to prove that I'm capable of doing this again and that I wasn't a one-shot wonder.
Chris Arreola has shown he doesn't care how many times he gets knocked down. He prides himself on always getting back up.
And y'all lose that warrior mentality.
At the age of 40, Chris Arreola fights off Father Time as he holds on to his dream of reaching his full potential.
I've been close so many times to the heavyweight championship that it takes nothing but hard work and dedication to be a champion.
I'm expecting a great heavyweight showdown tonight.
Two heavyweights with a fierce Mexican fighting spirit running through their blood.
Wow, this is a slugfest.
Fight with their heart, fight with their cojones. That's what I consider myself, a hard-nosed Mexican fighter.
Something will have to give. Because only one can be victorious.
It will be an all-out brawl.
Andy Ruiz and Chris Arreola collide right now on Fox Sports PBC pay-per-view.
Andy Ruiz once shocked the world, a 7th round TKO of the then unbeaten Anthony Joshua of England. That was in June of 2019. Stunned Joshua with 4 knockdowns. Closed the show on Joshua, who was making his US debut, but he is now back, having turned himself around after losing his title in the rematch to Joshua. Joining Team Canelo, Canelo Alvarez and his trainer Eddie Reynoso, comes in a brand new man. Let's go to the ring and get ready for the main event with Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, before we bring out our fighters for the main event at this time, I'd like to ask you to rise for the singing of the national anthems. And we begin with our national anthem of Mexico from Mexicali, Baja California. Please welcome Julio Lopez.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciño patria, tus sienes de oliva, de la paz el arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios se escribió. Mas si osare un extraño enemigo profanar con su planta tu suelo, piensa, oh patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio, un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. ¡Viva México, mi gente! ¡Arriba Mexicali, oiga!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to lead us in the national anthem of the United States, please welcome Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Dejan Ferris.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there, still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? In the home of the
An inspired rendition there, well done. Great atmosphere here. As we now go to the tail of the tape, Andy Ruiz, 31 years of age and coming down in weight, 256 pounds, 27 pounds lighter than he was in his last fight where he lost the heavyweight championship of the world. Chris Arreola, for his part, he's 40 years old, full 6'3", 1 inch taller than Ruiz. That is the lightest weight of his professional career, 228.5 pounds. Reach advantage for Arreola is slight. Age advantage, obviously, for the former heavyweight champion, Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz, again, he's been at the top. Remember, he was a replacement June 1st, 2019. Jarrell Big Baby Miller was supposed to be fighting Anthony Joshua that night, but he jumped up, took the fight on short notice, won the heavyweight title. 33-2, his other loss to Joseph Parker. That was a very good fight, close fight. Parker, a top 10 heavyweight. And he is the former unified heavyweight champion of the world. Obviously, Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury at different times also held belts, but Ruiz was the heavyweight champ and now comes back a new man, having turned himself around by joining Team Canelo. Canelo Alvarez, his trainer Eddie Reynoso, in his camp in San Diego. As for Chris Arreola, his last fight, he really got after it, and he said if he lost to Adam Kovnatsky, he would likely retire. But that fight was so action-packed, he was convinced to come back. As you see, breaking records in the heavyweight division for most punches thrown, most punches landed, and most punches thrown in a single round in round 12. He lost that fight and lost it fairly convincingly, 118 to 110, 117 to a 111 twice. But it was competitive, it was exciting, and again, he comes in 16 pounds lighter than he was that night. He took that fight on relatively short notice. He had a full camp with Joe Goosen, and Chris Arreola is ready to come to the ring for the main event right now. Arreola has been down this road before. He comes in with the Dodgers hat. He's had title shots, comeback fights. But again, the weight he comes in at is of note. 228, the lightest he has ever been in a professional fight. And at the age of 40, hey, perhaps it's a bit late to take full advantage of his superior condition. But for the battle of Mexican heavyweight supremacy, he will give himself the best possible shot.
My truth is, I was born a fighter. Win, lose, or draw, I come to fight.
Arreola looking to keep his professional career alive.
I fight for myself, I fight for my family, I fight because I love it.
He's gonna do it right now. There's a right hand! What a punch!
I want to be remembered.
Oh, down goes Augustine.
That's why I'm in boxing. I'm in boxing to be a world heavyweight champion.
The Nightmare!
Chris Arreola had his first shot at a heavyweight title way back in 2009 against Vitaly Klitschko. He was stopped in the 10th round. He had a go at it with Deontay Wilder again in 2016 for the WBC belt. He was stopped in the 8th round. He usually gives a good account of himself, but not quite able to become the baddest man on the planet. Here, though, he comes back at 40, and again, kind of like Anthony Joshua, who came in 11 pounds lighter for the rematch with Ruiz, Arreola comes in 16 pounds lighter than he was in his last fight, where he went toe-to-toe, all action, for a full 12 rounds. So Arreola comes in, and again, giving himself the best possible shot to win against the former heavyweight champ. And there is Andy Ruiz with his son AJ. He's fired up. And the last time he walked to the ring, he was the heavyweight champion of the world. That was in Saudi Arabia. But he had an idea his time was running out. Tonight, he comes in top shape.
My last fight, I did not do the things that I was supposed to do, so.
Ruiz frustrated, cut up, not beat up, but.
I'm thinking about the next chapter, the next goal that I have to accomplish. You know, this is a new beginning for me.
He's always looking for the knockout.
I want to prove people wrong, you know. I wasn't just a one-hit wonder.
Wow! Mouthpiece came flying out of his mouth!
It has been all Andy Ruiz Jr.
I want to get those titles back.
But you got all that knowledge, and you don't got no love. You got all that knowledge, and you don't got no revelation. Then tell me what you really got, though. Nothing. I could care less if they don't sit with me. I ain't sitting with no misery. I prepare the table where it's victory. I could care less of what they think of me. It was something that got seen in me. Make sure that you treat people with decency. I could care less if they don't hey, you can keep your family. I ain't got no time to hit no blast. I could care less if they come after me. I said who cares if they come after me. Just to think God's already in the back of me. My king is free. There ain't nothing on this earth that I desire more than you. It's like everywhere I search. Couldn't find it in the drugs. Couldn't find it in the money. Couldn't find it in the pleasure. I was empty in my stomach. I got a belly full of rivers. Now the rivers in my belly. Now preaching to the sinners and the killers who act deadly. It's amazing. Believe me, how everything that turned out. 7 years of
Andy Ruiz comes in a very different man tonight than his last time in the ring. 27 pounds lighter than he was for that second fight in the desert with Anthony Joshua. He has come to terms with his own failure. He says, I did not do my part. He wants to make amends to himself, to his family, to his fans, starting here tonight. He has won so many fans. Lennox Lewis, the way he climbed off the deck to beat Anthony Joshua. Remember, he got dropped by Joshua.
Let me tell you, everybody was surprised. I mean, I thought it was done. I thought the fight was done, but he got up, and I don't know where he found that power from, but he exploded with it, and he caught Anthony Joshua on the top of the head and put him back down, and then put him down again and made Anthony Joshua quit.
And did it again and again. Good point. Sean Porter joins us as well. Champ, good to have you down here.
Oh, hey, I didn't know I was over here.
I couldn't tell you. You had like the buffalo skin pelt wrapped around you.
I'm doing what needs to be done.
Main event, ready to go. It has cooled down considerably here, but it is a beautiful night. The fans are here, and we are ready for Ruiz Arreola. Here's Jimmy Lennon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson, California, as Premier Boxing Champions presents the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by TGB Promotions, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't ignore that check engine light. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today and let them scan your vehicle for free. And brought to you by Proper Number 12 Irish Whiskey, the finest, the tastiest, the smoothest liquid gold in the world. This bout is sanctioned by the WBA, the President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, and our judges scoring from ringside, Dr. Lou Moret, Patrick Russell, and Zachary Young. All right, fans, here we go with a bout you've all been waiting for. 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA World Heavyweight Title Eliminator. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from Carson, California, it's time for the main event of the evening. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue trunks with white trim, fighting out of Los Angeles by way of Riverside, California. He weighed in at 228 1/2 pounds. His record stands at 38 wins, 6 losses and 1 draw, with 33 big wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the hard-hitting heavyweight warrior, the world-ranked contender, introducing Chris, the Nightmare Arreola. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner in this world title eliminator, wearing purple trunks with gold and silver trim, fighting out of and representing Imperial Valley, California. He weighed in at a ready 256 pounds. His record stands at 33 wins, 2 losses, with 22 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the first heavyweight world champion of Mexican heritage, the current world rank contender, and the former unified heavyweight champion of the world, introducing the new Andy the Destroyer Ruiz. And the referee in charge, now to give instructions, Jack Reese.
Right here, Chris. Right here. Right here, facing me. Andy, right here, facing me. All right. I can see his belly button. That's the line. I can see you're good. Mouthpiece. Mouthpiece. I gave you both instructions. I just want to remind you, listen and follow my instructions. Protect yourself at all times. Fight hard, fight clean. Good luck, fellas.
Jack Reese, the referee. You see the respect from both camps. Tonight's odds are provided by Fox Bet. If you place $100 on the favorite, that's Andy Ruiz. He's a big favorite. You'd win just $2 to pay out $102. If you place $100 on the underdog, Chris Arreola, you would win $1,200, pay out of $1,300. So, again, big favorite. Andy Ruiz, who said, I got tired of the way I was living. I was tired of my own lack of discipline. I asked God for another chance. Said he woke up the next day a new man, and we're underway. See if he can make good on that. Chris Arreola, Andy Ruiz, underway here in the main event. We expect a collision, Lennox and Sean, here in the very first round, and we'll see how quick those hands are for Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Arreola is doing the smart thing. He's staying far, he's taking time, and moving around, giving himself a little bit more, little room. That's what he's supposed to do.
You know, Sean, it's funny because, you know, Chris Arreola likes to march straight to his man, but Ruiz fights very well and in protecting what's 3 inches in front of him.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Joe having an effect, what effect Joe would have on Chris. You see right now he's being smart by using the whole entire ring, stepping around and working the jab. He'll work his way up to using all those punches we saw in that record-setting fight that he had, just not yet.
Right hand missed from Arreola as he tried it, went over the top on Ruiz. Ruiz, on his part, had said that, look, I know I'm not just going to march in. Good right hand by Arreola, lands to the belly. And Ruiz able to throw a combination. He said he's not going to just walk in. I'm going to be moving my head. I'm going to be fast with my hands. Because I'm going to be defensively responsible as I come inside.
I think Andy's much more agile than a lot of people give him credit for. You see right there, he's able to move his head and also take one step back and make Chris miss.
Well, that's what's so surprising, Sean, right? With Anthony Joshua is that Joshua stepped to him and suddenly boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Like a quick combination from Ruiz.
Ruiz has a lot of natural ability, and we'll see it tonight.
Missing no shots, Arreola able to get out of trouble early on.
Step away.
I think that's the defense that we haven't seen in the past from him.
Yeah, let's not forget
Arreola?
No, Ruiz.
Ruiz, yeah.
Yeah, Ruiz is, you know, he hasn't been in the ring for a long time, so this is like his first round for a few months.
That's a good point. December 7th, 2019, the last time in the ring, and again, he was terribly out of shape. And even in that fight, Lennox, he was dangerous. Anthony Joshua never stayed in the pocket.
No.
He boxed, he jabbed, he got out of there.
I mean, he boxed all the way till the 12th round. You know, most trainers would say, well, step it up. This guy hasn't touched you. You know, try and knock him out. But Anthony Joshua was just trying to get that win.
Wow, hard, fast right hand from Ruiz. You see how quick he is. Able to move his head out of danger from Arreola. Good head work there and head movement from Andy Ruiz as he probes again with the jab to the body. It's funny how our view has changed of Ruiz, hasn't it? Look at this combination. After that performance against Joshua at Madison Square Garden, now we expect big things out of Ruiz.
Yeah, and we saw Anthony Joshua use the ring, box, and keep Andy on the outside. So you gotta imagine that that's a page that Joe is taking from the book of Anthony Joshua in his camp. We see it in the first round.
Good first round. Andy Ruiz very quick and able to land.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Back live here, and there's Andy Ruiz. Lennox Lewis, again, I think you painted an accurate picture. He was slightly rusty early, which is understandable, but then Andy Ruiz looked quite fluid by late in the round.
Yeah, here you see Andy throwing a great body shot. And here's a big right hand by Ruiz.
And that's why we're here, because Chris can eat it.
And here goes the 1-2 by Ruiz.
That right hand is fast, Sean, isn't it? I mean, for a big man, that's a fast right hand.
Yeah, it's fast. And we talk about rust, but I really wouldn't say it's rust. It's just a matter of finding the timing. And he was able to find it right there.
Distance, timing, where his man is, all of that. Round number 2, you see the punches landed in favor of Andy Ruiz, 14-6. But again, he hadn't fought for a long time, hadn't fought since December. And again, he ballooned up to over 300 pounds, lost his way, and then found himself by training with Canelo Alvarez and his team.
My fault.
We're going to hear Joe Goosen in the corner for Chris Arreola. Joe normally with us ringside, but he has worked a full camp with Arreola, and again, got Arreola in terrific condition. But you wondered, all right, what are you going to do to actually win this fight against very talented and inspired Andy Ruiz? Good combination there by Ruiz. Wow, he got dropped.
He did get dropped. 5, look at me. 6, 7, 8. You need your gloves? You good?
Wow, a stunning development. I tell you what, he got knocked down once before by Anthony Joshua, came roaring back. He'll have to answer soon. He got caught with a short shot. Hey, you can see the mark on his face.
And we can say we've been here before, but he hasn't been here before with Chris Arreola, a different animal in the ring right now.
Well, Chris should have jumped on him right there, because once you get a guy hurt like that, you got to jump on him, but it may be a bit too easy. But I always call those shots the wake-up shots when you get hit, because he hasn't been hit, hasn't been in the ring for almost a year, so this is his first wake-up shot.
This could be a real opportunity for Chris Arreola, though. Again, Ruiz is shown to be very resilient, but if you have Ruiz hurt, possibly slightly dazed, a little confused, right? Hey, yeah. I'm starting to take over and I got dropped.
But I think he's smart, because Ruiz is dangerous when he gets hurt.
Yep.
You know, especially with those flash knockdowns. That's what happened, like you said, with Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, and he's fast, so he's going to deliver some fast, quick blows and possibly catch Chris. So I think Chris is doing the right thing by still continuing to pace himself and allow Andy to walk into the punches like he did that right hand.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sean.
Arreola dropping Andy Ruiz here in round number 2 at Madison Square Garden after he got dropped by Joshua. He had Joshua on the deck within 30 seconds. Has not happened here, and that's a 10-8 round for Chris Arreola.
Well, the fact that Chris Arreola knows he can hurt him now, I would step to him a little bit. I wouldn't be,
and trade again. Ruiz got caught with a hard shot. Now Arreola is pounding right hands on him. Able to move Ruiz back again. Andy Ruiz is going to have to be a little more fluid. Arreola looks very strong in this round. Ruiz able to back out and get away, but Arreola, he made a point there at the end of that round. That wasn't just a fluke freak knockdown. He earned that win in that round.
Listen, he gave him some energy in that round.
Get relaxed. That was nothing. Don't worry about it.
El hielo. Toma agua.
A little water. Let's go.
Escúpele.
Spin it up here a little bit.
Te está bajando, te está agarrando con la izquierda, güey, con la derecha.
He's getting you with the left and then with the right.
Oh, it was a situation where, you know, Ruiz had his left hand down and Chris Arreola came over with that right hand and hit him on top of the head.
And I think the other thing that Chris has in his arsenal right now, he's able to counterpunch Andy, and we'll see that that's just the first knockdown. the final 15 seconds, you see him, hey, he's just going for it. He's going to find some moments where he's just going to go for it.
I think that was almost more impressive than the knockdown, was that he was able to straight up against Ruiz, answer him, hurt him, and drive him back.
Listen, he's still got to be smart because Andy is fast. Andy's got power behind those fast hands.
Oh, now Ruiz is hurt again. A counter left hook from Arreola. Arreola drives Ruiz back again, that time with the right hand. They're trading and Arreola's getting... Oh! Ruiz is hurt again.
Andy's...
They're letting it fly now. All action. Arreola able to hurt Ruiz with a hook and a right hand.
He just found some timing, and he's got the right distance behind that right hand. This is amazing.
I tell you, Andy Ruiz is going to have to come up with a different recipe.
Absolutely.
He's just getting beat at the right distance right now from Arreola.
And he's doing the same thing over and over. He needs to switch up the attack.
Yeah, walking in behind the fast hands, but that's not going to do it. Right now, Chris has got the right range and distance, and he's being patient. He's looking for it, and when he sees it, he's releasing an unbelievable right hand right now.
And Ruiz is coming in too straight. He needs to be moving his upper body a little bit more.
Agreed.
Ruiz trying there with the jab to the body, able to land, but he's a little more tentative now because when they have both let it fly, Chris Arreola has gotten the better of it. Good hook by Ruiz. But this is a different Andy Ruiz. Look, he is stalking right now, and he was able to stalk against Joshua in that loss because Joshua was dancing, but in the first fight, remember, he was counterpunching against Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, because Anthony Joshua was doing most offense. He was throwing the punches.
That's a good hook there from Ruiz, able to hit Arreola.
Talked a lot about Chris Arreola being offensive and not enough defense, but right now, it's Andy who needs to be offensive and then defensively aware of what's going on.
Wild fight so far, much more than we expected. Chris Arreola is a huge underdog, and he's had Andy Ruiz on the deck and hurt in this fight already.
I got to disagree with you, BK. This is exactly what we expected. I think we all just thought it was going to be on the other side.
Yeah, well, that's not what we expected. No. Besides that, yeah. Now he drives Arreola back. At any moment, Ruiz can pop you and hurt you. His hands are that fast. Sean, you didn't think you'd see Ruiz on the deck, did you?
Listen, I didn't know what I was going to see, man. That's why I didn't make a prediction. but I did know that we were going to get exactly what we're getting.
Tell you, Arreola coming in at 228 really showed a lot of preparation and fortitude. There's no question. Giving himself the best possible chance to win this fight. Uppercut there by Ruiz, and able to land with the right hand. Arreola landed with his own right hand. Wow. Wild end to round 3. Arreola says he was not hurt. We're going to listen into the corner. Joe Goosen with Chris Arreola.
Good. I think you need to use a little bit more jab, because when you back him up with that jab, he can't do nothing. Let me have some grease on the nose. Very nice. See, you hurt him a couple times that round, okay? Here's the key. What round is it, Jack? 4 to 4. This is 4 coming up. Okay, hey, this is beautiful. It's 4 coming up. We're just going to keep chopping away at him. You got to keep finding that right hand. Don't look at so much. Shoot that thing straight, okay? Get your hands back. I say use that jab, 2, 3 jabs. Keep your chin tucked while you're doing it, though. He's going to try to hook off of it or counter with his right.
Let's go back, guys. That was some wild exchanges in that round.
Oh, Chris Arreola coming out with a good left hook there, catching Ruiz. And then, both of them throwing punches, but Ruiz got the worst end of that.
I tell you, Ruiz looked wobbled 3 times there in that round.
It was crazy. It was like he kept running into the stop sign.
Round 4 in a wild heavyweight brawl. Chris Arreola in the blue trunks, Andy Ruiz in the green and purple.
What we got was back to the game plan from the corner of Chris Arreola. Back on the jab, using the jab and circling until you find that moment again.
Sean, what do you think Ruiz should do here? Since a lot of what he's doing is not working.
It's got to have the bob and weave, like Lennox said. Find some rhythm in a bob and weave and punch, and then use defense after the offense.
Lennox, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Andy Ruiz definitely should use that bob and weave, slip some punches, but really block that jab. That's what he needs to block that jab and watch out for that right hand coming across and keep that left hand a little bit higher.
And Lennox, you know what we call it in boxing? We call it admiring your work.
Yeah.
He'll land a jab to the body, he'll land a jab to the head, but he stands there and he gets caught.
And you see in the last fight, Chris Arreola throwing 94 punches per round against Adam Kovnatsky. Again, a very different style matchup. Tonight it's way down at 40, but you see power shots are landing from Arreola. That right hand was able to chop right down on Andy Ruiz.
He didn't get the decision throwing 94 punches, but he might possibly get a decision throwing 40 punches that matter.
Let me tell you, Chris Arreola right now is sticking to the game plan. The game plan is to stay on the outside and throw that jab and catch Ruiz coming in.
And I think I seen an adjustment from Andy's corner going to the body much more than he was in the 3 previous rounds.
Halfway through here in round number 4. Let's go to Larry Hazard. Larry, how do you have it scored?
Right now, I got it even, guys, 28-28. You know, these guys are going back and forth. I think Joe Goosen is telling Arreola to just take his time, keep his hands up, and bide his time to try to land that shot. Andy, I agree with Sean, and he has to come in, he can be a little bit more aggressive and let his hands go a little bit more, and I think that, you know, he'll be able to pull this out a little bit. Right now, I got him even, guys.
Larry, thank you so much. You saw that left hook landing on the top of the head on Arreola. That's a nice sharp right hand as well. That was the hook that landed on the top of Anthony Joshua's head, and Joshua was never quite the same that night in New York City. Final 15 seconds of round number 4. Ruiz has been wobbled multiple times in this fight. He's been down once. Tries the exchange, gets out of the way of the hook, comes back and firing with a right hand and a hook. Arreola standing his ground as we end round 4.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
See, this right here, this is how you combat the speed of Andy Ruiz. You punch with him, and you punch and you find the spot, and that's what Chris is able to do.
Round 5, and you get the sense that both men have been hurt, but Ruiz has been hurt worse. So a bit of a surprise with a big favorite in his comeback fight where Ruiz came in much lighter, 27 pounds lighter than he was in his last fight, seemingly in great condition, in a great state of mind. But Chris Arreola did the exact same thing, usurped as the best and most accomplished Mexican heavyweight, now comes back and tries for another shot at glory, and he's made a great account of himself, at least so far.
Absolutely. I think even at this point doing much more than a lot of people expected. We saw the poll before this fight was Andy Ruiz by knockout. I think 70%.
Yeah.
70% of the people out there did not expect this to happen.
And I told you it was going to be a lot closer. Chris Arreola had that game face on, and he looked calm, he looked collective, he looked like he was thinking, so he knew what he had to go in there and do.
No, you're right, Lennox. He had real clarity before this fight. And he said, look, everyone's hung up on my age. I don't feel 40. I know I am 40, but I don't feel that way. And look, the weight means something. When you come in that much lighter, it's indicative of your preparation.
Absolutely. Oh, I think Andy got hurt there again.
Big exchange once again. Arreola moving his head just enough. Give Ruiz something to think about. Defensively responsible with his hands up. And discipline. Sean Porter fighting a discipline fight.
Yeah, I love this right now from Chris Arreola. He's pacing himself. He's using the entire ring. You see a game plan in terms of the way he's jabbing and moving around. And then you also see the game plan of him trying to punch with Andy and being able to catch Andy when he's coming in.
Good body work there by Ruiz, able to land 2 shots. Scoring shots. Again, Larry Hazard has it even. So even with a knockdown and a 10-8 round, Larry at the very least, again, he's not scoring the fight officially, but he's got it even. You would think the judges could have the same.
I don't think the judges have the same. We never know what the judges are going to do sometimes, but I think this.
Oh!
Big hook there.
Good defense.
Toughing shot. Yeah, I think he caught most of that, Lennox.
Yeah.
Arreola tried to block that, maybe block it with his glove. But that is a dangerous shot. Good jab to the body from Andy Ruiz.
Chris Arreola keeping his hands up nice and high, and he's thinking about defense. I haven't seen him get any good shots yet, or receive any good shots yet.
Final 20 seconds. Crowd here in Carson, California, chanting for Andy Ruiz. I tell you, Andy Ruiz fights are always an adventure. You are entertained. And Chris Arreola is not dead yet. Three-punch combination by Ruiz. Caught him with that hook. Arreola back, slightly shaken, not too badly. That's the 5th round. Let's go upstairs. Carissa Thompson and Mikey Garcia.
Thank you so much, Brian. So Arreola, Mikey, a 20-1 underdog. Why is he having so much success early on?
That's Joe Goossen's work right there. You know, Chris is applying what he's learned. He's very disciplined, keeping his hands up high with a nice defense and keeping a distance where you're taking away Andy's speed. You know, Andy has very fast hands on the inside, but if you keep that distance, you're taking that away.
Sean, you made those comments up here earlier when we were talking about what the difference could be. You said it would be Joe Goossen. What does Andy Ruiz need to do to combat this?
Well, you know what? Right now, Joe Goossen is controlling the beast, and he's taught the beast how to control himself and become a beast when he needs to. Now what Andy needs to do is understand that this guy's going to unload when I try to. So he's got to be offense and then defense immediately and stop admiring his work.
Carissa, Mikey, thank you so much. Round number 6, and what's interesting here, what's fascinating, is Andy Ruiz has 2 losses. He lost to Anthony Joshua in the rematch, of course, in Saudi Arabia. He also, Lennox, lost to Joseph Parker, who's a 6'4" New Zealand heavyweight, top 10 heavyweight, but he's never been hurt the way he's been hurt here tonight by Arreola, even though Joshua's a champ and Parker's a top 10 heavyweight, and Arreola's hurt him worse.
Yeah, I mean, he's hurt him a couple times.
Wow, fast hands by Ruiz. Able to answer and pop back the head of Arreola. You know, if you watch, Joseph Parker won that fight by staying tall and staying away. And so did Anthony Joshua in the rematch. He boxed like Ali. He wanted to stay away the whole night. And but here's Arreola staying in the pocket at distance, but close enough to do damage.
Here's a good thought. Andy Ruiz, you get off and then you play defense and let Chris come at you. And then you're able to use those fast hands. We may see a little turn right here in terms of the complexion of the fight.
Sean, as you're saying that, it looks like he's letting Arreola lead a little bit.
Exactly,
right.
there you go.
Counter. He's much better countering.
Exactly.
Catching him with a hook on the way in. Ruiz is very fast with those hands, but he doesn't seem to be at his best when he's trying to press the action.
But Ruiz is only coming in and he's only throwing one combination and then he's stopping. He's got to throw one combination, then another combination, another combination.
That's a good 3-punch combination right there, Lennox, and then he comes back, but not immediately, tries with the body shot. But now slowly but surely, Andy Ruiz is starting to mount a points lead.
We call it getting in and getting out, and that's what Andy has to do. He's got to get in and get out, just like he's doing right now. Much better round and much better rhythm from him in this round, but I think it's a matter of him being second, not being first, and not walking at Chris the way he's been the first half of this fight.
Another hard combination punctuated with the hook. But Sean Porter, I think you hit it dead on, where it's a subtle change, but allowing Arreola to press, throw first, and answer.
Come on, man, we see it right now, and he's stepping around.
Good body shot there. Arreola pressing forward, still dangerous.
Well, Arreola's got a lot more confidence coming into this fight. I mean, into this round as well. So he's taking a couple feet forward. He's moving forward to get those shots in.
He should be confident.
Yeah.
When they've exchanged, Arreola's gotten the better of it. It's just that he could be losing on points now as Ruiz is outlanding him and starting to dictate this pace and punish him back. Good hard jab there as we now start to see a little bit of blood on the bridge of the nose of Chris Arreola.
I think I see a little bit of a Canelo overhand right coming from Andy too. You see him dip down just a little bit and then he delivers the overhand right. That right there, right there.
That's what he has to do, mix up the punches. He throws that overhand right and he comes back with that uppercut.
That was a good round for Andy Ruiz there in round 6. And there have been some real ups and downs. We're gonna go back through this fight and let's start at the beginning, Lennox.
Here you see Ruiz throwing some great right hands. And this is Chris Arreola right now, catching him on the top of the head and catching him good and knocking him down to the ground. And here he's had some success with that right hand. He's trying it again.
Yeah, Chris is buckled. He's buckled his legs quite a few times through this fight as well. But the thing I like and what I love about boxing is one adjustment can change everything. And we saw in this last round the adjustment that Andy Ruiz made using his fast hands, and then back on his moving a little bit using his defense.
We've seen some dynamite exchanges in this fight. Brian Kenny ringside, Lennox Lewis, Sean Porter, Joe Goosen is in the corner with Chris Arreola. Carissa Thompson, Mikey Garcia upstairs, Heidi Androl with us as well, Larry Hazard, our unofficial scorer. And there's been a real back and forth in this fight. But again, Chris Arreola with the knockdown in round number 2. And Andy Ruiz starting to let Arreola come to him, has had a bit more success.
I like the jab coming from Andy right now too. He's walking forward, but what's he doing now, Lennox? He's walking forward using the jab. He wasn't doing that in the first few rounds.
No, it wasn't. And you know, he'll have a lot more success if he doubles that up. Doubles that up and comes with that combination after a double jab.
And the punch differential has been within 4 punches in each of the last 4 rounds. So it is relatively close. And even though I thought that was a very good round for Andy Ruiz, you know, again, judges are scoring these fights. And the punches landed at the very least are close. Ruiz with the advantage on the whole, as you see in the bottom left part of the screen. There's the punches landed with Ruiz getting the better of it. But again, 8-6, 9-6, 10-6, that's not much of a margin. Arreola 16-15, not a margin either. Razor close. But again, they're not just tapping each other, they're throwing bombs.
Yes.
So it's a matter of what hits you and where, and how hard does it hurt you.
Even that jab right there. His back is to me, and it looked like that jab almost took his head off.
That's a stiff jab too from Ruiz, straight up the middle on Arreola's oft broken nose. Combination, went to the body with the right hand and finished with the hook. Arreola able to reach him with that right hand. Ruiz in a bit of danger, and you see Larry Hazard has the last 4 rounds all for Andy Ruiz. So that 10-8 round was the only round that he gave to Chris Arreola.
I respect my elders,
well, what, you think another round maybe swings to Arreola?
Yeah, I have Arreola winning this fight.
Really?
I think so.
All right, stop.
Lennox, what do you think?
I think it's a close fight, and Arreola is definitely doing well. I mean, I don't agree with the scoring that we just seen. I thought he won a lot more rounds than that.
Well, I would say, like, Arreola's done more damage. Another good 3-punch combination from Andy Ruiz. But, again, a judge is scoring it round by round, handing it in, and that's it. And right now, Ruiz, he eats that one, but he is able to land, and land with regularity. Arreola fires back a hook, trying to answer and drive Ruiz back. That's a scoring shot from Ruiz. Good jab to the body. Final 10 seconds. We are going to go between rounds, back to the corner with Andy Ruiz and his new trainer, Eddie Reynoso.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Agarra aire, güey. Ya trabajaste mejor.
Right.
Ahí vas,
You're working much better now, much better.
Agarre aire, mijo. Agarre aire, güey.
Get some good air here. How are you feeling?
Faltan 3 rounds, ¿eh?
There's 3 more rounds. How are you feeling?
Échele huevos.
Now you got to really go with everything. Come on.
Buena preparación, Andy, ¿eh?
You prepared for this. You worked hard for this.
Preparamos muy bien para ganar, Andy.
You worked too hard to win this one.
Bien.
So do the things correctly.
Lo que
the
estás
way we practiced it.
Está bien. Hay que trabajarlo.
What you're doing now is perfect.
Y sales.
But you gotta get in and get out.
El paso aquí, no me bajes las manos.
Do not keep your hands down when you go down.
Fuera, okay?
Keep your hands up, okay?
1, 2, 3, te sales.
1, 2, 3, and come out, okay?
Eddie Reynoso there in the corner. They like what they're seeing from Andy Ruiz. You see the determination on the face of Chris Arreola. He's having a very good night. Don't know if he's winning all these rounds, but he's winning some of them, and he definitely has that knockdown in a 10-8 round. Joe Goosen is getting back into the corner, and we'll get a report from Heidi Androl here in just a moment as we open up round 8. 4 more rounds, by the way. They said 3 rounds. I'm thinking that's 4, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5. I'm sorry. Yeah, 5. Not 3. Definitely not 3. Good hook there by Ruiz. Arreola's very sturdy. He's eating these shots.
Yeah, but he needs to hit. He needs to throw some. He needs to throw some body punches as well, not just be a headhunter right now.
Let's go to Heidi Androl. Heidi.
Joe, what did you say to Chris going into this round?
Well, I told him, I said, look, Andy gave up some ground on us last round, and when he gives you that ground, we got to take it and see what happens. We got to give him a little inside work as well. We've been boxing nice, but Andy got hip to our right hands, and he kind of has gone on the defense a little bit, boxing himself. So I'm telling Chris, use the rhythm, get some head movement up and down with your style, and try to get on the inside and get something done in close.
What was your strategy? Is it different?
No, it's kind of what I knew. We'd box at the beginning and close the gap at the second half of the fight. We're in the 8th round right now, right? 8? Yeah, I think so.
Very good. Thank you, Joe. Brian, back to you.
Heidi, thank you. Tell you what, in that last round, the 7th round, Ruiz out landing Arreola by 13 punches. Again, that's by CompuBox, so it gives you a good indication of who's landing, and Ruiz is starting to get the better of it. And now what happened with Arreola with his arm? Kind of moves that shoulder around as if it was hurt.
Dropped immediately, so there is something wrong.
Let me tell you, Ruiz is doing the right thing. He's punching what he can see, and if he can see Arreola's body, he's punching it with a jab or a right hand. This is good. This is what you're supposed to do because it brings down Arreola's hands.
There you go. Yeah, work up and down.
Arreola is throwing that jab. Lennox, I wanted to see, was he throwing the jab? Did he hurt that left shoulder? I don't know what exactly happened. That was an odd move.
It was odd because he came right back with like a triple jab after that.
Now it's kind of pawing. I wonder if it's hurt. It doesn't look very sharp right now, Sean.
Yeah.
And I gotta know, when a guy puts it out there, usually that means you see like a ball player.
Well, here's
that arm.
It dropped immediately.
Yeah.
And that's the telltale.
Well, you can tell if he's which hand he's going to be using the most.
But he's still using the left hand. He dropped the hand, which insinuated that something was wrong with the shoulder. But now he's using it.
They just tried to hook there too, Sean, but I don't. It's not.
Maybe it was a stinger or something.
Maybe, yeah, but it's not really a piston-like jab right now. We're not sure. We'll find out more when we go to the corner. I'm sure Joe is going to ask about it. Final 10 seconds here.
What I see is that Andy Ruiz is now starting to control the range and distance, and he's able to get off.
And this is where the conditioning really starts to pay off. Both men in top shape. So we're going to go to the corner and let's see if anything is said about the shoulder from Chris Arreola.
I got to tell you, I saw what happened right there. You all right?
Give me my wing.
I know. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it came back quick, right? So I'm going to tell you something right now. That rhythm was working, getting in close. But you've got to, hey, listen to me, Chris. You've got to use that short jab.
All right, so let's watch what happened here exactly. You heard Joe mention it. So he got hit there.
He hit me in my wing. That's what he said.
Okay.
It came back. It just took it a second. But that's a different punch, though, huh, Lenny?
Yeah, it is.
From a heavyweight.
It's almost like a dead leg with dead arm, but it's a dead wing.
But it's a different delivery because it's coming from a heavyweight. That power's a little different, huh?
Yeah.
All right, we'll figure that out. And that was
BK. I'm just a little secret.
Yeah.
That's legal, and sometimes it's necessary. You take away a guy's arm, you might have something going on.
Well, you're able to punch straight up. You can't deliberately land back there. That's not a scoring area, but if it happens in the flow, as we see Ruiz open up round 9, popping out a double jab. If it happens, it happens, and certainly it just happened in the flow of the punches there. Let's go back to Larry Hazard and get his scorecard. Larry, how do you have it?
Hey guys, after round 8, I got Ruiz ahead, 77-74. Arreola is giving a good account of himself, but Ruiz is winning the fight. I think that Ruiz is taking control of the fight, and I think that he's winning.
All right, game round 7. Ruiz outlanded Arreola by 13 shots in round 7. I'm surprised there.
Yeah, I can't tell if Chris is slowing down, if Andy's picking it up. and his execution of his game plan is working now.
And I think Andy Ruiz also realized, Sean, you can't just step to Arreola, throw shots and overwhelm him.
Yeah.
You know, he's just much too strong. He got the better of those exchanges in round 2 and 3. And now that Ruiz is a little more patient, it's coming to him much, much easier.
I think even now, I think that Chris might be a little too patient.
Stop.
Whereas before, early in the fight, I thought he had the right pace. And I think now he's got to pick it up.
In round 9, you wonder if Chris Arreola, he is 40 years old, can keep his engine running.
Listen, this is championship rounds. He's got to suck it up.
Well, you can want to all you want, Lennox, right? But again, he's 40. Another exchange there by Ruiz. Ruiz again coming in outstanding condition. 256 pounds. Even lighter than he was, 12 pounds lighter than he was when he won the title from Anthony Joshua in Madison Square Garden. And that's going to serve him well here in these last couple of rounds.
I got a feeling Andy's trying to put Chris to sleep with the jab to the body, and then he's going to bring an overhand right over the top.
Stop, my break. Step out of it.
Well, Arreola has been beaten down in his career, but it's rare to see him just starched. Even Deontay Wilder wasn't able to do that to him. He got stopped, but he wasn't dropped. So he is a rugged man. There's no question.
Yeah, I think if anything, Andy, he expected to win this fight, but he knew it'd be a tough fight and a long night.
He got the early wake-up call, that's for sure.
I agree.
Chris Arreola pushed him to the ropes, and Andy just hugged him up and turned him around. And this is what Chris Arreola has to do. He has to put the pressure on a little bit. Yeah.
Hard body shot there by Arreola. And the exchange there, combination from Ruiz. Ruiz is very good with the jab right hand hook. It's his money shot and a good hard right hand to the body.
Very good body.
Ends the round.
Big right hand right there to the body. Keep making those deposits. It will pay off. And then the hook. That's just speed. We don't say it's in slow motion right there, but all that is speed. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's his go-to combination.
Absolutely. That's his favorite combination.
Yeah. And I tell you what, guys, Andy Ruiz is a very mentally strong fighter. You know, I watched him both fights against Joshua again, even though I called both fights, but I watched them again, and what stood out was when things weren't going his way, he didn't go away.
No.
You know, even when things were not going, he was getting dropped, when it wasn't his night, when it was clear even in the rematch it was not his night, he never stopped fighting. Now, he has matched his discipline outside of the ring to his discipline inside of the ring.
And the evidence of that is him being able to manage things in that the first couple of rounds were not easy for him by any stretch of the imagination. Getting knocked down in the second and struggling through the third, he turned it around, but he turned it around with his mentality.
That was a big shot. Big hook by Ruiz. No question, Sean. He had to wonder, hey, what's going on here? Who's this guy in front of me?
Yeah.
This is Chris Arreola beating me up.
Stop, my break.
Yeah, but Arreola shook that shoulder again, so he must have hurt it again.
Yeah, not quite the same. The jab doesn't look quite as sharp. You see, it's kind of pawing out there. It's not badly injured, but it's not quite the same, Lennox.
And what Ruiz is doing, he's basically punching to the body, and then he's trying to punch one over the top or straight in the middle.
And his hook comes right off that right hand, Lennox.
Watch your heads.
You know, it is effortless. Come bang right over the top as the right hand is still being thrown.
If I'm Joe, I tell Chris, stay with me. Stay in this fight. Stay focused. Don't revert back to your old self, just eating punches and trying to deliver your own. Stay responsibly defensively and keep trying to work that jab and those 1-2s and land another hard shot again.
That was another good right hand by Ruiz to the body. Now, Sean, I agree with you. Right. If he just marches toward Ruiz, he gets chopped up.
Now's the time. Championship rounds, refocus. This is a new fight.
Round number 10, a strafing right hand to the body by Ruiz. Wow, he is landing that with regularity.
Hey, Lennox, that's what people don't know about the championship rounds. You tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong, but it's almost like the fight restarts.
Oh, yeah. No, you know it's down to the crunch. It's down to the last rounds, and you need every round. And it comes down to the corner as well, telling you this.
Yeah.
Ruiz stopped him there with a right hand.
Stop.
Take a look at the punches landed. You see a wide discrepancy there starting in round 7, round 8, round 9. This one's much closer, but there's 3 rounds in a row where Ruiz was able to outland Arreola by a fairly significant margin. You see how fast those hands are.
And powerful.
Yeah. Another hard jab to the body. Arreola has kept up his pace, though, and has kept his engine running.
Yeah. He's coming forward now. He has to come forward. But he's got to come forward jabbing like Joe said, double jabbing.
Well, I wonder what they do then, Lennox and Sean, like what Joe could tell him, knowing that, hey, we're probably losing rounds. Like, hey, we're in the fight, you heard him, we're in it, but we're gonna have to do a little bit more.
There's gotta be something you can do to get through to your fighter, and then that's when the relationship and the connection comes into play. And when you've only been with somebody for a year or two, it may be hard to do.
Tell you, Ruiz, Sean, you pointed this out several rounds ago, very comfortable waiting for Arreola to come to him. He just looks much more fluid and comfortable fighting that way.
I agree.
Agarra aire, joven.
Okay, breathe nice and deep.
Relájate, relájate.
You gotta relax here, man. Andy.
No pasa nada,
Nothing's happening. 2 rounds left.
Ya hicimos 10.
We already made 10. 10 rounds are on the books.
Traes condición para eso y más.
There's condition for that and more.
Aquí vamos a ganar esta pelea.
We're going to win this fight.
Vas a tirar 2 golpes y te me sales.
You go in,
Cuando se te deje
hit
venir,
and
lo
out.
paras fuerte con el jab.
Hit him with the jab when he comes in.
Esas dos combinaciones nomás, y la del hombro y la del López.
The combinations in the shoulder. Go for the shoulder, okay?
Let's go back to that last round. Lennox, Andy Ruiz, able to get off these combinations. And here's where you were talking about the shoulder once again.
Yeah. And here's a good right hand, left hook by Andy Ruiz.
You know, I don't know many fighters that just throw, you know, it's kind of the classic jab, right hand hook, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
It happens so fast
Listen,
from Ruiz.
the most basic combination in boxing after the 1-2 is the 1-2-3, and Andy Ruiz has perfected that combination.
Yeah, he has. And you imagine how many times he's thrown that to perfect it?
Listen, and Lennox, I looked over at you, I said, yo, the 1-2-3 is his favorite combination. And you looked at me and gave me that look like, yeah, that combination might have given me some problems.
Yeah.
Uppercut there from Ruiz. That's different after the right hand. You see a little swelling on the left eye of Andy Ruiz. He has taken some good shots in this fight. Chris Arreola putting Ruiz down in round 2 and also hurt him toward the end of round 2.
Oh!
Big hook, and he shakes the arm again. Arreola's hurt, says, I'm all right, I can continue. But that shoulder's bothering him.
Yeah, but it was a terrific combination by Andy Ruiz. It was 1-2-3.
Yeah, 1-2-3.
Ruiz, so fluid. The fast hands that woke everybody up at Madison Square Garden that put Anthony Joshua down for good in round 7.
Listen, I would say around round 8 is when Ruiz settled in, found a rhythm, and he's working it.
Oh.
Cuffing right hand. Now they see a spot. Jack Reese says, let's go. We're all right. We'll clean up the floor later.
Chris said, yo, get it together. We trying to work in here.
Fix that floor.
Chris looked at Jack like he could do something right now.
Arreola continues to try. Moving forward, missed with that right hand. Ruiz pretty good getting his head out of the way.
Listen, we talk about championship rounds. I think the number one thing, Lennox, you and I know about the championship rounds is it requires heart. And the one thing we know about Chris is he has a lot of it. So
oh, he's got a terrific heart.
We should definitely look to see him turn it up in these last 2 rounds.
Final minute of round number 11 as his pace has slowed a bit. Still very game moving forward. Tries with that chopping right hand again, the one that knocked Ruiz down earlier in the fight. I tell you, even when Ruiz got knocked down, you could tell he just touched his knee. He didn't want to go down. It's just so tough. Just got under that right hand.
Step back.
Arreola looking for that right hand. I mean, he's throwing it, but he's got to throw something before that.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, I don't think he can throw something before that because he hurt his left hand. So he's just pushing out there.
I agree, Lennox. He pushed out another right hand by Ruiz. Arreola just does not have the snap on that jab anymore. Ever since he got hit in the back by Andy Ruiz.
Oh.
Another exchange. Ruiz couldn't unload that right hand to finish it. And we've got 1 round left.
This last round's gonna be a stinger. Both guys are gonna go for it.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Okay, look, let me just tell you something. I thought you beat the crap out of him with that jab that round. I mean, you got him huffing and puffing. You got him bleeding from the mouth. I'd be sticking that thing down his ass all night long. We got 3 more minutes, okay? All right?
Stop at 18. What's wrong with your left arm?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Fucked up.
Okay, so, no.
On left.
We're good, we're good.
I know.
Okay, so look, Chris, look, I'm gonna tell you something. You gotta find that short right hand on him. You gotta find the short right hand. If you get on top of him, I don't care, you still gotta find it. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now, here's what I want. I want you to be smart but aggressive. Really aggressive, but really smart. Hands up, chin down, but use that jab and try to find something.
Yeah, that shoulder is hurt. You see the beautiful combination. He shakes the arm. It's Jack Reese's job to ask about his shoulder, and it's Joe's job and Chris's job to say, I'm good.
Yes, of course.
We get it.
He's not going to say, oh, my shoulder's hurt, I can't continue anymore.
He's there to fight. Randy Ruiz comes out firing in the final round.
This is a championship round right here.
Arreola could be in this fight. We don't think so. We think it's wide in favor of Andy Ruiz, but again, he has a knockdown, and he's hurt Ruiz several times.
Aggressive and smart. We heard that from Chris Arreola's corner, but we're seeing it from Andy Ruiz.
Ruiz is so fluid with those combinations and throws hard shots now. He knows it's round 12. Mutual respect from each fighter. Good jab by Ruiz up top. Arreola paws out with that jab. He is unable to get that snapping.
Let's see if Arreola can get that short right hand in there.
Another 3-punch combination from Andy Ruiz.
Stop, nobody punch.
And you heard Chris Arreola say his shoulder is messed up.
See, the thing is about Andy Ruiz, he's just throwing that 3-punch combination. That's a natural punch for him. He doesn't even have to throw it with power. He can just use his body to throw it.
It has such natural snap and weight.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely, Lennox.
And also the right hand, left hook.
There's a right hand, cuffing shot right to the ear of Arreola. Lands a hook. Andy Ruiz had to walk through some fire in his return bout from his series with Anthony Joshua, no question, but it looks like he is answering the call.
Agreed.
And Chris Arreola made it a lot more interesting than most thought.
Yeah. This has been a great fight, a great night of boxing. Both of these guys, where are we at? Almost a minute left, and they're both about to turn it up.
It's been non-stop action.
Yeah.
No question, and it's had twists and turns. There's been change, switch strategy. Andy Ruiz learned that I just cannot walk through this man.
Step out.
And he had to change tactics, had to change his rhythm, and it worked for him starting about round 7. Final minute now, the final round.
Look at this. Nobody told Chris what time it is, but he's got, boxers have an internal clock. Here it comes.
Here we go.
Oh.
Big hook from Ruiz in the right hand. Let's see if they have any starch left in him here in the final 30 seconds.
Oh, let me tell you, the noise coming from Andy Ruiz's punches when he throws them, there's power behind that.
Thumping shots.
Yes.
That's a body shot, right hand, that landed on Arreola. He has eaten a lot of those shots. Another body shot from Andy Ruiz.
This is why we came here tonight. This is why we're on pay-per-view.
Final 10 seconds. Well, that's a hell of a fight.
Hell of a fight, great fight.
Chris Arreola made his mark in this fight.
2 warriors.
Ruiz had to dig deep to come back, assert himself, and start winning rounds. He didn't just get knocked down early, Lennox. He got hurt a bunch of times subsequently.
Yes, he did. He got hurt and he recovered well. That shows that he was in good shape, because to recover like that, you got to be in good shape. And his legs were in good shape because they held him up. And it's hard to hold up so much weight.
AJ looks excited, but a little concerned, as he's getting older now, and seeing his dad up there go through it. But I tell you what, that's a great learning experience as well, because it wasn't an easy walkover against a 40-year-old guy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Andy, we're pretty sure you won this fight, but go take a look at this and learn where you got hit, how you got hit, and make those corrections. If you're going to fight for a championship, you can't take those kind of punches.
Well, he's always said he's not where he wants to be. So there's a lot more improvement to be in there.
But to both your points, he learned mid-fight. Sean, how often he didn't have to go back to the drawing board. Mid-fight, he's like, I need to change this equation somewhat. And he did.
And we also have to, I think, contribute that to the corner as well. We know that Reynoso is a great trainer. We saw a great adjustment, but almost halfway through the fight. That was great.
Let's take a look at some of the CompuBox numbers. The loudest boos, by the way, were a bunch of Padres fans that came in, that walked in here. This is Dodger country. And you see the total punches landed. Andy Ruiz, 161. Arreola, 109. He threw more punches. But again, that is fairly close. Power punches in favor of Andy Ruiz. Look, Arreola got in hard shots early. Ruiz's shots, especially later in the fight, were more thumping shots. Lennox Lewis mentioned, like, you could just hear it. When he was throwing those shots nice and easy, they land on Arreola. You could hear them landed. But again, with CompuBox, it's not all that wide. It's not into blowout territory. You just get the sense that Andy Ruiz in the second half of the fight was regularly doing enough to win rounds. I got that sense, at least. Lennox, how about you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to give it to Andy Ruiz. He didn't take an easy fight coming back. He took a hard fight.
I'll tell you, that was an inspired Chris Arreola. The weight really told the story, as it did for Andy Ruiz. So, be interesting to get the decision. Let's get it right now. Here now, Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, the judges are in agreement. We have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge ringside, Zachary Young scores about 117 to 110. Judges Patrick Russell and Dr. Lou Moret both scored about 118 to 109. All three in favor of the winner of the WBA Heavyweight World Title Eliminator, Andy the Destroyer Ruiz.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a wide margin, and it could be absolutely accurate and perfectly judged. But Lennox, if you look back on that scorecard, it doesn't tell the story of the fight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's much more rugged than a 118-109 fight.
Absolutely. They're both warriors and both threw some tremendous shots in there. Both wanted to win the fight, and good showing by both boxers.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Hyperbole may be the greatest word ever, but it is not hyperbolic to say that this main event should be a bona fide Fight of the Year candidate. Another instant Carson classic, the undefeated Luis Nery, the undefeated Brandon Figueroa, battling for a 122-pound title.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the featured bout of the evening. Please welcome the boxers as they make their way to the ring. First, from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, the undefeated WBC Super Bantamweight Champion of the World, Luis Pantera Nery.
Up until his debut at 122, Luis Nery packed quite a punch. 24 of his 31 victories ending due to his power, including 11 straight KOs before he moved up in weight and surprisingly changed gears and boxed more than he attacked, and outpointing Aaron Alameda for the vacant title taken the 12-round distance for the first time in his career and wanting to abandon his less than aggressive approach against Southpaw Almeida. His partnership with noted trainer Eddie Reynoso was one and done. Nery back with his longtime trainer Ismael Ramirez, and Pantera says Figueroa is going to be the first fighter to see how his power really translates to 122 pounds.
And one of the interesting things is that 5 of his last 8 opponents for Nery have been lefties. And here's where that could help him, because Figueroa will likely switch and fight a lot of this fight as a lefty.
Nery feels like he is faster than Figueroa, feels that he throws better combinations, and he feels like Figueroa has never been in the ring with anybody as tough as Luis Nery.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, joining us to the red corner from Weslaco, Texas, the undefeated WBA Super Bantamweight Champion of the World, Brandon the Heartbreaker Figueroa.
The stakes sky high for 24-year-old Brandon Figueroa, who has an opportunity to produce a fond family memory of Dignity Health Sports Park. Older brother, former 135-pound titleist Omar, suffering a stoppage loss against Abel Ramos at this location last month. However, just like his older brother, Brandon loves to throw tons of leather, a record-breaking puncher. He has stopped 16 of his 21 victims, but in Nery faces the most potent puncher of his career.
And this is exactly what Brandon Figueroa has been asking for. High-level, elite opposition type of names, because he is ready to make his legacy in boxing. And tonight, well, it might just be the case.
He holds the all-time record for most punches thrown by a 122-pound fighter, that being 176 in round 3 versus Giovanni Delgado back in March 2018. Get ready, another Instant Carson Classic is on the horizon as we go to the numbers for our much-anticipated main event.
Well, Stephen Fulton was suggesting that these numbers might be important, the height and the reach of Brandon Figueroa, and they could be if he chooses to use it tonight. A lot of times he doesn't. He just wants to be on the inside, blasting away.
And the unified rules for our main event: no standing 8 count, no 3 knockdown rule. Referee or doctor can stop the fight. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. If a fighter can't continue due to an injury from an accidental foul before the end of round 4, it's a no decision. After the end of round 4, we go to the scorecards for a technical decision. And now with the official introductions for tonight's main event, the one and only, the classy Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson, California, as Premier Boxing Champions presents the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by TGB Promotions in association with Promociones Sanfed and Showtime, sponsored by Geico. This bout in the ring is sanctioned by the WBC President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Mohamed Noor, the WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, Supervisor Jose Oliver Gomez, and the California State Athletic Commission. The chairman is John Carvelli, Executive Director Andy Foster. Introducing our 3 judges scoring from ringside, all from the state of California, we have Edward Hernandez Sr., Dr. Lou Moret, and Zachary Young. And our referee in charge, he'll be giving instructions after the introductions, Thomas Taylor. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. It's champion versus champion, 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA and WBC Super Bantamweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from Carson, California, it's showtime! Introducing to you first on my left, he is fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with white and gold trim, hailing from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. He weighed in at the super bantamweight limit of 122 pounds, undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 31 wins, no losses, 24 big wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the hard-hitting two-division world champion, the current reigning and defending undefeated WBC Super Bantamweight Champion of the World, introducing Luis Pantera Nery. And his opponent across the ring on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing white trunks with black and blue trim, joining us from Weslaco, Texas. He weighed in at a trim and ready 121 1/4 pounds. He also is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 21 wins, no losses, 1 draw with 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, in the 4th defense of his title, ladies and gentlemen, here is the undefeated rising young star of the division, the reigning WBA Super Bantamweight Champion of the World, introducing Brandon, the Heartbreaker Figueroa. Once again, a referee in charge, our third man now to give instructions, Thomas Taylor.
Hey, Angel, I need you, please. Let them know these trunks are going to keep creeping up. I'm going to give them to the middle of the letters. All right, trunks are good here. Gentlemen, you got my instructions in the back. Protect yourselves at all times. Listen to my commands. Touch them up. Good luck, gentlemen.
Well, we have all missed this. Limited crowd in attendance. They've been loud and proud. We're back in the great outdoors here at a venue that has proven to be fertile soil for some of the most memorable battles in recent boxing history. What do we have store tonight in this main event?
Ready? Ready?
Referee Thomas Taylor, working his 418th professional bout, one of the best young referees in boxing, assigned the task of this much anticipated main event. Luis Nery in the black with white and gold trim, fighting from the southpaw stance. Brandon Figueroa, white with blue trim, and Figueroa walked right into the attack of Pantera.
And we've seen Figueroa already switch twice back and forth from righty to lefty in only 30 seconds, so we'll see a lot of variety in that sense.
Figueroa says he's a technical pressure fighter, likes to get inside, work the body, try to break down his opponent with body shots.
Good job.
Both these men will go downstairs. Figueroa normally lands 30% of his punches that he lands to the body. He might want to even up that tonight. And Nery, a terrific body puncher as well.
Nery worked with a nutritionist to help him make the 122-pound limit more easily, and he said he feels more stronger as a result.
Now we're seeing glance of the old Nery again. Not trying to box, staying in the pocket, but being really smart about it. You know, he's not just forcing his punches. He's setting him up with the jab, and now Figueroa switching like you mentioned now. And I don't think he's giving Nery anything that he's never seen.
Yeah, well, as we pointed out, 5 of the last 8 people he's faced have been lefties, but maybe in the process of switching, he might give him some issues.
Yeah, Nery sharpened victories over McJoe Arroyo, Juan Carlos Payano, and Arthur Villanueva. Stalking style enables him to time opponents with his power, although Figueroa also has power. We wonder if Figueroa is going to use his innate edge in size, or is he going to be drawn into Nery's phone booth game? And so far, he's definitely at close quarters, rough and tumble here in the final minute of the first as they grapple for position.
Stop. No punch, straight back. You gotta let him go and say let go, all right?
45 seconds left in the opening round.
Nery using the jab, I think, effectively like they'd like him to do early in this match, and it's allowing him to do things like work that body when he gets in there.
They exchange uppercuts to the body. Oh, great exchange there. That will not be a knockdown. Figueroa has never been down as a pro officially.
There was a really good left hand from Nery in that exchange, though.
Nery attacking the body, then going upstairs.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Careful, okay?
Nery working in combination on the inside. Now there's Figueroa trying to land that right hand, but Nery landing the nice left and then coming right back, and that's a jab that Abner alluded to that Nery is using a lot more effectively early in this fight.
Yeah, you move, come back with some punches, okay? Hard punches to the body.
You gotta start taking to the body from the beginning.
Keep your hands up, okay? You gotta know when, okay?
Come on, good. Okay. Be careful with his left, huh? Go.
Ten cuidado con los cabezazos.
Second down.
Come on, you gotta get him in this round.
Second. Back up.
The bell in round two. Brandon Figueroa immediately comes out and attacks Nery's body with the right hand before they clinch.
Right, stop.
Referee calls for the break.
Listen to me, all right? Work out of it, right?
I think Nery was trying to touch gloves and Figueroa said, nope, here comes our body shot.
Nery just misses with that lead left, then lands a left to the midsection.
Thomas Taylor's going to have a hard job refereeing this fight. They're going to be doing a lot of grappling on the inside and positioning, and he's going to have to decide when do I break and when do I not break. Good body work by Nery.
Yeah, Figueroa prefers a good old-fashioned tear-up instead of engaging in the long-range boxing his body type demands, and so far at least the approach has paid dividends in his career as he continues to hunt Nery. Nery continuing to feed him body shots.
Again, this is barely the second round, and it almost seems like this short distance inside fight favors Nery, since he's a smaller guy and he's definitely connecting the short punches inside.
It's interesting. It's not that Figueroa doesn't fight well on the inside. He does, but this gives Nery a better chance, I think, to display his wares in this match.
I think that him being southpaw has a lot to do with it.
Yes.
Nery will want to treat Figueroa's body like a piñata, wants to definitely reestablish his power here at the new weight class as Figueroa swinging a little wildly there with that left.
Straight back, guys, straight back.
And then smothered himself falling inside to Nery.
Figueroa has to be careful coming in like that. Nery is pulling back effectively, creating a space that at times you get to let that left hand go and land it.
Figueroa in the lefty stance, starting to find a hole for that left hand, but now Nery's going after it.
Under a minute left, and Nery definitely throwing some power shots here in round two. 45 seconds remaining in the frame, and Figueroa just lunging forward and not putting together his punches well here as Nery continues to find the target. And Nery countering Figueroa well.
Let go of the arm. Off the head.
Couple of left hands from Figueroa. Left hook by Figueroa. Another left hook lands on the temple of Nery. Lots of punching, so much scoring in a lot of those exchanges.
We'll take a look at the keys to victory for these two men, starting with Nery. Wants to, I think, show power early, and maybe he did that with that one left hand that he got in. Wants to stay off the ropes. Figueroa will hurt you badly if you let him get you on the ropes. And the right hook, I think, could be a good weapon. He's used it to the body, not so much yet to the head. As for Figueroa, I think he needs to set a quick pace. He's done that, though, as Morrell pointed out, not everything landing effectively. Be responsible defensively. He's had some defensive issues. He doesn't want to let that take this fight away from him. And dig to the body. Well, it's been Nery who's done a little better body work so far. Might see Espinosa try, or Figueroa try to go down there.
Third.
This is round 3.
The marks on Figueroa's back, that's a result of cupping, a part of a physical therapy regime. And now leaning in, and he and Nery exchanging punches. Nery pushing him back, misses with the left hook.
And this is what we expected in this fight, but, you know, and the question is how precise will each man be? A lot of behind the head, yeah, and he gets a warning, does Figueroa, hitting Nery behind the back of the head there.
Figueroa, one fight removed from the draw with Julio Ceja, coming off a stoppage win over another lefty in Damian Vasquez. He does hold wins over former belt holders Oscar Escandon and Moises Flores, but really facing the biggest opportunity of his career here against Nery.
Yeah, no question Nery's the best fighter that Figueroa has yet fought. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Nery has been in with overall better competition, though at a lower weight than Figueroa.
And this is what I mean when I say that it favors Nery's this type of style, this type of fight, because he fights slow. So he's not so much exposed to the punches that Figueroa is throwing. Now, on the other hand, Figueroa is, because he is the taller fighter, and he always has the head up.
Nery loves to flood the zone with punches.
Figueroa's found a home for the left hand, though. There's the right hand.
There's a right hand that lands for Figueroa.
Or the right hook, I'm sorry.
They both are missing a lot.
Yes, they are.
But there's also some...
There's a left uppercut that lands for Figueroa.
Wow. Some of those shots are getting in, though.
The inside punches definitely are.
The inside ones.
All right, stop, no punch.
And both men have thrown over 80 punches in this round already. So.
And there's 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're Nery, you want to stay in there. Stay in his chest, throw the inside punches, and you're going to be effective. But once he pulls back is when he gets caught with Figueroa's punches. Just like that.
Left and right lands for Nery. Couple of lefts from Figueroa.
Some of this action is really good. Some of it's a little sloppy. And for the judges, figuring out who's doing the best landing is going to be the tricky part.
Yes.
Figueroa from the southpaw stance. Nery misses with that lead left. Left uppercut landed, though. The lead left uppercut as we end round number 3.
Right time right there.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Respira profundo. No tiene
See,
que,
nice and deep.
Okay. Piensa.
You
no
gotta
todos los golpes van
think
fuertes. Cuando te esté
before
tirando,
throwing.
descansa, ciérrate y
When
después
he's throwing, then you get
Tal vez
nice
era
and
porque
tight.
él no piensa, él no me está tirando.
He's
De
only
repente
throwing.
no-
He's not thinking right now.
Okay.
So take advantage of that.
No te quedes ahí porque te mete muchos cabezazos y golpes
And don't
de
stay there because he's going to use his head too. So you got to move.
¿Cómo andamos? Bien.
How are we doing? Okay? Yeah, we're okay. We're fine.
Nery on the inside doing a lot of work. You know, both men were busy on the inside, and Nery throwing some nice short punches in there. Right hooks, uppercuts. You know, I mentioned the right hook and the keys. I thought that could be a punch that really would work for Nery, and you see him throw it to the body, and he landed it to the head a moment or two ago as well.
Round number 4, Luis Nery's mentality is simple. It's either me or him, he says. He doesn't get in the ring thinking of getting to the final bell and potentially losing because of the judges. And we mentioned Figueroa's draw with Julio Ceja, Al, they're 2,210 power attempts and 739 combined power punch connects. The most ever recorded at 122 pounds.
Pretty extraordinary. And one number that strikes, that comes out at you and speaks to the defensive issues that sometimes Figueroa has. He was hit 373 times in that fight. So, you know, he had some defensive.
And he's being hit a lot in this fight as well.
Nice work by Figueroa, though.
Yeah, neither of them known for a lot of defense at this output, Abner. That could be difficult.
No, when we talk about Figueroa being aggressive, it's when he's a volume puncher, when he lets his punches go. Sometimes he's aggressive and he doesn't throw as much, or he tries to and he smothers his punches. So he's got to take care of that.
Good stuff here on the inside by both fighters.
At the beginning of this round, though, that was the best sequence Figueroa has had in this fight.
Right hand lands for Nery at mid-range. And Figueroa, again, almost smothering his offense, utilizing, you know, making it too close.
Yeah.
And I think Figueroa was effective with those punches that you mentioned, because he threw them somewhat straight, not so much looping punches that he keeps missing.
And gave himself the distance.
Exactly.
Oh, big
there's a right hand that landed for Figueroa. Left uppercut lands on the inside for Nery, and a left hook by Nery.
This is the kind of round that makes this fight special. Both men doing some really good work here.
And sustained offense by both Luis Nery and Brandon Figueroa. We know Figueroa's has a tireless engine. Can Nery maintain this pace at 122 pounds?
That's a very good point, Morrell, and it's the right one for this fight.
Left uppercut right from Figueroa. Oh, how we have missed the Punch Bowl in Carson, California. What a night it has been, and what a fight that we are seeing unfolding here with 30 seconds left in round number 4.
These two men have both landed over 30 punches according to Showstat in this round. That's remarkable.
Luis Nery now utilizing his footwork and the real estate of the ring with 15 seconds left in the 4th.
Stop at the bell, gentlemen.
They may be unable to stop. They are throwing a lot of leather in this one.
Yeah, they both threw 107 punches in the last round. Figueroa, we mentioned he did some pretty good work early in the round. That's Nery doing some nice combination punching, but the right hook, when Figueroa's a lefty, and you just saw it there, really could be a major weapon for him, and he's starting to get that punch in. And then later on in the round, as they both battle on the inside, the body work that Figueroa so desperately wants to do, getting in there, and Nery fighting back off the ropes, but not everything landing here. There was more precise work, I think, done, but this is an example here of them both trying to get the big punches in.
Make them miss, okay? Let's go.
Yeah.
The bell in round number 5. In his last 4 fights, Figueroa has averaged 97 punches per round, Al. But one area with his physical dimensions you'd like to see him try to work on more is his jab.
Yeah, it is an underused punch by him, and he doesn't, oh my.
Wow,
what
good
a body
shot to the body by Figueroa. Forget the jab.
Yeah, I know. He says that's meaningless to me.
And this is exactly the time where you got to make adjustments already. They're known for volume punching, but they have been missing a lot.
Yeah.
Couple of left hands landed for Nery, and then Nery tumbles to the ground, but
get up. Come here. Come here.
Will not be ruled a knockdown.
I want to correct myself from earlier this evening. I mentioned Casimiro might be the best 118-pounder in the world. Honestly, Mr. Inoue from Japan gets that nod. Even though Casimiro is one of the best. So I'm going to correct myself. Even though Casimiro is a terrific fighter.
Minute gone here in the 5th. Nery, left hand down, now flashing the jab with the right. Figueroa Again, closing the distance to what adjustments would you like to see Figueroa make in order to make this fight easier for him?
Well, definitely, like Al mentioned, the jab. You got to jab your way in, create a space where you you don't smother your punches so much. Straight punches, not so much looping punches. And now from Nery, he's doing a good job. He's making Figueroa miss a lot, and he's making him pay.
More of a matador now, Nery, in this round.
Yeah, he's picking his punches, you know, he's being more of a clean puncher, you could say, instead of just throwing volume and missing much.
And he's landing. He's very efficient with his shots out.
Yeah, earlier in that jab, we saw it in round 1 from Nery, but he got away from it because Figueroa was able to, get close to him. But now he's kind of got the jab out of mothballs, and there it is again.
Now Figueroa's headhunting too much.
Under minute left in the 5th. There's a body shot by Nery, another left hook to the body, right hand to the body by the champion. And again, Nery continues to dig away at the body. Then goes upstairs, lands a left. Figueroa goes to the body with a left.
That's where you want to be for Nery. Stay there.
And listen to this crowd come alive in Carson.
I mean, the volume here. And Morrell, you hit on it. Can Nery do this? We know Figueroa can. Can Nery continue this kind of volume punching throughout the fight? Will it be necessary?
I talked about him working with a nutritionist to make weight. He says he feels stronger. So again, we are almost at the midway point. Few seconds left here in the 5th. Straight left to the body by Nery. And then Figueroa came back at the end of the round.
That was one of Nery's better rounds in this fight, I thought.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Now, we mentioned that Figueroa wants to do as much body work as he can. Here in that last round, he did go downstairs. That was a left hand that kind of got there. And he actually he landed the left hand along with it. And later on, Nery, who I thought ultimately had a very good round in this fight, he's doing his own body work, ripping those shots, not everything landing, and of course that's been the hallmark of this fight. Some of that inside work is really good. Some of it just isn't getting home, but Nery did a very good job in that last round, I thought, of being a little more precise with his punches. And they just battle away here, and the crowd is loving it.
Stop. Time. Get over here. Guys, get that corner. Come over here. Time in. Let's go.
Round number 6, scheduled for 12. For Luis Nery's 122-pound championship. Nery started boxing at the age of 14. While Figueroa, he started at the age of 8, debuted as a pro at the age of 18. And he goes to the body with a left hand. Nery moves to his right, goes to the body with a right of his own.
Every time Figueroa digs into the body, he's able to be effective. Every time he walks in with that body shot, there it is. Well, at least punches low, thrown low, he's being effective instead of head hunting.
Figueroa, Nery wants to bait Figueroa, and his hands are low. And
stop, no punch.
He's taken some shots from Figueroa, warned them well. There's a left to the body by Nery.
And the head shots and body shots, who's landed the most? It's been a mixed bag for both boxers.
Stop. Listen. When you're pulled up like that, don't go back there. All right?
And
let's go. You all right?
Nery had the advantage in terms of the body punches.
Minute and a half left here in the 6th round. Again at close quarters. Nery throwing 1s and 2s, going to the body. Then Figueroa on the inside, leaning in.
good uppercut by Nery a moment ago. Neither man has thrown that punch as much. We saw plenty of those in the last fight, enough to last us for a few cards.
Now Nery along the ropes, three left uppercuts on the inside to the jaw of Figueroa. Under a minute now left in the sixth, and the future of the sport in good hands. So many talented fighters under the age of 25. And here you're looking at 26-year-old Nery and 24-year-old Brandon Figueroa battling for high stakes. Not only the 122-pound belt that Nery wore around his waist, but the winner will face Stephen Fulton to unify 122-pound title September 11th here on Showtime. Figueroa lands with a 1-2 from the southpaw stance.
Figueroa's giving himself a little more room to punch, and that's why those straight left hands are getting there.
That's the space, that's the distance Figueroa wants to be in.
I think Nery is arm punching more now than he did early even in the fight. And that may be a sign of some fatigue.
Right there.
Did an amazing job chronicling their legendary careers as Stephen Fulton in attendance tonight, styling and profiling. Again, will face the winner of tonight's main event. He told our Brian Custer he thinks Brandon Figueroa will be the man he faces. Of course, they have been going back and forth on social media as we begin round 7.
Gotta let him go,
Stop, let's hope the 122-pound division will resemble that wonderful era of the Four Kings.
Yeah, it could in some ways, because there's so many good matches to be made. Now, you know, normally Figueroa lands 40% of his power punches. He's landing 31% so far in this match, which isn't that far off.
All right, let's bring in our unofficial scorer, Steve Farrad. How do you have it at the halfway point?
I have it 4 rounds to 2, Mo. 58-56 for Nery. I can explain the difference in this fight pretty easily. Body punching. I think he's been committed to it. He's been steady with it, and he's featured it in virtually every exchange, and that's why I have Nery ahead.
Oh, and Figueroa continues to headhunt and tag Nery with some of those shots beginning to, there's some swelling around the eyes of Luis Nery.
And to buttress Steve's point, 72 body punches according to show sets landed by Nery, 10 by Figueroa.
Figueroa starting to land some good shots upstairs, Abner.
Yeah, Figueroa definitely bringing it. It almost seems like he hurt Nery. Nery is showing signs of fatigue.
And we asked that question, and Nery, who has been down 3 times in his career, as we near the midpoint of the 7th, Brandon Figueroa having himself a great 7th.
And guys, we know that Figueroa has no off button, so this is only the beginning.
Exactly. And yeah, and to buttress your point, as Hal said about Steve, more than 1,000 power punches thrown already. We are in round number 7. And Nery.
You guys get back up. You gotta watch this, all right? All right? No. Let's go.
There's been a subtle shift in this round.
Under a minute left in the 7. Nery goes down for the 4th time in his career.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Brandon Figueroa has just stopped Luis Nery. The Heartbreaker has just broken the heart and the fighting spirit of Luis Nery. Nery tasting defeat for the first time, but Brandon Figueroa blasts off here tonight as he now lays claim to a legitimate piece of the 122-pound crown. And waiting in the wings, Stephen Fulton. Well, he predicted Figueroa would win, and he will now meet Figueroa in a much anticipated title unification clash on September 11th here at Showtime.
Abner pointed out that this man has no off switch, and Nery did in this round. It was, you know, Abner said it's just beginning for Brandon Figueroa, and there was, as we said, a subtle shift in that round that turned out to be not so subtle because it seemed like it was an accumulation of punches that just sent Nery down, and he didn't have anything left in the gas tank.
Figueroa's 17th win via forma knockout, the biggest of his career. And yeah, he helped exorcise the demons of this venue for his family. Remember his brother, older brother, Omar, losing in this venue recently. But tonight it's all about baby brother Brandon becoming a champion. And guys, we talked about the list of excellent, exciting, and accomplished fighters, 24 and under. You talk about Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, Jerron Ennis, David Benavidez, Virgil Ortiz, Shakur Stevenson, Ryan Garcia, and yes, Brandon Figueroa.
We're going to go back to see how he did in Nery. He nice right hands on there, but it probably is a body punch that really does the serious damage. That was a left to the body. Yeah.
There was 2 or 3 landed before, yes.
Yeah, and so it was the body work, ironically.
Isn't it ironic?
Yes, who had a deficit in body work and who told us that would be one of the most important things for him to win this fight. And Nery could not beat the count after getting hit with those body shots. So we'll take another look and you'll see here really well the body work. Abner is, it goes inside.
I think here comes one body shot. Yes, that's that. You can see his face expression. That one hurt, and I think there was another one right after that. Nope.
And that delayed reaction, Oscar De La Hoya, Bernard Hopkins.
Shades of Jermell Charlo and Rosario. Landing in almost the same spot. And we'll take another look at it. And it was kind of a uppercut in a way. Yeah, it was. And oh, yeah, that was right in the solar plexus. That was just delivered perfectly by Brandon Figueroa.
So Brandon Figueroa flying high after putting Luis Nery in airplane mode. Brandon Figueroa now 22-0-1, and he has a piece of a 122-pound title from heartbreaker to rib breaker.
and you know, as Fulton Jr. looks on this, and he said, well, I predicted it. I told you what was going to happen. And, you know, he's happy about how this ended up because he wanted, I think, a fight with Figueroa. They've been going at each other, as you pointed out, and for Nery, former champion,
tasting defeat for the first time.
And yeah, that's a tough blow for him. And still holding that area. He got hit with the perfect body punch.
And prior to him being stopped, we had just seen the unofficial scorecards, and he was helping the scorecards, and I think he was doing just what happened. He was being effective in the body punches, and he got caught with a body shot.
A look at the numbers. Clearly, it was a close fight, and the numbers of punches landed were very similar. As Nery continues to hold his body because of all those punches, right? One was the most important, and that was that left uppercut to the body that did so much damage to him and was one of the 32% of his total punches landed. For power punches, that left to the body was the key one.
Let's make it official with Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes, 18 seconds in round number 7. Our referee in charge, Thomas Taylor, reaches the count of 10. He is the winner by way of knockout. He is still undefeated. He is now the WBA and WBC Super Bantamweight Champion of the world, Brandon the Heartbreaker Figueroa.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Yeah, we are getting set for more action. This one in the lightweight division. Cruz turns 24 next month, 22-2-1 with 15 knockouts. He takes on former unified 126-pound champion Yuriorkis Gamboa, who's coming off a 17-month layoff, the longest of his pro career. So we talk about Gamboa, who is now 40 years of age, coming off a 17-month layoff. Maybe not such a bad thing for a guy who's now 40, but having said that, he's also coming off back-to-back losses against Gervonta Davis, who, of course, Cruz gave the toughest test of Davis's career thus far. But Gamboa, in round 2 of that fight, ruptured his Achilles and lasted 10 more rounds before getting stopped by Davis. And he's also coming off a loss to lightweight champion Devin Haney. So for Gamboa, he has not won a fight since July 2019, when he impressively stopped former 3-time 130-pound titleist Roman Martinez in 2 rounds. And so you have to wonder, is this his last stand?
Yeah, and you know, that time off, here's what he felt was the benefit of the extra time off. When he came back against Haney, he did not feel like he really had recovered from that Achilles injury. And he felt, well, I could still go in and maybe win this fight. So he says that time off may have helped him, but any time you have a 17-month layoff at his age, it's not going to be a good thing for you.
He won an Olympic gold in 2004. And sold the medal for $1,500 to pay for his daughter's first birthday party. Cuba has won more than 40 Olympic gold medals, including 4 in 2020. And of course, we'll get another Cuban Olympic medalist coming up in the main event in the form of Yordenis Ugas. Pitbull Cruz turns 24 next month. He hopes to, well, enjoy the same success as another Pitbull, that being the one in the Bellator MMA cage, where Patricio Pitbull last night in San Jose became a 3-time featherweight champion. But for Pitbull Cruz, he is coming off a loss, Abner, to Gervonta Davis. But yeah, a loss is a loss, but some losses are better than others. And not only did Cruz take Davis the distance, he snapped Davis' 16-fight knockout streak, and he's now earned this kind of support and praise. He's a showman. He's a proud Mexican warrior.
I think this speaks volumes right here, how the people are cheering for him. Listen, his stocks definitely grew after the Tank Davis fight. He got approval from the people. Everybody loves him, and they're looking forward to him fighting tonight and seeing what happens. Maybe a possible rematch against Tank Davis, but regardless, his performance against Tank is what got him here tonight, and we'll see what Cruz does against the experienced Yuriorkis Gamboa.
He wants to prove that he is a major player at the top of the talent-laden lightweight division. And Al, it's interesting because for Cruz, he was a virtual unknown like 2 years ago.
He was, and then he had that run of wins and kept winning. When he got to the higher echelon, he wasn't the knockout puncher. He started winning by decision, but that gave people a chance to see his aggressive style.
It was here in Texas, in fact. Remember against Diego Magdaleno, where he blitzed Magdaleno in the opening round, and it was kind of a little bit of a coming-up party. And since then, again, not always victorious in coming off the loss to Davis, but his stock has soared despite the defeat.
Yeah, absolutely. And what he had showed in the Davis fight was his dogged, determination. And because of that, you get the feeling no matter what lightweight he faces, he's going to be trouble.
And also, he showed a lot of, he showed a great chin because he was able to take Tank's power shots like nothing. And at the same time, he had a great guard.
He said that the Mexican fans here, he kind of couldn't wait to come here and perform for them again, and they're showing him a lot of love.
Win, baby, win.
Let's take a look at the numbers for this fight. Now, when Cruz weighed in for this match, he originally came in over the 135-pound limit, a pound and a half over. But he re-weighed in after that when he went to his hotel room and lost some weight, and he got in under the weight. Now, 40 is the numerical elephant in the room for Gamboa. And, we've talked about the career layoff, the injury, the losses, so he is really testing the terms of time for this fight.
With the official introductions, here once again is Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, from AT&T Stadium here in Arlington, Texas, Premier Boxing Champions presents the co-main event of the evening, brought to you by Man Down Promotions, TGB Promotions, and Showtime. This bout is sanctioned by the WBO. The president is Francisco Valcarcel, supervisor Gino Rodriguez. Our judges scoring from ringside, from Texas, Javier Alvarez. Also from Texas, Jesse Reyes. And from Puerto Rico, Jose Roberto Torres. Introducing our referee in charge, he'll be giving instructions after the introductions, Mark Calloy. All right, fans, here we go with the co-main event of the evening. 10 rounds of boxing scheduled for the WBO Intercontinental Lightweight Championship. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red, white, and blue trunks, fighting out of Miami, Florida, by way of Guantanamo, Cuba. He weighed in at 134 1/4 pounds with a record of 30 wins, 4 losses. He has 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the acclaimed former unified champion of the world, known as El Ciclón de Guantanamo, introducing Yuriorkis Gamboa. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red trunks with black trim, hailing from Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico. He weighed in at 134 3/4 pounds with a record of 22 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. He has 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the exciting former world title challenger and the current WBO and WBC number 4 ranked lightweight in the world, introducing Isaac Pitbull Cruz. And once again, a referee in charge, now to give instructions, Mark Calloy.
Guerreros, ya hablamos de los reglas. We've already talked about the rules in the dressing room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. Most importantly, protect yourselves at all times. If I say stop, those martillos stop working, all right? Touch gloves, buena suerte.
Huge crowd on hand here at AT&T Stadium, Arlington, Texas, set for a scheduled 10 rounds at 135 pounds.
Hazte para atrás. Hazte para atrás, ahorita. Hazte para atrás. Hazte para atrás. Hazte para atrás.
The bell and the opening round, and immediately Cruz goes to the jab, lands an overhand right. Gamboa fires off a jab, but immediately it is Cruz putting the pressure on Gamboa.
Yeah, we all knew that was going to happen in the early rounds.
And he's already tagged Gamboa, and he saw Cruz. Gamboa, the veteran, holding on and doing exactly what he needed to try to stay on his feet.
Gamboa's been down 17 times in his career.
And remarkably, has only been stopped 3 times.
He's hoping not to have number 18 here.
And in fact, in the fights that he's been knocked down, Gamboa's 10-3, but Isaac Cruz does not want to let Gamboa escape the opening round, much like he did against Diego Magdaleno, in San Antonio.
Yeah, you definitely don't, especially when you know you got Gamboa already hurt. And we talked about it, you know, he's been down many times, especially he's going to be cold in this first round.
And Gamboa's had a point deducted from him in the past for holding. He's going to do a lot of it here. The referee's going to have to maybe deal with that as this fight goes on, if it goes on.
It happened against Devin Haney.
Yep.
The most recent infraction, and man, Isaac Cruz walking down Gamboa. Gamboa trying to flash the jab, but having issues with his balance as well, and gets tagged with that right hand, but took it well.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's pulling straight back with his hands down. Speaking of Gamboa, he's trying to get back into his fight, trying to box a little bit, use that jab, but again, pulling back with his hands down.
And Cruz not overcommitting, not in a rush to get it done. Continuing to show the wrinkles that he adds under the tutelage of his father, Isaac Cruz Sr. Meanwhile, Gamboa working with Pedro Roque, the former Cuban national amateur team and Olympic team coach.
Cruz is trying to land that overhand right. He landed it before, and that would be the punch for Gamboa to really worry about right now.
Yeah, 100%. Especially, again, he's throwing the jab. He's moving straight back in the line with his hands down. So that overhand right is there for Cruz. There, he tried it right there. He barely missed.
Yeah, Gamboa's had a lot of injury woes recently. We talked about what happened against Gervonta Davis, and while his chin may not be as strong as he would like, you can't question his heart.
No.
And it looks like Yuriorkis Gamboa is going to survive what has been a horrible start to this fight for El Ciclón de Guantánamo.
You can't go punch to punch. You got to be nice and calm, okay? Wait, Geraldo. Let me give the instructions here. Keep with the left. When he comes in, then you go with the haymaker, with the right haymaker.
Well, twice in that first round, the power of Isaac Cruz made itself apparent. He would land this left hook here. Was the first punch that created issues for Gamboa. He was trying to hold, and then he got really wobbly and almost went down, but was able to somehow keep his balance. And later on in the round, it would be Cruz. This time, I think it was the right hand. Yeah, that was the overhand right. And Gamboa did a great job of staying upright in that instance.
I mean, this is a guy that fought how many rounds? 6, 7 rounds with the torn Achilles.
Almost 10, almost 8.
So that is not bringing him down.
Hey, what are we talking about? He fought almost 10 rounds with a ruptured Achilles against Gervonta Davis in a firefight here, and now it's Gamboa sitting down, and he's having some success against Isaac Cruz. And remember, when Gamboa first came on the scene, he was a breathtaking, power-hitting risk-taker who was capable of overwhelming opponents, and then, well, his chin began to betray him.
Gamboa has scored only one knockout win, one stoppage win since 2014, but he showed a little pop there.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely, again, the pop is there, the experience, the combinations from Gamboa. And I think Gamboa is like one of the few fighters that would need to get knocked down in order for him to wake up. Remember Tino Trinidad? Tino Trinidad will go down and automatically just become a monster. Great defense there by Gamboa.
Felix Trinidad, by the way, supporting Yuriorkis Ugas in the main event. Zab Judah supporting Earl Spence. So the luminaries, a lot of, so many great champions at welterweight throughout the years. That's why it has been the glamour division. And what a main event we are expecting. But what a fight this is turning out to be here with less than a minute and a half remaining in the second round.
Yeah, and at moments we're getting glimpses at the old Gamboa that we used to see back in the days. Explosive, he comes in with this combination, pulled back and starts boxing.
Under a minute remaining here in the second round. And when you look at the average age for a lightweight, it's 5'8". Cruz is today's shortest 135-pound contender. And when you look at lightweight champions who've stood only 5'4", luminaries like Ray Mancini and Tony Canzoneri.
They did pretty well, especially Tony Canzoneri in the long run. And of course, Ray was a great fighter. In this round, Gamboa has thrown more punches than Cruz. You wouldn't necessarily expect him to be winning the volume battle in any round, and he got off to a great start in this round. And Cruz has been a little wild with his left hook in this round.
A good bounce back round for Gamboa.
Definitely, he's made Cruz miss a lot and found a way to kind of neutralize him.
But then right at the 10-second warning, he drops Gamboa.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dame los manos, dame los manos. Time!
Wow.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
I was saying a good bounce back round. Well, it didn't end very well for Yuriorkis Gamboa.
Listen to me, you got to keep your hands up. This is a war. Come on. Your arms are still low. And you got to move to your right, please. Keep going to the right.
Well, after, as Morrell said, a decent comeback round, right toward the end of the round, Cruz would get there with the left hook, and then another left hook and the right hand, and that was when Gamboa went down. He did also land a punch when Gamboa was down. Ref Mark Calloway pushing him back there, but the 18th time for Gamboa to go down in a fight.
Yeah, spending more time on the canvas than Picasso. 18 times in a career in which he's gone 10-3. That still is the stat that sticks out to me. He is victorious majority of the time.
This fight's not over yet.
Oh, and Cruz going to the body, dropping Gamboa again.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dame los guantes, dame los guantes. Box.
I keep jinxing Gamboa. Every time I feel that he's coming back, he gets knocked down.
And this is simply now a firefight, and it's Gamboa who is being rattled. He's being rocked, and the veteran trying to hold on for survival. Cruz coming forward, using good movement as well. Oh, shoulder strikes, watch out.
Yeah, he's got no legs underneath him anymore, Gamboa.
Cruz is getting so wild, he's trying to uppercut from way outside, but he isn't worried about being countered at this point, I guess, by Gamboa.
Oh, another devastating body shot, and the takedown by Gamboa.
That's going to buy him a little time.
Ven para acá. Los dos, ven para acá. Vamos a boxear, no lucha. Box.
Cruz Cruz has gone the distance in 5 of his last 6 fights, but tonight he's looking like he wants to try and get out of there early.
Dropping Gamboa twice already in round 2, and again here in round 3, and swinging for the fences is Isaac Cruz backing up Gamboa, and Gamboa can only hold on.
Yeah, Cruz just swinging for the fences, really just trying to look for the perfect shot as he did just there. He's got a
real chance here, I'm sorry, is to land a solid right hand that would hurt Cruz. A straight right hand as he's coming in. He's trying to land that.
He did a few times, but I mean, Cruz,
I think he's trying to tire Cruz up by just leaning on him and holding on to him.
Well, last round I said he was trying to neutralize the volume from Cruz by doing that, but he chose to exchange, and that's when he went down.
Final minute of the 3rd. Cruz bobbing and weaving, going to the body with the right, short right uppercut on the inside lands for Cruz. And for Gamboa, he just wants to make this a wrestling match. He's not throwing many punches, and he's not able to.
Yeah, I think he's already fatigued for all this.
And it's crazy how Gamboa can fight on skates all night. He could do that.
Yeah, he does for long periods of time when you think he can't.
We saw with a ruptured Achilles go an extra almost 10 rounds with Gervonta Davis before being stopped. Final 15 seconds of the 3rd. And Yuriorkis Gamboa needs a dramatic reversal of fortunes.
Listen to me. You gotta get the timing. Get the timing down. You want to go toe-to-toe with him? Okay, but get a timing then. Get it down. Go with the 1-2, and then he leaves himself open. But you gotta attack him. Let's go. But keep your hands up.
Well, more drama that did not benefit Gamboa in the last round. Left hook by Cruz. He didn't even, he let off with the hook. He feinted to give himself a chance to land that punch and then got in Abner. It was a great effort by him.
Yeah, great punch there. You know, that's one of his money makers, which is the right or the left hook, really.
Got both of them.
And against Gamboa, you want to keep doing that. Especially again, because he has his hands down all the time, well, most of the time.
And then this was the awkward action in which they took a spell. Oh my, big right hand hurt him already.
Huge right hand to kick off the 4th, and he saw Cruz swarming Yuriorkis Gamboa, just trying to push Cruz off of him. And Gamboa tries to deliver the jab, but is just getting hit at all angles, uppercuts.
Cruz wanted to get a knockout in this fight at some point because Devin Haney was not able to knock out Gamboa, and it took Davis a while to do it, so he'd like to at least make a favorable comparison by getting him out sooner.
Yeah, it took some rounds for Davis to stop him, to get the TKO, and Haney went the distance. So Cruz definitely trying to make a statement.
And right hand again connects on the noggin of Gamboa by Cruz. 1 minute has elapsed here in the 4th, and when you look at the show stats in terms of punches thrown, they're almost even.
Yeah, which is a little bit surprising. Cruz is he's landed the point in
and 2-1, he's outlanding them in terms of connects.
You know, the interesting thing, though, is that in terms of body punches, Cruz has landed 10, but he hasn't gone to the body as much as we normally see from him.
Yeah, no, he's headhunting right now, speaking of Cruz. And again, we get glimpses of Gamboa, what he does well, the combination punching, stepping back, but he does not have his feet underneath him anymore. That's a problem.
Left hook to the body lands for Cruz. There's a jab, another jab by Gamboa, but it's been a horrific start for Gamboa, having gone down already multiple times in this fight.
And the jab for Cruz is kind of a rumor. Doesn't even need to jab his way in. He's just coming in and saying, well, I'll lead off with the left hook or the overhand right. I'll take my choice.
But that would make it a lot easier.
It would, yes. I was going to say that, but I don't know.
Stop! But this is what happens. You get excited. You see landing, overhand rights like crazy.
Yes.
And you just get happy with that. You continue to do it. But if you're a Cruz corner, you want to tell him, all right, set up those hooks with the jab.
That left hand was a Cruz missile, and somehow Gamboa pops right back up to his feet. Someone should test that man's DNA. How did he survive that shot? Yuriorkis Gamboa, who somehow ends the round on his feet.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Keep the hands up. This guy is putting the arms, everything on you. You have enough to win this fight. Let's go. What are you doing?
Well, another round in which Gamboa would hit the canvas. Just a lead-off left hook. We talked about the fact that he's been leading off with that punch to the overhand right. That was maybe the best left hook Cruz has landed in this fight. And as Morrell pointed out, astonishingly, Gamboa able to get up very quickly from that punch. I mean, he's remarkable in his recuperatory powers. I mean, it's staggering.
Seconds out. Let's go. Ahora sí. Limpio. Stop.
I know we've seen Gamboa go down many times in many fights, and it almost became, normal, I guess, to see him down. But at this point, you got to be careful.
I agree.
Gamboa is 40 years old, and he gives shots like that to make it seem that he's still in the fight, but his feet are not underneath him. It only takes one shot, and I think Cruz might land it.
Man, it's incredible the amount of shots he's taking, Gamboa, right now. A walking Chumbawamba song, but it's Cruz that's doing the thumping.
Gamboa in this round came out with a purpose. He's throwing a lot of combinations and straight right hands, knowing that's the only ticket he has to win this fight, to hurt Cruz as he's coming in with one of those.
But you know what's going to happen is going to make him want to get hit even harder, I would say.
The more he opens up, the more opportunity he provides Cruz.
Cruz attacking the body with 3-4 punch combination. Oh, the right hand! The rope's keeping Gamboa up, and the referee has stopped the fight. Isak Cruz records his 16th knockout win, and he is proving to be a knockout with the fans here at AT&T Stadium.
Would you want to do it another way? A great knockout for Cruz. He is what people are talking about. He impressed a lot of people against Tank Davis, and tonight he showcased that again.
Back in the ring only 4 months after that fight, he fought 3 times in 2021. He's being active, and he continues to develop as a fighter.
Father and son embrace. What a long, hard road it has been for the Cruz family.
In 5 of his last 6 fights, he has not been able to have this moment with a knockout win, but he gets it tonight.
And an incredible family pedigree, mentioning his father, who fought champions Vernon Forrest and Junior Witter. His granddad, Mimo Cruz, beat world champions Pepino Cuevas and Alfredo Escalera. His older brother, Diego, is an active fighter, but it is Isak Pitbull Cruz who is definitely not in cruise control. What a fight by the youngster who turns 24 next month.
Talked about the DNA of Gamboa. His boxing DNA is special, and we will look at the end of this fight. It's an overhand right. He ducks down. Well, he lands the left hook. Then the overhand right comes in, and those 2 punches were the story of this fight. And he always had just enough head movement, dipping down, Abner, to create the openings for those punches.
He dodged a punch there. He was able to dodge Gamboa's jab, came over with the overhand right and then the left. And then let me tell you, it was the ropes that held Gamboa up. But if it wasn't for the referee stopping the fight, Gamboa, he would have wanted it to continue. But great stop.
For him.
Cruz soaking up the adulation of the crowd here at AT&T Stadium, and now sharing a moment with Gamboa's corner. And for Yuriorkis, Gamboa now having lost 3 straight fights at the age of 40 and taking an incredible amount of punishment in this fight.
And the numbers will demonstrate that as we take a look at them. You know, the power punches, I direct your attention there. Cruz landed 56, that's everything other than the jab. And so many of those were big left hooks or overhead rights. And in fact, those 2 punches is what did in Gamboa in that last sequence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time. 1 minute 32 seconds in round number 5. A referee in charge, Mark Colloy, stops the contest. He is the winner by way of technical knockout. He is now the WBO Intercontinental Lightweight Champion, Isak Pitbull Cruz.
There's at least one person in the Philippines smiling ear to ear right now, and that is, of course, Manny Pacquiao, one of Pitbull Cruz's idols and a man who has been instrumental in helping Isak Cruz get to this point.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Y el público empieza a correr el nombre del Canelo. Escuche usted, lo decimos, lo repetimos, hay que ver a las nuevas figuras del boxeo mexicano y mi impresión es que el Canelo puede ser un fenómeno.
Vaya escandalera, impresionante cómo lo vuelve a quedar la batalla, ahora sí.
La primera vez que salí en la televisión me sentí muy contento, obviamente. Mis amigos me decían, saliste en la tele, y pues emocionado, ¿no? Obviamente era lo que amaba hacer, salir en la televisión. Voy avanzando, ya salí una vez, entonces quieren verme y eso me motivaba mucho. Como peleador maduré muchísimo y fue como me convertí en el mejor del mundo.
¿Significa algo que Ryder llegará a los 12 contigo, que Munguia lo noqueó?
Pues no significa mucho para mí en lo personal, porque las peleas, los estilos hacen peleas, ¿no? A unos se les dificulta más unos estilos que a otros. Lo que sí es que vimos el nivel de Munguia, con la mentalidad esa que tiene, es garantía de que va a ser una gran pelea.
Pues Jaime Munguia más que nada es un peleador fuerte, es un peleador disciplinado que es alto para la categoría, mexicano, un mexicano que va para adelante, un mexicano que no va para atrás, que no se raja. Nosotros siempre nos hemos enfrentado a los mejores. Saúl, pues yo lo veo muy fuerte, la verdad lo veo muy entero, lo veo con muy buena condición física.
Venimos a desearle el mejor de los éxitos. Próxima pelea. Gracias. Ya yo pago mi película, mi pelea, ¿eh?
Se siente padre, pues, porque pues, reconoce el esfuerzo, todo lo que he hecho. No lo sé cuántas peleas me faltan, la verdad es que no lo he pensado. Voy pelea por pelea. A lo mejor 5, a lo mejor 10, a lo mejor 3, a lo mejor 4, no sabemos. Pero voy pelea con pelea, yo me siento muy bien. Mientras que me siga sintiendo así, pues veremos, ya a lo mejor llega un día y digo, ya. Me pone muy triste pensar el que llegue el día que me retire, pero hasta no quiero pensar en eso. Vamos a disfrutarlo.
Thank you very much, Brian. And if we get the Mexican version of Hearns Hagler, my goodness, the roof will come off this building here tonight. Canelo Alvarez, Jaime Munguia for the undisputed super middleweight championship. Munguia, 6 years younger, has the longer reach, needs to establish the jab because the jab is key. It was key for Mayweather. It was key for Bivol, the only two people to defeat Canelo. And for Munguia and Alvarez here tonight, Alvarez, his first round will be his 485th. For Munguia's first round will be 200. So a huge edge and experience for the defending champion. Let's go to Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, before we bring out our fighters for the main event, at this time we ask you to rise for the national anthems. We begin with the national anthem of Mexico. Please welcome to the microphone the famed recording artist, Mijares.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciño patria tus sienes de oliva, de la paz del arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios escribió. Mas si osare un extraño enemigo profanar con su planta tu suelo, pienso, patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio, un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. ¡Viva México!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the national anthem of the United States. To lead us, please welcome Mariachis Brendan Perez, Ramiro Oseguera, and Daniel Ochoa.
that was awesome. That was great.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the bout you've all been waiting for. The highly anticipated Cinco de Mayo weekend all-Mexican showdown for the undisputed super middleweight championship of the world. And now please welcome the boxers as they make their way to the ring. It's time for Canelo versus Munguia.
Amor a México, canto a la madre tierra y a sus tribus multicolor. Soy un oso empoderado de la magia del amor y así vivo lo que creo, porque mi fe me hace sentirme cierto y hoy mi corazón me habla por dentro y así proyecto mis
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as Canelo Promotions and Premier Boxing Champions presents the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by Canelo Promotions and TGB Promotions in association with Golden Boy Promotions and Xanther Boxing Promotions, and presented by Corona Premier, the exceptional light beer. It's fight night. Light it up. By VMC Tequila Cocktails, El Origen Ante Todo. By El Mexicano Brand Products, bring authentic sabor to your table. Somos El Mexicano. By Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, only in theaters May 24th, and sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. This undisputed World Championship is sanctioned by the WBC President Mauricio Suleiman, the WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, the IBF President Darrell Peoples, and the WBO President Francisco Valcarcel. Along with the Nevada State Athletic Commission, the chairman is Dallas Hahn, Executive Director Jeff Mullen. Introducing our three judges, scoring from ringside. From Nevada, Tim Cheatham. From Oklahoma, David Sutherland. And from New Jersey, Steve Weisfeld. Introducing our third man in the ring, our referee in charge of the action, Thomas Taylor. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing in an all-Mexico battle for the undisputed super middleweight championship of the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, it's prime time! Introducing to you first on my right, the challenger, fighting out of the red corner, wearing colors of the Mexican flag, red, white, and green with black trim, hailing from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. He weighed in at 167.5 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with a record of 43 wins, no losses, 34 big wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight in his 7th world title appearance, he aims to capture the undisputed crown. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former WBO 154-pound champion of the world, the undefeated all-action, battle-ready, hard-hitting, world-ranked contender, introducing Jaime Munguia. And his opponent across the ring, the defending world champion, fighting out of the blue corner, entering the ring wearing black trunks with Tiffany blue trim, El Orgulloso Guerrero de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. He weighed in at a trim and ready 166.75 pounds with a tremendous career and a record of 60 wins, 2 losses, 2 draws, with 39 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, making the 4th defense of his undisputed title, here is the sensational star of boxing, the 4-division world champion and pound-for-pound great in his 25th world title appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the renowned, the current, the reigning and defending undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, presentando a Saúl Canelo Alvarez. Once again, a referee in charge, Thomas Taylor, now to give instructions.
Okay, both belt lines a little high, so we're going full belt line here, all letters here. You got my instructions in the back, gentlemen. Protect yourselves at all times, listen to my commands. Touch them up, back to your corner, gentlemen.
Good. Will Canelo retain the undisputed crown, or will Munguia pull off the upset and become the new king of the ring? We are set for 12 rounds or less for the undisputed super tension. You can cut it with a chainsaw. The energy, the excitement palpable. A sold-out crowd here in this all-Mexican battle. And yes, literally the biggest Mexican title fight in history. No two Mexican fighters have ever met this high up on the scale, and immediately the dueling chants begin.
Wow, such a divided crowd. A lot of people here for Munguia, a lot of people here for Canelo. People seem to want a new face of boxing. We'll find out tonight. Munguia starting off really good with the jab as expected, being the bigger guy. He's got the distance, so he's got to be on point with that jab.
All the way back in December of 2017 in a Ring Magazine New Faces feature, Munguia talked about one day facing his compatriot Canelo. That has come to fruition tonight. Canelo earlier this week says he will finish Munguia before round 8. Munguia's new trainer, second fight with Munguia. Freddie Roach, the Hall of Famer, predicts an 8th round knockout.
Munguia looking very sharp and very quick right now.
Canelo launching that left hook, caught off balance as they clinch, but Joe continued.
Yeah, the first punch that landed for Canelo was a right hand to the elbow, the left elbow of Munguia, which he does. He likes to destabilize your arm and that jab by hitting you in spots that will last and
he's doing exactly what many pundits and experts predicted that he should do against a guy like Canelo, establish the jab.
The jab, the distance, the straight punches. You want to keep Canelo busy with those.
In his last 4 fights, Canelo's output and accuracy is going down. Many people feel, I mean, he's been at the summit a long time. Is he on the other side of the mountain? He's gone the distance 4 times in a row. Of course, second time in his career, but man, this crowd is going to make our job easy because we don't have to say much. Let's listen to these people do their thing.
Don't do that. Back up. No extra quick shit, all right? Back up. Go.
Nice left hook to the body by Canelo, and there's that patented lead left hook. He likes to double up. Freddie Roach even said it. His combinations are predictable, but very effective. He loves to go left hook body, left hook upstairs. Canelo also likes to land the left, the right to the body, and the right uppercut. And now Munguia opening up.
Beautiful combinations right there for Munguia. Again, he's got to stay busy. He's got to make Canelo think. I mean, Canelo, you got to make him defensive.
But Canelo's just walking right to Munguia, disregarding the power and the speed that Munguia is showing right now, which is incredible.
Boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
For Jaime Munguia, threw 39 punches, landed 10, kept Canelo from throwing just 11 punches. He landed 5. Now Canelo is used to collecting the so-called data, used to methodical starts, picking it up as he goes on, but this is the kind of start Munguia wanted.
Yeah, perfect start for Munguia. Fast-paced, beautiful distance, jab, the range. But Canelo, like you mentioned, Canelo usually fights like this. Slow, high accuracy, and really good power shots.
Above average body puncher. You just have to ask Rocky Fielding and Josecito Lopez, among others, and still a great defensive fighter. Especially in close. I mean, the quintessential Mexican fighter was the legend Julio Cesar Chavez, Joe, who, while infighting, would still take a lot of punches off the gloves and utilize his body movement. And Canelo can do the same thing, but right now Munguia, trying to stay at distance, eats the left hook, but goes back to work with the jab.
Munguia, when he put pressure on Canelo backed up. He avoided most of the punches coming from Munguia and then stepped right back up to the plate and landed his own punches. He's very smart, Canelo. He's
an explosive counter-puncher. The crowd rallying behind Jaime Munguia.
You've seen early on, like you mentioned, Joe earlier, the arm punches that Canelo's landing.
Just landing another one right
That's
there.
what he likes to do. He'll break down that high guard. And he tore Callum Smith's ligaments in his arm, but look at Munguia open up. Canelo again, very focused in the eye of the storm.
Yeah, Canelo doesn't blink. He's very calm under fire. He knows how to pick off punches. He just stepped in there with a nice body shot.
The Mexican style is all about close combat, relentless pressure, copious amounts of body punching. Never say die, never clinch, and you're seeing two proud proponents of it here in an all-Mexican affair. 1-2 from Canelo connects.
Beautiful accuracy right there from Canelo. Straight punches, 1, 2, 3. It was 3 punches that landed, but again, it's the power from Canelo. He's looking for that. We know that Munguia gets hit flush, so definitely Canelo's looking for that.
Munguia's hands are low when he throws his punches, leaving him susceptible to the counters, trying to keep his hands up as he goes on the attack.
All blocked by Canelo just now.
Even in the loss to Bivol, when Canelo was on the ropes, I remember this one sequence where Bivol threw a bunch of punches and Canelo was able to slip or block all of them.
Great defensive fighter that Canelo is. One of the best if right now in this era, for sure. But it's punches like that you want to keep throwing. You want to keep Canelo busy trying to take punches away.
And Munguia delivers a combination. And it's Canelo, though, who has the more thudding shots, especially to the body.
The ones that have landed cleanly are from Canelo right now. Munguia's throwing punches, but they're being blocked or slipped by Canelo. He's really calm under pressure, Canelo. Yeah. And he's showing it right now.
Canelo has definitely ramped it up here in the second round, now having thrown 50 punches, landing 16. Munguia 11 of 59.
And here's the 1-2 from Munguia. Beautiful jab, and it went in. That right-handed the body shot. That's how you want to finish off your combinations if you're Munguia.
Yeah, and here we go. There's that jab hook, and here comes the right hand. That hook moved Munguia right into his right hand, and that landed solidly. The one that landed on Canelo was off his glove and then in his face, but what landed was the liver shot from Munguia right after that grazing right hand.
Neither fighter has been knocked down. Fans hope it'll be a knockdown, drag-out affair.
Munguia looks extra speedy tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has to be.
Yeah, he has to be. That's right. His punches look really quick tonight.
He was impressive, especially in that Ryder fight. Knocked him down 4 times, sent Ryder into retirement. The common opponent that Canelo beat, going the distance. But here now in round 3, Canelo with the high guard, trying to bait Munguia. Munguia, though, loading up on the jab, fires the right hand behind it.
And that's what you want to keep doing. The younger fighter, keep that same momentum.
Nice counter left hook upstairs by Munguia.
The volume, but it's always going to be the counter punching from Canelo.
Nice double left hook a la Canelo by Munguia on the right hand. Nice slip of the... He really curled that left hook in quick.
And look what Munguia does after he's done throwing the combination.
Yeah, he's not admiring his work like he's
getting out and with the jab.
And giving him that extra second to land a counter. There's the right uppercut from Canelo. Neither fighter again has been down, but they are throwing spiteful shots early.
Yeah, Canelo stepped back off that right hand from Munguia like he just does a little half step and counter with the right uppercut. He's really, really smart.
Yeah, Canelo's money punch right there.
And again, Canelo always throws spiteful shots.
Yes.
Loads up on his punches, but Munguia really using the jab effectively, Joe.
Yeah, like I said, he's really sharp with the jab. All of his punches right now, a lot more, I'd say, accurate than the past couple of fights. Or I should say the Derevinchenko fight, at least. He looks like a different fighter right now.
Yeah,
very poised.
That was the fight of the year against the great big one-hit in Sergey Derevinchenko. Had many opportunities to become a champion, such a great fighter. And in fact, the knockdown really could have secured the fight for Munguia against Derevinchenko. And then he dropped Ryder 4 times. And so
Canelo right now is taking Munguia's jab away. How? By throwing his own jab as well, and by countering Munguia after his jab.
Final minute of the third round.
The feints keep him guessing.
Munguia walking Canelo down, has him in the corner. High guard by Canelo. Very educated eyes.
He's missing a lot. And Canelo's doing a perfect job by taking the 2 steps back.
Right hand to the body by Munguia.
And you know he's going to come back with the big shot.
Hasn't countered yet.
He will.
Double jab by Munguia. Munguia continues to be the aggressor as expected.
Yes and no. He's aggressive when Canelo allows him to be.
Munguia walking down Canelo, going to work Canelo, landing these shots. The crowd erupting. Canelo with a counter left hook. Munguia with his best work here in the final seconds of round 3.
That was the best round right there for Munguia. Looked really sharp. Fast and short and crisp punches. An improvement.
Digo, güey, no quiero que mantengas el mismo ritmo así pasivo.
Keep that same pace.
No quiero que te confíes, güey. Poco a poco le vas a ir mejor viendo, le vas a ir viendo mejor los golpes. No te lo sueno. ¿Ya? ¿Ya? Poco a poco le vas a ir viendo mejor los golpes, güey. Simón. Como un maestro te quiero arriba, bloquea, pasa,
like a teacher up there.
pendejo, nomás métetele adentro.
Get on the inside and touch him.
Bien cerradito, güey.
All right, close up that guard.
All right, there's that right hand. There was a little low, that double hook. Most of those were off the glove. Some of them were slipping through. That's the one that really got through. No, I'm talking about clean shots.
Usually with Canelo, that doesn't even happen.
You're right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Munguia is sharp as I've ever seen him right now. He's as fast as I've ever seen him, and very, very tactical right now.
And yet the corner keeping him composed, not getting overconfident. The crowd, of course, can play a big factor with their reaction to punches. Larry Hazard, unofficial scorecard, has Munguia ahead 29-28, 2 rounds to 1. And again, when they throw punches, the crowd will react. Judges can be influenced.
And this is how we wanted Munguia to start. Fast-paced, volume punching. Again, you know, we talk about the older Canelo, but again, the power is there.
The high guard blocked those shots by Canelo, but it was unable to land the counter. And Munguia continues to just put the pressure on, lands a right hand.
And I like how Munguia's throwing straight.
Oh, nice 1-2, right hand by Canelo. But Munguia took it very well.
He did. And Munguia got hit earlier in that first exchange with the left hook that he took really well. Dude, that was clean.
That's really good.
Canelo loves to lead with the right hand, chopping right, missing.
Yeah.
Munguia's already thrown 118 jabs. It is the 4th round. He's landed 23. Canelo 14 of 59, but the jab has never been a calling card for Canelo. He wants to deliver punishing power shots, usually on the counter, usually the lead left hook to the body and upstairs. And look at the graphic talking about a very important weapon here tonight.
Yeah, very important weapon. More for Munguia, of course, because he wants to have that space, that range. Yes, and Canelo, of course, he uses the jab as a power puncher, as a setup punch, but he's trying to get in the inside. That's where he wants to be.
The jab is hitting Munguia, and Canelo counting with the right uppercut on the inside. Nice right hand. Canelo spun his head, took some of the steam off, but got hit with that right hand. And now Canelo lands a right. And Munguia stays in the pocket.
2 right uppercuts by Canelo. 3. He's hurt.
The uppercut. Munguia goes down for the first time in his career. The power of Canelo is real.
That's what Canelo's capable of. Wow.
Loading up on the left. Munguia down for the first time, now facing all of the heat here in round 4. Great start, but the great equalizer, the power of Canelo Alvarez. As we go to
stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
All right, there's a miss. Hooked by Munguia.
Yeah, but Canelo's so strong with the inside punches. The uppercut is the punches you don't see that hurt. And Munguia never saw that short, sweet uppercut from Canelo.
The left hook started it, the right uppercut finished it.
And see, if you're going to poke your head on the inside with Canelo, you better have that middle closed up and everything else. Because
everything was working for Munguia, but guess what? The experience of Canelo.
Yeah.
He knew he was going to come in short. Sweet uppercut in the inside.
Like Eddie Reynoso said, be the teacher.
Canelo talked about fighting Munguia because of the respect that he showed him, but also because he praised Munguia's discipline, punching power, and hunger. He said all qualities that guarantee an exciting fight. Well, it's exciting, all right.
Let's see how Munguia reacts in this next round after the knockdown. He's like you mentioned, he's been never knocked down. Yeah, first time.
27 years of age, entering his physical prime against Canelo Alvarez, who is in his 65th fight tonight. My goodness, the thunderous crowd. And you think about that, 33 years of age, has fought more than any other fighter ranked by Ring Magazine, 65 pro fights.
Yeah, that's a really important key as well for Canelo's been here before. He's used to this crowd, this magnitude of just the vibe. And Munguia, I don't know, it's his first time.
The thing about Canelo is, no matter what, he always looks like he's in control. Even when the other guy's doing well, he looks under control.
See the head movement there as he took all the steam off the punch and countered and now goes to the body. So the defensive reflexes are still there. Lead left hook by Canelo, the jab from Munguia, which has disappeared because of the power of Canelo.
Yeah, I know a lot of people say that Canelo's flat-footed. Yes, he is, but he's the guy that he knows how to work from the inside. That's where his power comes from. He waits for the guy to make mistakes. He lunge in, and Canelo pulls back. There it is, the uppercut.
Plus when Canelo pulls out, he's got his hands up good. When you go to the body, he protects the elbow when to block the body shot.
He can slip, block, parry, and counter at close range.
Yeah, that's, you don't want to be there if you're Munguia. Again, he's letting his hands go, but not his type of fight.
Lead right cross landed for Canelo Alvarez. Munguia goes to the body, but hands were low. Took some off. Oh, and that was a left. The jab that pops Munguia's head back. Diminishing returns for Jaime Munguia.
Canelo's timing is really on point.
Makes his metronome jealous. And Munguia aggressively trying to come back, but just does not have the power of Canelo.
He's doing the right thing. He just does not have the power or the respect so far from Canelo. So Canelo's able to...
I don't know if he doesn't have the power. I think he's got the power.
He does, but not the respect yet from Canelo.
I just think Canelo's defense is so calm and so professional and so above board. He's targeted.
Comparison to Canelo. The power belongs to Canelo already, as we've seen.
Yeah, the power jab from Canelo. He sets that up really nice. And he hasn't sat down this whole fight.
¿Qué vamos a hacer
Careful, he's strong
ya
and he
está más
hits,
lento con
right?
el
Be careful.
contragolpe, estás aquí,
He's
ya trae
slowing
cansado
down.
el hombro.
Now counter
Se lo va a
punch.
seguir, pum, pam, pam,
Touch his
pianita, se
shoulder.
termina, pam, lo paras con la izquierda.
And stop him with the left.
Después lo dejas corto,
Then you lead him
bloqueas,
short,
empiezas a
block it,
bloquear arriba.
and start punching up top.
Cerrado, güey, a la Chaquito, cabrón.
Canelo used to collecting more information than a SIM card in the early rounds. Obviously was able to find an opening and deliver that power that led to the first knockdown of Munguia's career as we begin round number 6 of this undisputed super middleweight championship fight from T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas on the eve of Cinco de Mayo. And now look at how fortunes have changed. Larry Hazard's unofficial scorecard now has Canelo on top by 2 points thanks to that knockdown in round 4.
Yeah, Munguia started off really good with the... But it's the power from Canelo. I mean, he's, like you said, so calm, collected data.
Beautiful right up with that jab to the body.
I know, he's just so comfortable right now. You can walk in through those punches easy.
Yeah, Canelo finished that combo with a nice left hook to the liver, snuck it in there, really nice. Munguia was busy with the punches up top.
1 minute gone in the 6th. There's a jab from Canelo, another jab from Canelo. Feinting, trying to get Munguia to drop his hands. High guard by Munguia, but still Canelo lands a combination and then culminates with a right to the body.
Yeah, his jab, Canelo doing the work with the jab now, having Munguia think.
Canelo is just so slick. Once he figures you out, it's hard to hit him.
And of course, Munguia is known for throwing 4 and 5 punch combinations throughout his career, especially in the latter stages of fights. He continues to deliver, but Canelo just out of range.
He just pulls off and steps back in.
Those were great combinations, great punches from Munguia, but again, the defensive side from Canelo, I mean, he's so good at it, and he blocks most of them.
Referee Thomas Taylor inspecting Canelo's head, asking them to be careful. Don't need an accidental head clash. "30 seconds left in the 6th. And it's when Munguia goes to the body that he leaves his head exposed for that counter opportunity from Canelo.
Well, when he throws a right hand, when he throws a 1-2, he's going to throw that liver shot. And you're right, he leaves that right hand down.
We are through the first half of this Mexican battle.
Canelo's taken over, the past 3 rounds. There's a little jab feint, Munguia went to parry it, and Canelo came over with his left hook, rocked him, and he stepped back. There's a jab right down the pipe.
Yeah, look where Canelo's standing at a great distance right there. And here comes the big right from Canelo right here.
Right. He maneuvered Munguia's head.
Up the guard, you saw it, yeah.
And just right down the middle. He's so smart. He's so good. This is why he's won 60 fights.
Opened up the guard like a double click as we head into round number 7. Canelo coming on. So as we head into the second half of the fight, let's talk adjustments that need to be made by Munguia. Abner, take it away.
Well, Munguia, he's got to get back on that rhythm that he started with. The jab, the letting the punches go, keeping Canelo busy, and not giving him those opportunities to counterpunch. And for Canelo, well, Canelo just the experience and just waiting for the right time to land the big shots and to continue to break him down and open up the bar for Munguia.
Power punches through 6 rounds. Canelo 65 of 137, 47% clip. Munguia 42 of 142, just 30%.
Canelo's so good at blocking and parrying right inside. I mean, literally 6 inches away. He's so good at maneuvering your punches and moving them out of the way and then countering them.
And the stat I just shared speaks eloquently about Canelo's offense and defense.
we've been talking that he hasn't been throwing as many punches as before, but he throws the right once with the right power.
Low output, high accuracy. Oh, we haven't seen Munguia feint much. He tried it there. And they're countered by the left from Canelo.
He's so worried about being countered right now, Munguia.
It's a valid concern.
Yeah, of course.
And you see Canelo bounce punches off the shoulders. We talk about that as well. He's content to just beat your arms to a pulp so you drop your guard more.
Good little shot.
Another liver shot by Canelo. And another body shot from Canelo.
When he throws Canelo, he doesn't miss.
Yeah, Munguia's falling into
He's suffering from the Canelo effect.
Yeah, he's falling into the
left hook by Canelo. Munguia takes it. Another left right by Canelo. Methodical, economical, highly efficient, and highly effective.
Just watching one of the best ever right now. And seeing him this close and in person, he's just so impressive. He's so good.
Seventh time that he's headlined a Cinco de Mayo event. Second time against a fellow Mexican. The first time was against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. and he took him to school. You talk about being a teacher. Shut him out at 164.5 pounds. Under 30 seconds left here in the seventh. Munguia trying to find a way to land an effective shot, but Canelo is keeping him at bay.
Yeah, we talked about Munguia. Was it too soon for him to take this fight? Well, it was his opportunity. He's taking it, and he started off good, like I said, but the experience from Canelo is just too much.
Left hand, another left hook whipping, but Munguia beats down, comes forward, unable to effectively land anything of consequences. We go to the 8th round.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Agarra aire, primero recupérate.
Breathe first, recuperate.
Recupérate.
Recuperate.
¿Cómo te sientes? Muy bien.
How are you feeling? Very
¿Cómo
good.
lo sientes a él?
How do you feel him?
¿Más lento?
He's good. Is he slower? Yeah.
A la desesperada él ataca, hijo. Ataca sin ton ni son.
He's going to be desperate.
Tira golpes por todos lados. Entonces, ¿qué vas a hacer?
He's going to throw
Más
punches for
cortito,
everything.
más
So what are you
ciérrate
going to do?
poquito. Cuando te tira,
Close
vas
in
más un
hand.
pasito atrás.
Close.
Déjamelo corto,
And when he's
güey.
coming in, step back, leave him short.
Cerradito, hijo.
All right, close up
Faltan
that
5
guard.
roundcitos. Hay que hacerlos de la
5
manera
rounds.
más chingona que pueda haber.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Little in close work. Boom, there's that liver shot he snuck in there. And you see the hands drop from Munguia. That's the sign. He felt it.
Yeah, he faked him. He faked that he was going to throw the uppercut, and he got him to the body.
Round number 8. As Munguia feinting a little bit now. Their double jab, but Canelo again able to take the steam off of these shots and avoid any real disaster here as he is content to just stay hyper-focused, the high guard, and then whips the jab into the face of Munguia. Still working.
Oh, he's still working and he's still dangerous. And, you know, you got to be on your toes. You got to be a Canelo to stop a guy like this right now. He's still dangerous. And he'd be dangerous to anybody else other than Canelo in this fight right here. Canelo's a maestro.
And I think Canelo knows that. Yeah, Munguia's still dangerous, but I think Canelo has him where he wants him.
Yeah, always. He's starting to own him.
Yeah, Munguia making a lot of mistakes now. I mean, he's lunging in with that jab, but with the right hand as well. So Canelo, he's been here before. He's seen it, so he's waiting for the right time.
Triple jab by Munguia going downstairs. Munguia trying to find some momentum, find some success, and the crowd, of course, will react to it, but not doing a lot here. A lot of those punches being blocked by the high guard of Canelo Alvarez.
And Munguia knows it. It's got to be really discouraging to throw 15 punches and not have one of them really land solidly.
Really discouraging. And guess what? Here comes Canelo now. You let him get off. Munguia threw all his 5-6 shots, missed most of them. And here comes the power shots from Canelo.
Another perfect shot by Canelo.
Where is that top tail?
Thomas Taylor.
Tom had to chuckle at that one. That was a purpose pitch.
Canelo and Munguia both landed 33 body shots. The more thudding ones belong to the defending champion.
Yeah, Munguia is slowing down already. And the bodies they actually do with those bodies.
Backing up, getting his head caught back. The crowd trying to rally behind Munguia. Less than a minute left in the 8th. Another left hook, right uppercut by Canelo.
Yeah, Canelo sets you up with that jab, and then up for that quick 1-2 and land it.
And keeps you busy with that jab, and then peekaboo, here comes the uppercut.
We mentioned that Canelo perceived, flat-footed, but it works for him, whereas Munguia likes to bounce up and down the balls of his feet, and we haven't seen much of that again because, and that's what he was known for, strong legs, but they've been taken away by the power of Canelo.
Yeah, after you've been hit like that from Canelo into the body, yeah, you're not going to be bouncing.
Nothing of note as we go to round number 9, so not a prediction by Canelo and Munguia will come true, but we have to that.
Back him up like that. He gets combination. Back him up the whole all night long. Yeah. What round is this? 9 coming up. Oh, see, you control the round with the jab, right? Okay. Because he rests and he works last 1 minute. Okay. He gets tired last minute. Okay. Right? Then it's time to work. Steal the round. Stay there. You're good. Come up. Okay. You gotta be first, Jaime. Vamos, Jaime. Nice combination.
Landing punches, but the cleaner shots, as clean as a washing machine, belong to Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, I saw the corner and the body language. Munguia discouraged in that corner, and Canelo, he still hasn't sat down.
No, he took the water that was given by everyone else. He gets a little bit more, please. He's very just so calm and so professional, so great.
Now on the inside, Munguia going to the body, but it's, again, Canelo avoiding, and then Munguia drops underneath that left hook, but leaves himself open to the uppercut.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, there's another uppercut by Canelo Alvarez, a right uppercut on the inside, one of his money shots. Munguia connects with a few shots on Canelo, but Canelo fires back with a harder 1-2.
It's always the straight punches that give Canelo trouble from that distance. But again, he's just so good at counterpunching. He just waits for you to finish letting off, and then he comes back with his shots.
Devastating. That's a sharp right hand, left uppercut.
Those are all headshots. Wait, he's going to throw the body shots now.
To keep it above the belt.
Accidental. Just don't retaliate, all right?
Munguia threw a right hand, left hook to the body, and it may have strayed a little low, and Canelo complained about it, and Tom Taylor addressed it.
Under a minute left here in the ninth. Munguia pressing forward, throwing punches, but not doing much damage. Nice counter by Canelo. Munguia continues to put the pressure on him. But Canelo able to pivot, put Munguia on the ropes and go to the body.
Yeah, Munguia starts off really good combinations, but the experience, Canelo just turned him and turned it into his fight.
In the high guard
Alvarez, if anything comes down the middle, he's good at throwing shots, moving hands away. He's just a master. I'll tell you, Munguia fights anybody else tonight. He's going to be on top.
This is the main event here tonight in Las Vegas.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
And there is Tank Davis taking in the action. David Benavidez right behind him. Benavidez would have loved to have been in the ring tonight against Canelo. He couldn't land the fight, so he's moving on up.
There's that quick jab right hand from Canelo. Landed fairly well.
Well, the good news for Jaime Munguia, he landed a fight high 23 punches in the 9th round.
Yeah,
bad news, Canelo landed 25.
Munguia had a good round last round. He was active, and he's aggressive, and he's trying to win this fight. That's what I love about Munguia. He does not give up. He will keep pressing.
And he has to keep pressing if Larry Hazard's scorecard is any indication of what's going on here tonight, because he is down by a lot as we are heading into the championship rounds in 2.5 minutes. And Canelo continues to just be the quintessential Canelo Alvarez, using his reflexes, his instincts, his defense, and then the counters, the power, the experience, the IQ. It's all on display tonight.
Yeah, and it's like Joe said, it's discouraging that when you let your punches go, you're landing. Canelo changes it with one big shot.
Munguia is still very dangerous right now. He's whipping in some good shots. He's just not landing flush. He went nice little uppercut. He slid in through the middle. And of course, answers back with one.
Another punch bounced off the shoulder. Another arm punch by Canelo. Continues to target Munguia's left arm, and we mentioned it earlier, he ended up tearing the biceps of Callum Smith with those shots in their fight. So Canelo loves to attack all parts of the body. Nice left uppercut on the inside by Canelo. Body shot by Munguia.
And Munguia just slipped right into a left uppercut, which Canelo picked up. But again, Munguia is throwing some hard shots. Although they're being picked off mostly by Canelo.
Canelo makes you feel comfortable. He lets you get off, and then again, he makes you pay for that.
False sense of security. Closing in on crashing the 1,000 combined punches thrown in this championship fight, as we are just over 30 seconds away from heading into the championship rounds.
Canelo went from a right hand to a right uppercut to a right hand in succession. Just brilliant. There's the jab right hand. That's what the right hand that landed by Munguia. Then a good left hook.
Good body shot there from Canelo as well.
Right, and there's that little deep jab, and then a right hand right over the low left hand of Munguia. That was a nice series of punches by Munguia, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, but like I said, Canelo makes you feel comfortable. He lets you land a couple of shots for him to land big shots.
He's more tired than you. More. Yeah, more.
T-Mobile Arena fight magic, a knockdown bite. That was Yuriorkis in a fight of the year last year. He's on a different level tonight against the man who rules the roost, Canelo Alvarez. And Munguia needs the kind of magic that sells out here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, way different fight too. It was more competitive. They're going back and forth.
It was a fight of the year.
And then this one, Canelo's just over-punching him and just counter-punching him easy.
Well, so much if anybody thought this was the end of the road for Canelo or the end of his career, he would say.
He is 2 minutes away here now in the 11th, and then one more round again. Many people wondering, he's gone the distance 4 times for the second time in his career. People wanting, of course, to see the knockout. Easier said than done, especially a guy undefeated who, by the way, was knocked down for the first time in his career earlier tonight by Canelo. But a minute 45 now left, and Canelo wants to prove that he is still the man at 168 pounds.
And another thing, a lot of people say that Canelo fades towards the end, but it doesn't seem like I get in this fight.
It's like maybe a little cut.
Guys. Watch those heads, all right? Let's go.
They banged heads on the right eyebrow of Canelo, and they wiped at it.
Canelo was cut over his left eye in fights with Nery promotion. The first one, Ian Smith and Shane Moses, and who had been cut previously. Final minute of the 11th. Nice defense from Munguia.
Body shot.
Canelo throws a left hook. And Munguia remembers to put his hands up, went to the high guard, now his hands and back again, both of them with the high guard, but it's...
Yeah, he's like Canelo's intentions of just going in forward pressure. He put his hands up in the air.
Beautiful right hand when Munguia slipped down. He's just so accurate, Canelo. And is able to avoid hard punches from Munguia. Just
Munguia's landed some shots, but just not as hard or as clean as Canelo.
2 of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Muy bien. Está right there. Last round, dude.
Last round, we're going to touch gloves at the belt.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Quiero que tires golpes de calidad, de potencia, güey.
Punches, power punches. Boom, boom. Last
Él va a
round.
salir a tirar todo,
He's
güey.
going to come out with everything, throw everything.
Échame agua en la espalda. Agua, échale agua en la
Put water in my
espalda.
back.
Me metió el ojo. Quétate lo limpio.
In my eye. I'll take care of it.
¿Ya? Es el último. ¿Qué vas a hacer, hijo? Ganar la pinche pelea si lo
That's
haces
right.
bien.
What are you gonna do? Win the
De una
damn
forma
fight, son,
contundente
if you
y
do it right.
convincente. Va a salir con todo bloqueando, ¿eh? Güey.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12th and final round.
Sold out crowd, convivial atmosphere. Canelo Alvarez on the verge of retaining his crown. Does Munguia have some 12th round magic in his gloves?
Well, he's going for it right now. He's throwing every great left hook by Canelo.
The thing is that he's going to make a mistake and Canelo's going to make him pay for it dearly. I don't know.
Canelo goes to the body again, ripping the left hook. Munguia leaning in, susceptible to those uppercuts.
And when he dips that right hand kick from Canelo too, lands every time.
That's exactly what the corner told Canelo. He's going to come out with everything. Block, and
as you would expect, anybody in this position. 3 minutes, 2 minutes left. This is it. Biggest fight of your life. Munguia, former belt holder, 154 pounds, 2-0 at 168. And now the crowd beginning to salute both of them, but now more predominantly for the reigning champion, Canelo. Right uppercut.
With a chop right hand, 2 right uppercuts. Canelo's landing at will this round.
Landed 12 punches already here in the 12th and final round. But offense muted for Munguia as well. This is it, just over a minute left. Only 36 punches thrown by Munguia.
Yeah, he came out hot, but Canelo settled him down real quick, and now he was getting hit hard.
Combination by Canelo led Munguia right into it. Canelo Alvarez has landed 43% of his punches, 49% of his power punches, 35% of his jabs, compared to Munguia's 26% landed punches, 40% power, 22% jabs. We talk about it ad nauseum. Low output, high accuracy, and he remains at the highest point of the sport. 15 seconds left, and Canelo, the teacher, took Jaime Munguia to school here on the eve of Cinco de Mayo. This is over. For the first time in his career, Canelo Alvarez goes the distance 5 consecutive times, but this was comprehensive. We talked about it. Class was in session, and he taught Jaime Munguia a lot of valuable lessons that Munguia can take moving forward now. Here he is, the biggest fight atmosphere, the biggest fight still, just 27 years of age, and yes, we have not heard the official decision, and believe me, I need to make that point when it comes to boxing, unfortunately, but come on.
Yeah. No, look, you're right. Munguia is going to take a lot away from this fight. I think he came into this fight a better fighter than he was 3 fights ago. So, I mean, he's progressively getting better and better. Unfortunately, he ran into the real maestro tonight, who is Canelo, and he just is brilliant. In person, he's more brilliant than he is when you see him on the big screen.
Definitely, on paper, everybody thought that there was going to be a more competitive, closer fight for Munguia. But as Morrell mentioned, the school was on session. The teacher, Canelo Alvarez, taught him a lot tonight, and this was a perfect opportunity.
He's got a PhD in pain. Let's revisit some of the action that went down in these 12 rounds here tonight at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
Munguia started off really good with the volume of the combinations. But again, Canelo does that. He makes you feel like you're in the fight. But boom, here comes the uppercut and knocks you down.
He gets you feeling comfortable with yourself and then unloads on you. And he pretty much repeated that all night.
The body work from Canelo, like we mentioned, his body work in this fight was just brilliant. I mean, the youth from Munguia obviously was there, and he continued. The last round, he wanted it big, but again, Canelo's accuracy and power punches were just too much for Munguia.
And the punch stats, courtesy of CompuBox, the numbers really do tell the story here with Canelo Alvarez, impressive percentages. And for Jaime Munguia, gave it his best ever. He gave it the old college try to continue our education theme. But let's make it, let's find out who walks out at T-Mobile Arena as the undisputed super middleweight champion. Here's Miguel Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Tim Cheatham sees the contest 117 to 110. Judge David Sutherland sees it 116 to 111. And Judge Steve Weisfeld sees it 115 to 112. For your winner by unanimous decision, and still the WBC, WBA, IBF, WBO undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, Saul Canelo Alvarez.
Remember what I said about the judges? They got it right, but those scores. Canelo Alvarez remains undisputed super middleweight champion in his 65th professional fight.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
A city synonymous with boxing glory, fighting his first championship caliber opponent, marking his second fight in 90 days following his November victory, a 5th round KO of Elizar Valenzuela. And with this opportunity, not only to knock off a huge fan favorite in Mexico, but again, as we just witnessed, that touching tribute to one of the greatest action fighters we have seen in Israel Vasquez, the opportunity to take home that commemorative Aztec warrior belt. Yes, this is a fight, but it's about much more than that, Brian. It's about pride. It's about legacy.
It's about honoring the great tradition of Mexican boxing, which I think automatically means great all-time action fights, whether you're talking about Vasquez versus Marquez in the 4-fight series, or, hey, how about Santa Cruz versus Abner Mares, all right?
Thank you for that, brother. Yeah.
And let's not forget the Battle of the Z Boys back in the day. Carlos Zarate, Alfonso Zamora.
Oh, you're taking it back.
25th anniversary this month of Eric Morales, Marco Antonio Guerrero, the first of their 3 incredible fights, one of the greatest trilogies we have ever seen. And now, let's listen to the reaction that Pitbull Cruz will be getting here in Vegas, one of his favorite cities to fight. Isak Pitbull Cruz, just 25 years old, and third consecutive fight at full 140-pound limit. He's 1-1 at the full 140-pound lightweight limit, coming off that loss to Jose Valenzuela, where he dropped his title. But Pitbull did not want to run it back with Valenzuela because of the styles clash and the fact that, Valenzuela he flipped the script. They thought they were going to go toe-to-toe, mano-a-mano, but Valenzuela said, I'm going to keep it sweet, utilize that jab, utilize the movement, and he was able to defeat Cruz. So Cruz tonight wants to reestablish himself as that all-action Mexican hero. Something tells me Fierro's going to oblige.
A willing dance partner, to say the very least.
All right, with the official ring introductions, once again, let's go to the center of the ring. And here is Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, from the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, Nevada, Premier Boxing presents an all-Mexican WBC special attraction brought to you by Samson Boxing, Warriors Boxing, TGB Promotions, and Mayweather Promotions, and sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours, and by El Mexicano brand of products, bringing authentic sabors to your table. Somos El Mexicano, and by the film Last Breath. Every breath counts, starring Woody Harrelson, only in theaters, February the 28th. Introducing our three judges scoring this bout from ringside, from Nevada, Eric Cheek, from Connecticut, Don Trella, and from New Jersey, Steve Weisfeld. Introducing our referee in charge of this bout, the third man in the ring, Alan Huggins. All right, fans, here we go. 10 rounds of boxing scheduled for the WBC Super Lightweight Aztec Warrior belt. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with camouflage trim, fighting out of and representing Zona Norte, Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. He weighed in at 139 pounds with a record of 23 wins, 2 losses, and 2 draws. He has 18 of his wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome the hard-charging world ring contender, introducing Angel Tashiro Fierro. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing blue trunks with white trim, hailing from Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico. He weighed in at 138.6 pounds. His record stands at 26 wins, 3 losses, and 1 draw, with 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the popular, all-action, former WBA super lightweight champion of the world, Isaac Pitbull Cruz. Once again, our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Alan Huggins.
Gentlemen, you both been given your instructions. Obey my command at all times, protect yourself at all times. Anything from here on up is good, from here on up is good. Touch gloves, good luck.
Alan Huggins, the referee, the latest chapter of Mexico versus Mexico, Mano versus Mano, about to be authored here at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Isaac Pitbull Cruz, Angel Fierro, fighting for the commemorative Aztec Warrior Championship. These promise to display more heart than Le Jour de l'Amour coming up later this month. And here we go.
Buckle your seatbelts for this one. And already they're getting after it.
Where's that feeling out process, Abner?
Never from Cruz. He's the type of guy that's just gonna pressure, relentless pressure, body work, just volume. And Fierro said, hey, I'm gonna sit in the pocket as well.
That's the way. That's the only way Fierro knows. He told us, I'm going to go full force, straight ahead, and he said it's going to come down to who's better conditioned. Let's see if they even get out of this first round with the way Pitbull's unloading power shots.
I believe the jab will be ignored so much that it will develop abandonment issues in this fight, you guys. And yet, honestly, in talking to people, if Isaac Cruz were to establish an up-and-down jab, he might have more success, but we know what Isaac Cruz is all about. One gear forward.
Yeah, I like that. Cruz, he always fights slow and compact, and that's what makes it so hard to be hit. That's what prevented Tank Davis and land punches as well. He's a small guy as it is, and he bends those knees. He gets in low. Speaking of Cruz.
See Cruz digging in deep with those left hands to the body. For as big as Fierro is, you see the height advantage, the nearly 7-inch reach advantage. We never expected that to be part of his game plan, and it's not. This is toe-to-toe fighting.
Oh, beautiful right hand from Cruz. That's an uppercut, a straight punch, and body work.
Cruz has never been knocked down as a professional. Fierro's been down twice. Counter right hand in the first round, right hook in the second against Alberto Machado. But that was a fight that Fierro came back to win, and you were there.
He came to Puerto Rico on 6 days' notice and got up off the canvas twice to deliver the big knockout win. That's the attitude that Fierro brings to the ring. Whatever you want to say about his skill set, oh, he comes to fight, Abner.
Oh, yeah. Does he ever? Yeah, he possesses power in both hands. But again, he's getting hit a lot.
We're in the final minute of this round, and already Cruz has thrown 64 punches, Fierro's thrown 59. This year marks the 700th anniversary of really where the seeds were planted for Mexico City, and of course, the Mexican fan base really coursing through this entire sport, Brian.
Nice
counter right hook by Cruz.
That Mexican fan base has long been the backbone of boxing. And you hear that ovation for Pitbull with that honest style. They're letting it go early on.
Every punch being thrown with bad intentions. Fierro counters with a combination upstairs. Wow, man.
What a round.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Listen, we're working good, but more jab, and then the straight to the body, and then come back up. Okay? But relax, relax. Everything's coming out good. Don't leave that body open. Work the jab, jab, and straight right hand to the body. Okay?
From the opening bell, Cruz and Fierro, they went from 0 to 100 real quick.
I love that. That was a beautiful exchange from both of those. A lot more from Pitbull Cruz, obviously. The volume, the placement of punches. And here's the right hand, straight right hand to the chin. Great chin from Fierro, even though he stumbled there. He lost his balance. But all Pitbull Cruz in the first round.
Mexican-style boxing. The fearless aggression, the relentless pressure. The heart, the guts, the determination. Round one, it was Pitbull Cruz landing 42 of 77 punches, while Fierro, 24 of 78. So while they threw the same amount, it was Cruz doubling them up in connections.
Big left hook from Cruz there again.
Oh, another left hook upstairs by Cruz.
And I was just gonna say that in the last round, I like what Fierro did in the last second, which was counterpunch. And that's what he needs to do against Cruz. Use that jab and counterpunch. Wait for Cruz to make mistakes.
Almost half of Cruz's power connects were body punches. Cruz going upstairs, sweeping left hook, right hand, just stalking.
There was a feeling coming in that Fierro might have the punching advantage. He's been at 140 longer, but Cruz is backing him up with big shots in the early going.
Yeah, Fierro forced to fight off the back foot.
There's a beautiful jab, body work, straight jab, but again.
Two left hooks to deliver by Cruz, the right hand, short right by Fierro.
That would seem like he wanted to go down right there, Fierro, with that body shot. Yeah.
Midway through the second. Oh, almost punch by Cruz, and culminates that combination with a chopping right hand upstairs.
That was definitely the definition of a bolo punch, how he threw it.
Sugar Ray, baby, Sugar Ray.
Fierro's taking his power shots well, though. Look, this is a Tijuana kid. He's had Eric Morales as a mentor from the beginning of his career. At one point, Morales trained him, and you have to understand, these are the fights Fierro prefers to be in.
Left hook to the body by Fierro. And now he goes to the body, but not as much power behind his punches that we've seen from Cruz thus far. Cruz, beautiful Beautiful. Lead left hook to the body. Right hand upstairs.
Beautifully placed right by Cruz. Again, he takes 1 or 2 to place 4 or 5. Speaking of Cruz.
What did we say at the top of the telecast? The Mexican style of boxing, the willingness to take one.
That's a good one. Oh!
You gotta love the combination punching here from Pitbull early on, taking the fight right to Fierro.
And there's a jab!
The overhand rights from Cruz, they're just there. Fierro's pulling straight back with his head up.
Lead right up, combination by Fierro backing up. That might have been his best combination of the fight.
But there's always an answer by Cruz.
¿Estás trabajando la vaselina?
You're working good. Where's the Vaseline? Listen, the only thing you're doing wrong, you got to work in the inside. A little bit more in the inside. You already worked them, but not the inside.
Chef Cruz is beginning to cook with those left hooks to the body. Imagine that. Mexican fighters going to the body, Abner.
How weird. How weird is that? That left hook. Always ending with the left hook, starting to the body by Cruz, but those overhand lefts, beautiful. Just bending his knees and this powerful left hooks. I don't know how Fierro's still standing up. He caught 2 or 3 left hooks to the chin.
And there is, I mean, those combinations, there is a lane for the counter right down the middle, Brian. Cruz is throwing some wide combinations as well.
One thing about Fierro, though, as we saw in those replays, if he doesn't start returning that right hand back to its defensive base after throwing it, Cruz is going to time him all night with that hook.
Yeah, he's trying to counter punch Fierro, but again, Cruz is just too aggressive. He always has to respond after a combination from Fierro.
Cruz continues to walk down Fierro. Goes to the body. Uppercut on the inside lands for Cruz.
And those are the inside punches that the corner was asking for.
Nice 1-2 through the guard by Cruz. Fierro, like Brian said, there's a right hand, but fewer and farther between here. There's a right uppercut by Fierro, able to escape off the ropes, but on his back foot. And this is where Cruz wants his opponents, on the back foot, feeling the pressure, both physically and mentally.
Indeed. Fierro still believed, though, coming in that he could outlast Cruz in this fight. He trained at altitude in Toluca, Mexico in preparation for this. Let's see whether he can make the type of adjustments to keep Cruz off of him.
Yeah, he talked about that conditioning you've been saying, and he's going to need it because Cruz is going to be in your face all 12 rounds. 10 rounds, I'm sorry.
If you've ever wondered why Cruz is such a popular fighter with such a big fan base, it's because of this honest, aggressive style.
Coming up on the midway point of the third, and there's a wild punch by Cruz, missing with the right hand. But Fierro unable to sit down on his punches, unable to really get set because of that pressure. And there gets clipped with a sweeping right hand upstairs. Fierro trying to utilize the jab, trying to utilize lateral movement. But it's wave after wave of the Cruz attack. He is in Cruz control, but that doesn't mean that he's just taking it easy. Cruz control means a completely different thing when it's Isak Pitbull Cruz.
No doubt. We question whether Fierro would use that reach advantage. Cruz is not even giving him a chance to by crowding him with those short hooks inside. Oh, big right hand from Fierro.
Yes, Fierro comes back. And there lands another right, and here we go, toe-to-toe what the fans expected.
Look at that backbone of Fierro firing back, give and take.
Uppercut party. There ain't no party like an uppercut party, because an uppercut party don't stop, and here we go. A pitched battle in round 3. Fierro and Fuego. Fierro mounting a comeback. Another right hand land, but Cruz fights back. Tremendous stop with 15 seconds left in round 3.
Fierro's corner is urging him to take advantage here.
Uppercuts aplenty. What an exchange. What a round. Viva Mexico.
Wow.
Tranquilo.
Relax, relax.
Yeah, right.
Ya está cansado.
He's
Te dije,
tired already.
cuando lo toques, no
When
te
you touch him,
engolones en tirar muchos golpes a fallar.
don't take too long
¿Ok?
to
Hay que trabajar los
to
jabs.
counterpunch.
Güey,
You
ya
gotta do the
ahorita
jab.
entrando más los rectos.
Straight punches.
Retírale los rectos
Those are the
mientras
punches
te
that are
para
landing.
los upper, güey.
And the uppercuts.
Ahí va. Ahí va, Garcia. Mijo, ya lo tocaste, hay que
Listen,
pegarle
you
abajo
touched him
fuerte.
already. He's hurt.
Abajo se va a ir. Tómalo bien.
All right, let us go back to what transpired in that thrilling third round. And here are the shots, Brian, that caught Cruz, messed with his equilibrium off the tempo.
And this is Fierro punching with his back to the ropes in the corner, taking big punishment, but willing to come back and deliver it. He got Cruz's attention for sure. That
Definitely did. That right hand over and over, and then he switched it as an uppercut.
All right, round number 4 and round 3. Fierro outlanded Cruz 27 to 21. The first round that Fierro has outlanded Cruz. We remember that Fierro got off the canvas twice in the against Alberto Machado and stopped him. He got hurt by Pitbull early in this fight, but now he's beginning to turn the tide.
Definitely is. We talked about the conditioning, the willingness, the heart, and obviously both fighters showing it, but a lot more from Fierro because he's the one taking the punches, but giving a lot more back too.
Yeah, Abner, you have to forgive me. My Spanish is not that great, but big huevos, okay, on both sides of the ring tonight.
No doubt from Fierro showing guts.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Looked like Pitbull was possibly hurt by those right hands last round, but he did take it well. His legs are back under him as they continue to get back to business here.
Cruz winding up with that right hand. Flashes a stiff jab, but Fierro backed up to the ropes. Oh, and the head clash. Accidental clash of heads, but when you're a diminutive-sized fighter like Cruz coming in at 5'4", and we've seen it in the past, he leads with his head. He has a tendency to lead with his head.
Accidental. No block.
Yeah, he does. He's a smaller guy, always leading with the head. Corner telling him to keep him with the jab, the distance. And he's trying to.
By Cruz.
You wonder whether those body shots could eventually slow Fierro's attack, but they're back to head hunting here.
Oh, left hand clip Fierro.
But be careful because every time that Cruz does that, he creates an opening for the uppercut, for the inside punches that Fierro can land.
Less than a minute remaining in the fourth, and they have already combined to throw 500 punches. Cruz outlanding Fierro 107 to 85, but we've seen Fierro come up, especially in that last round with the first round that he outlanded Cruz, and right now hanging tough with him here in the fourth frame.
Well, it's hard to compare Fierro.
Wow!
It's hard to compare Fierro to a Hall of Famer like Morales, but one thing about Eric Morales, when you hit him, he wanted to get that receipt back right away. You're seeing that same spirit out of Fierro.
Yeah, we are definitely. When Guerrero will hit him, he'll come back with a combination of his own. And that's what we're seeing tonight against these two fighters.
To the body, Fierro goes upstairs with a combination. Punches in bunches. Many of them landing flush.
Oh, let them cook, Mo. Let them cook.
Let them cook. And speaking of Mexican style,
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
We're going to see the right hand from Pitbull Cruz. Beautiful. Right in the chin. Almost draw Fierro with that right hand.
All right, guys,
the chin from Fierro.
This is just the fifth round, and the stats are growing exponentially, and they continue to invest to the body and just looking to record the knockout. Both of them want this to end before the final bell.
See that focused body attack this round from Pitbull, but he's getting countered with the right hand by Fierro.
There was a good right hand upstairs by Pitbull. Leads with the right like Benavidez does, and went downstairs with a left hook to the liver. Right uppercut misses for Cruz. Nice combination from Fierro.
Really good. Oof. Beautiful overhand right from Fierro as well.
Pitbull landed a career-best 39 power shots in round 1, and his power connects, well, they have dropped each round down to 18 only in round 4, Brian.
Fierro certainly working his way back into the fight. He's got the respect of Cruz, and this is becoming the mano-a-mano fight we all signed up for coming in.
We talked about how comfortable.
Looked like Cruz led with his head right there.
Is there an echo here? Because we've the head likes to lead with his head. And being warned by the referee for doing so. And, well, again, we talk about styles making fights, but Cruz, he landed 114 punches through 4 rounds tonight. Against Valenzuela, he landed 118 total, you guys. We are through the midway point of the 5th round of the fight, and now Cruz connecting on Fierro. Corralled him in the corner momentarily.
You can tell that Cruz is throwing every punch with power, so I mean, I wonder how long he's gonna last, you know, throwing those punches. Is he gonna tire out?
Another right hand lands for Cruz upstairs. Fierro beginning to miss, but getting to slow down in his rhythm as well.
No question about it. And we could talk about Cruz being such an honest fighter. He was honest about that Valenzuela loss. He said, I didn't underestimate him at all. It was just a rough night. Sometimes you look awesome, but that night he just wasn't on his game to the level he expected.
Yeah, and styles make fights. Obviously, Valenzuela's style was just too brilliant that night. A lot of movement, but definitely not the case tonight against Fierro. Fierro's right there, giving us a great fight, standing toe-to-toe against Cruz.
Right hand just misses for Fierro, leads with the right hook and scores upstairs. There's a clipping right hand by Cruz. Cruz just 25 years old, Fierro just 26 yet to enter their physical primes, but at the lower weights, we know those primes don't last long.
Especially when someone like Pitbull turning pro at age 16.
Combination culminating with a left hook upstairs by Cruz.
See, you're doing really good. Straight right and left. Now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Necesitamos trabajar. Ya te dije, nada más haz caso.
Now we gotta work. I already told you, just listen. The jab, upstairs, downstairs, and then straight right hand. When you do it, trust me, you're gonna knock him down.
All right, well, Isaac Cruz definitely doesn't discriminate. He'll give you the right, and of course, he'll follow up with the left, and a lot of power shots on display here tonight in Las Vegas, just like that.
It's a perfect example of what the corner wanted. Jab upstairs, jab downstairs, and the straight right hand. It's a beautiful left hook against Fierro. But then again, we talked about how comfortable Fierro was at this weight class. He's a big guy, so he's absorbing these punches really well so far.
You know what? If you land 40% of your power punches, it's a good night at the office. If you land 50%, it's a great night. Cruz is landing 53% of his power punches. A sensational night thus far for the diminutive Dynamo. And our unofficial score, Larry Hazard, has Fierro trailing by 3 points on his scorecard. He gave Cruz the first 2 rounds, Fierro coming on.
Yeah, exactly, coming on as far as putting pressure now in this round, Fierro. Despite him taking punches, now it's him trying to move Cruz back.
Fierro just doesn't go away as he turns the tables on Pitbull here.
Pitbull on the ropes momentarily. The jab from Fierro, long distance, and trying to establish the proper range for Fierro with that reach advantage. Mid-range, doesn't want to get too close.
Well, we questioned, is it a reach advantage if you don't use it? He's got 6.5 inches. You're seeing a little bit of that as he fights from middle distances.
But he's still in distance to eat the counter from the guy with the reach disadvantage. There's a couple of left hooks, make that 3-4, and Fierro unloading. Good block by Fierro, brought up the left hand just in the nick of time to block that right from Cruz. Things getting a little wild for Isaac Pitbull Cruz here in the 6th as we begin the second half of this 10-rounder at 140. For the commemorative Aztec Warrior belt, we got a couple of Guerreros inside the ring tonight.
Do we ever? And speaking of Guerreros, Fierro kind of resembles Morales. He talked about Morales being his mentor. And look at him, he's pushing him back, the way he's moving his hands as well. He resembles Morales, no doubt.
May not have the same exact skill set, but he certainly brings that power, that ferociousness, and this is some of Fierro's best work since late in round 3 when he rallied to take that from Cruz.
Right uppercut, and of course, when you talk about Guerrero, you've got to mention the greatest ever, Eddie. Get Eddie. A minute left here in the 6th. Rest in power, my man. No rest for Cruz and Fierro, that's for sure. Conditioning is paramount. I was talking to a trainer, didn't want to be identified, but he said, you know, it would really help Cruz if he would just step to the right or left and throw punches once in a while instead of just squaring up and coming forward. But I mean, hey, the recipe is there and it tastes pretty good for Cruz thus far in his career. Less than 30 seconds left here in the 6th.
Yeah, obviously there's always room for improvement, but if it works, keep doing it. And so far, it's always worked for Cruz.
Good round here, though, for Fierro overall.
Another great round of action. Cruz versus Fierro. An all-Mexican pitched battle.
And we're doing really good.
Ya te dije.
I told you already.
Yo sé que estás bien, confías.
I know you're good.
En la pinche condición que traes.
I have confidence in the condition you have. I want you to push him now. Push him back.
Tranquilo, respira.
Relax, breathe. Water, please.
Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Relax, relax.
Sí, váyamelo. Échamelo. Échale agua.
All right, pour water on his head.
Hey, en este quiero que salgas con actitud. Okay.
In this round, I want attitude.
En este quiero que salgas con actitud.
I want attitude in this round. Press him. Okay?
Bájense ya todo.
All right, everybody, get out.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hey, listen.
Ya está, güey. Ya está dado.
He's there. He's there. He's ready.
Ya está dado. Okay.
He's done.
Ya está dado, mijo.
He's done.
Ya está dado, mijo.
My mouthpiece.
Ceja. Agachadito cuando se te está pegado.
Round number 7, scheduled for 10 in the 140-pound weight division. Unofficial score, Larry Hazard gave the last round to Fierro. It's now 58-56 through 6 on his unofficial scorecard for Cruz, so things are getting closer.
Right, and I can see what the game plan was now just by listening to the corner. Tire out Cruz. He said, this is the second half of the fight. Push him back now. It's your turn. Push him back. And he did that in the last round, speaking of Fierro.
The last round, round 6, those 15 punches that Cruz landed, fight low for the former champ. Fierro landed him 23-15 in the 6th frame through 77 punches compared to Cruz's 60, but man, Cruz has a huge advantage when it comes to body shots, Brian.
No question about it. He made that investment early on, although you saw a good counter uppercut there from Fierro, who's able to get that extension when they fight on the inside there.
Yeah. He's fighting low now. I like that about Fierro. He's not standing up straight. He's fighting low and trying to get those uppercuts in. And he's pushing him back. You want to do that against Cruz, yeah.
You can hear it from Fierro's corner. They believe Cruz is slowing down.
Minute and a half left here in the 7th stanza. Fierro avoiding that sweeping left hook and lands the jab. Cruz commits to the body again, but Fierro remains active up top, landing shots to the head.
Yeah, a lot of catch and shoot from Fierro and making Cruz miss a lot.
But definitely a deceleration for both fighters in terms of their offense here in the 7th. A minute left.
Good body shot there from Cruz.
Nice. Another body shot. Oh, good combination by Fierro, the referee, much to the consternation of Fierro's corner, saying, come on, that was on the bell line.
That was good.
Double jab from Fierro, right uppercut misses. Wow, is that a jab from Cruz?
I think that was allowed in this fight.
There's a counter right hand that landed for Fierro.
Interesting, though, Fierro told us this week he feels like Pitbull overlooked him. You know, there were rumors that Pitbull was in talks of a possible Ryan Garcia fight, and he felt he'd been overlooked, and he's fighting that way up to this point.
It's a good person, he said.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Be alert, be alert. We need to keep working. Keep hurting him. Work to the body, keep working the body. That's what's going to make it better for you. Don't give him the initiative. Be first. Don't let him get out first. That's what the judges are going to see, that he's going to win the fight. You be first. Go low and throw the uppercut. If he goes low, if he's leaning down, I want the uppercut. Hit him in the inside. So listen, if he goes down, I want the uppercut. Just pick him up with the uppercut.
All right, guys, you ready for this? As we begin round 8, Fierro has landed more punches against Pitbull, 154 and counting, than any previous Pitbull opponent in his 12 previous fights, tracked by CompuBox. The previous high was 153. By the way, this is just round 8, scheduled for 10. Cruz wanted a fight.
He got one, yeah.
Remember, this is Cruz's bounce back from that Valenzuela fight. He wanted to send a big message. He may be getting an edge when it comes to rounds, but Fierro just isn't going anywhere.
And he's closing the gap in terms of total connects as well as Fierro.
And even myself, I'm not gonna lie, I saw Fierro fight and I said, you know what, this is tailor-made for Cruz.
And it is.
Yeah, he's right in front of him, but again, not easy, and he's still in the fight. Fierro doing his own work.
But when you have the first ever, and again, as you know me, I mean, sanctioning bodies give out belts like Costco gives out food samples, but in terms of the commemorative Aztec Warrior Championship belt, especially when you honor a guy like Israel Vasquez, and for my money, the first 3 fights between Vasquez and Rafael Marquez, maybe the greatest trilogy that I've ever witnessed. I know there was a quadrilogy there, but in this fight, these two are living up to the symbolism of that belt, Brian.
And no doubt, this was about honoring the Mexican heritage. These two are certainly doing that, and then some at this point.
Wow, great body work, great fight. 2 Mexican warriors going at it, toe-to-toe. Fierro, Cruz, great body work from Cruz right there.
If you notice, every time Cruz lands a big hook, you get a 3-punch combination immediately after from Fierro. You have to wonder how the judges are going to be scoring these exchanges.
Final minute of the 8th. The way they're attacking each other is the way you would expect keyboard warriors to hit those keys as they're in the comment section, drinking that haterade.
The haterade.
Nobody reads the comments, do they?
No, of course not. Plenty of comments, I'm sure, are being made online about this fight, however, because Cruz and Fierro have already crashed. They've combined to throw over 1,000 punches, and we have yet to hit round 9. Oh, the left hook lands for Cruz upstairs. Fierro continues to throw back.
Every straight punch that Fierro threw landed.
What a fight.
Don't get on top of him. Don't lean forward. I told you, you gotta be first. Don't give him the initiative. I told you that. Don't let that happen.
Si lo puedes presionar, presiónalo más. ¿Quiere volver a pelear donde mismo? Hay que echarle, mijo. Okay?
You gotta give it to him.
Inteligente. Uppers, ganchos al hígado.
Intelligent, uppercuts, body shots.
Okay, pero quiero que lo eche para enfrente, güey.
Okay, but I want you to push him. Push him.
Okay, por favor.
Someone who would love this fight and who chronicled with his pugilistic prowess so many legendary battles during a legendary career is the one and only Michael Katz, who recently passed away. Our condolences go to his family and friends. Rest in peace, Michael Katz. But there is no peace here between Cruz and Fierro. Round 9, and in the last round, guys, you ready for this? Fierro landed a fight-high 28 punches. So he is closing the gap. How much has he closed the gap? According to our unofficial score, Larry Hazard, this fight is now deadlocked. High drama in Sin City.
Cruz has certainly met his match in Fierro, who won't let him breathe as they continue to go toe-to-toe. Remember, Cruz got off to a very aggressive start.
Yes, he did.
Will that slow him down at the end? It doesn't look like it at this moment.
No, he's always going to be trying, speaking of Cruz, always pushing forward. But again, not the same relentless power punches from Cruz.
Total punches through 9 rounds, Fierro. And Cruz has landed 202 of 502. So he has the edge in total punches landed. And of course, in boxing, every round scored individually. 10-point must system. There's a right hook that lands upstairs for Cruz.
Those are the eye-catching punches, yeah.
Cruz has the pop. Nice right uppercut, left hook combo from Fierro. Goes to the body, getting a little wild, getting a little scrappy. Fierro's thrown 637 punches.
And he does not appear to be slowing down one bit.
26 years of age, his 28th professional fight. 23 wins, 18 knockouts.
It's that Toluca, Mexico high altitude where he was training Fierro.
Well, at the weigh-in, they stared into each other's souls. We are watching them try to steal each other's souls in this scintillating scrap. Wow, lead left hook by Cruz catches Fierro on the chin.
Whether or not Fierro can ultimately pull off this upset, from the very beginning when this fight was announced, he's acted like he belongs in this ring across from Cruz.
We've talked about thrilling trilogies, Mexico versus Mexico. We could be seeing another one begin right here tonight.
I wouldn't mind watching it again. Let's get a rematch. Let's see how it ends. So
give and take. Big left hand.
Oh, big left hand and the big right hand by Cruz. And now again, just standing in front of each other, swinging with bad intentions. Oh, he gets clipped, but still standing. Let's listen to this crowd. Coming up on the final 3 minutes of what has definitely lived up to the hype. Hype, can you say Fight of the Year candidate? I knew you could.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
He's done, he's done, he's dead. Remember I told you? I want more.
How much
I want guts. Inside, inside. I want you to close this fight. Intelligent though. I want you to close right. You got the capacity. You can do this. Do it, please. Listen, I know you can do it. I know you can. This is the last round. This is the last round. I know you want it. I want you to close it.
Warriors
fighters. Let's cheer them on. They enter the center of the ring. Round 10.
The commemorative Aztec Warrior Championship belt on the line. Two blood and guts warriors ready to do it for the 10th and final round. Cruz and Fierro have been en fuego.
One thing to notice, Cruz could not miss in the final minute last round with those big counter left hooks. Fierro still leaving that right hand down on the exchanges.
And Fierro is coming on in the second half of this fight, guys. He is now unofficially ahead on Larry Hazard's scorecard.
Is he ever? He's closing this fight. He's closing this round. My God, what a fight.
High drama as anticipated.
Look at this, look at this.
Taking their breath away, taking our breath away. How incredible is it when a fight that is billed as a Fight of the Year candidate delivers and then some?
Two warriors not willing to take a backward step.
No, they won't. They definitely won't, especially in this last round, knowing that this round might be the decisive round. Either way, they got to close the show.
Big left hand from Cruz once again.
Uppercut by Cruz, but Fierro overextending there. But see when he gets close, Cruz is landing. Cruz's hands are down.
Fierro still looks like the fresher fighter here.
He does, throwing a lot more, landing a lot more. Fierro in this round, pushing Cruz back.
Any time is the right time for Wu-Tang Clan reference. These two are bringing the ruckus. And Raekwon, the chef, a huge boxing fan, he's watching these two cook.
What heart from Cruz to rally big here in the final 30 seconds.
Bigger heart for Fierro to continue to fight this fight.
A visceral display of courage, skill, and determination that defines the essence of not only Mexican boxing, but boxing, period, full stop. Viva Mexico! Viva Isaac Cruz and Ángel Fierro! After 30 scintillating minutes of action, these two guerreros combined to throw 1,410 punches. In the end, Cruz outlands Fierro 248 to 238. Fierro outlands him in the jabs department 45 to 29. Cruz outlands Fierro in the body punches department 99 to 40. It will come down to the three judges chosen by the Nevada State Athletic Commission to determine the victor. And we are watching in slow motion a cocktail of concussive punches. The beauty and brutality of boxing. Isaac Pitbull Cruz, Ángel Fierro, leaving it all in the ring. And we've been talking about the numbers, and here they are in all their glory. And now, I know the fans are sitting on pins and needles, but you know who's got the verdict? Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Gentlemen, we've all witnessed an outstanding 10 rounds of action. No matter who the winner is, they both deserve a round of applause. Angel Fierro, Isaac Cruz. Well, fans, after 10 rounds of action, we have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Steve Weisfeld scores about 96 to 94. Don Trellis, he's at 97 to 93. Eric Cheek scores about 98 to 92. All three in favor of the winner. Truly deserving the WBC Aztec Warrior belt, Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
Isaac Pitbull Cruz escapes the toughest 10 rounds of his career and picks up the victory, but the classic Cruz sharing in his accolades.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
You know, it's only appropriate that big fights go down here in the fight capital of the world, Las Vegas, in the fighting cathedral of T-Mobile Arena. The Mexican monster, David Benavidez, he's unbeaten. So is David Morrell. They're both knockout artists. Two guys who can't get along. Now they got to get it on. And for that, we go ringside. Here's Mauro Ranallo.
Thank you very much, Brian, indeed. David Benavidez versus David Morrell as we go to the El Mexicano tail of the tape. It's Morrell with the longer wingspan. He's actually a half-inch taller than Benavidez, and look at the ages. Benavidez turned 28. Morrell tried to give him a belt while he threw it at him. Wasn't exactly the gift he was looking for in their first that press conference, but again, in their physical primes, 50-50 fight, undefeated fighters. This is something that has to happen a lot more often in the sport of boxing. It's happening here tonight. David Morrell brings a blend of sharp technique, Cuban boxing pedigree, and explosive power. Offensively, he lands 44% of his power punches, and he controls fights with precision. Defensively, proven to be a fortress, you guys, landing just 7 punches per round to land. And yeah, he didn't get the knockout in his first fight at 175 pounds against the double-tough Bosnian-American hot rod Kalajic. But he also was under the blazing sun of Los Angeles, came out looking for the knockout in the first 5 rounds, wasn't able to get it, and maybe slowed down a bit, but he still scored the win, and he's still undefeated, and he's still looking to plant his flag in the light heavyweight division here tonight.
Morrell is as dynamic of his opponent as Benavidez has faced in his career, and let's not forget, Morrell has wanted the smoke ever since turning pro. He fought for a title in just his 3rd fight, and tonight we find out the answers of whether he can hang in the kitchen in the second half when Benavidez makes it hot.
Was that a plug for all the smoke?
I've been known to.
Well, we're ready for all the smoke here in Sin City. I mentioned it earlier, want to reiterate, Bob Santos, who's worked with Morrell and Benavidez, by the way. Morrell's hand's the biggest he's seen on a guy his size, and here's a guy already receiving a terrific response and really knocking on the proverbial door of superstardom. Done everything he has needed to do. Has spent many years calling out the biggest dog in the game, Canelo Alvarez, unable to land that fight, so he too moved up in weight. He dominated a former lineal light heavyweight champion, an Olympic medalist, and Alexander Gvozdyk. He did it with an injured knuckle in his left hand, torn tendons in his right hand, suffered a cut in sparring, but again, because he didn't get the knockout, a lot of people criticized his performance. That's all in the past. The moment is here. This is the opportunity for David Benavidez to prove that, yeah, he is the monster. He is the boogeyman, and he is the one who is going to, well, earn a shot at undisputed glory. Artur Beterbiev, Dmitry Bivol will run it back on February 22nd. Beterbiev edged Bivol in their first fight. But tonight it's about Benavidez versus Morrell. Someone's O will disappear. And we are here in Las Vegas to witness what we hope will live up to all of the billing. Here is Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as Premier Boxing Champions presents the PBC pay-per-view on Prime. Much anticipated featured bout of the evening, brought to you by Samson Boxing, Warriors Boxing, TGB Promotions, and Mayweather Promotions, as sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours by El Mexicano brand products, bringing authentic sabor to your table. Somos El Mexicano. And by the film Last Breath. Make every breath count, starring Woody Harrelson, only in theaters February 28th. This Unification Championship is sanctioned by the WBC President Mauricio Suleiman and the WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Along with the Nevada State Athletic Commission, the chairman is Dallas Hahn, Executive Director Jeff Mullen. Introducing our three judges scoring from ringside. From Nevada, Tim Cheatham. Also from Nevada, Patricia Morse-Jarman. And from New Jersey, Steve Weisfeld. And presenting our third man to the ring, the referee in charge. He will be giving instructions after the introductions, Thomas Taylor. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing in a battle of undefeated stars of the sport for the interim WBC and WBA Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, it's prime time! Introducing to you first on my right, the WBA title holder fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black trunks with silver trim, fighting out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, by way of Santa Clara, Cuba. He weighed in at 174.2 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 11 wins, no losses, 9 of his wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the former WBA super middleweight champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the current hard-hitting southpaw, battle-ready, undefeated, and defending WBA light heavyweight world champion, introducing David Morrell. And his opponent across the ring, the interim WBC title holder on my left, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red camouflage trunks, fighting out of Las Vegas by way of Phoenix, Arizona. He weighed in the same as his opponent, 174.2 pounds, undefeated in his tremendous campaign with a record of 29 wins, no losses, 24 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is one of the popular stars of boxing today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the hard-hitting two-time WBC middleweight world champion and the current undefeated reigning interim WBC light heavyweight champion of the world, introducing the Mexican monster, David El Monstruo Benavidez. Once again, our referee in charge is Thomas Taylor, now to give instructions.
Okay, coaches, everything on the white here is going to be good. Up, Everything underneath the silver letters and up is going to be good. Gentlemen, you got some very detailed instructions in the back. I want to remind you, protect yourselves at all times. Listen to my commands. Touch them up. David, touch them up. Back to your corner.
Referee Thomas Taylor refereeing his first David Morrell fight. Refereeing his fourth David Benavidez fight, his third consecutive Benavidez fight. Benavidez didn't want to touch gloves, but he's ready to touch up David Morrell, and Morrell ready to do the same.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Shot at undisputed light heavyweight glory goes to the victor. This is round number 1.
Ever since this fight was announced, Morrell has not hesitated to poke the bear, or maybe we should say poke the monster. We're about to find out whether you need to be careful what you ask for, because Benavidez is here.
Yeah, when you got that much power, believe me, you got the confidence in you, and that's Morrell.
The relentless powerhouse that is David Benavidez. The Cuban sharpshooter with ruthless precision that is David Morrell. No matter how you look at this fight, it is an incredible matchup. And what a way to usher in the new year of PBC on pay-per-view. Benavidez walking down Morrell. Morrell, the southpaw. Benavidez has defeated Demetrius Andrade and Dennis Dublin. He says he loves facing lefties. He hasn't faced a southpaw like David Morrell before.
Certainly not somebody with the speed, explosiveness, and variety of offense that Morrell brings to the table.
And the athleticism.
No question.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's something that Benavidez does well, is adjusting to any style. And we've seen that Julio Andre, Caleb Plant, this last fight.
Nice combination already by Benavidez, known for putting together multiple punch combinations. Has been a bit of a deliberate starter in his recent fights, but always comes on strong in the second half. But Morrell has an opportunity here in the early going to bank some rounds with that Cuban boxing pedigree.
In theory, but this is a fast start for Benavidez, who's taking it right to Morrell as they meet in the center of the ring here. When Benavidez makes that adjustment mid-fight, it hasn't gone well for his opponents.
Well, Morrell already throwing twice as many punches as Benavidez here in the first round. So great start by Morrell.
You certainly see the physical shape that Morrell's in for this fight.
Utilizing the real estate already, Abner. Utilizing that footwork, the body, changing levels, good defense. And there's that body shot from Benavidez.
Really good defense from Morrell, closing up the gap, closing up the guard. Moving to the side angles.
And of course, Benavidez already also known for his underrated defense. Loves to be in close, square out that high guard. But now Benavidez sitting down on his punches, ruthlessly attacking Morrell's body.
And we know Benavidez, once he gets those combinations going, there's no stopping him.
Just ask Medina.
What was it, like a 20-punch combination?
The greatest 19-punch combination knockout in boxing history.
A couple of right hooks by Morrell, and he's got a nasty right hook. Also a nasty jab, and there it is. Follows up with the left hand, and these two promise to bring it. They're doing it already here in round number 1.
Good start.
Morrell 10 of 50. Benavidez 11 of 33.
Estás haciendo bien ahí. Lo único que quiero que no bajes mucho las manos.
Don't put your hands out. You're doing good.
Sígueme tirando ya bajito.
Keep throwing the jab. Bend your knees. Get low.
Deja que tire entre medio y el cuerpo, lo mismo, ¿okay?
Wait for him to throw, and then I want the inside uppercuts.
Pero bien, si puedes desgastarlo. No sé, ya. Nomás no te vayas a tratar de desgastar nada. Está bien.
Don't waste a lot of punches, though.
Pero esas manitas arriba todavía, ¿ok? No me las vayas a bajar para nada. Bajito, bien cerradito, moviéndote.
All right, let's look at that opening round action.
Great combination from Benavidez. Ooh, that was a sneaky way to land that right hand. He pulled Morrell's left hand. Look at that. And he got away with that. And then we talk about experience, and that's a move of experienced fighter right there.
Morrell criticized Benavidez by saying He's RoboCop. I'm wondering, was it the Peter Weller or Joel Kinnaman version? Benavidez saying, yeah, you can call me RoboCop. Everyone does. And then after the fight, they changed their tune because, yes, he squares up in front of you, but Benavidez is right in front of you because he's got underrated defense in close, able to use that high guard to parry, block, and frame.
I gotta wonder whether Morrell's ever actually seen RoboCop. Spoiler alert, the robot does well in that one. We're definitely continuing to see this fast start from Benavidez.
But again, and I agree, but Morrell also showcasing what brought him to the gas, right there.
Good counter shot with his back to the ropes.
And he's an incredible counter puncher. And again, you think about Cuban boxing, you think about that amateur pedigree, the slick footwork, the jabs, the sweet sides. He brings all of that and explosive power.
Yeah, definitely explosive power. So accurate with that left, Morrell. I mean, again, we keep mentioning the power. Benavidez already took a couple of left hands, but
Morrell goes to the body with the left hand and turns and uses the angles. That's something that we don't see a lot from Benavidez, the plodding footwork, but again, shows him well in his strategy. And there, uppercut by Benavidez on the inside.
Morrell shook his head, but he tasted the power on that sequence.
Yeah, definitely.
Shocking right hand that misses for Benavidez.
He doesn't just put pressure on you. He drowns you with that pressure, David Benavidez. Look where he's at.
Nice right uppercut and right hook on the inside by Morrell.
I'll tell you what, Morrell might have the quicker feet, the slicker boxer, but he's standing in front of Benavidez and he's willing to trade.
Just like Fedor Emelianenko in MMA, that lead right hand for David Benavidez, a highly effective weapon. We just saw him split Morrell's guard, backing Morrell up to the ropes. But Morrell, high ring IQ, able to pivot away, reset in the center of the ring.
We also saw a big right hand to the body from Benavidez in that sequence, and he told us this in the fighter meetings. He thinks the body work is going to be his ticket to getting a knockout in the second half of this fight.
Nice right hook behind, curls it behind the guard of Morrell. Now Morrell's turn to fight back. Benavidez did go down in the 12th and final round of his first win over Ronald Gabriel. More of an off-balance counter shot, but has shown a durable chin since then. And for David Morrell, the same thing has proven. He's got whiskers as well, and is really safe for the fight against Kalajic last fight. I mean, David Morrell is 11-0 with 9 KOs for a reason.
It's hard to remember any single rounds he's lost. He's been so dominant.
And what a great effort by both fighters here. World-class championship level fighting. And there Morrell putting on a show with Benavidez. Morrell's already thrown 100 punches. Benavidez has thrown 28. They each have landed 25.
Increíble. How we feeling? Good. That's just all. Now listen, champ.
You got some good swelling right here, but nothing that big of a deal.
Every time you get close, you got to go to the body. Go to the body on both sides. Okay? Body on both sides, then you go uppercut. Okay? The hook is going to be there. Now look, when he close to you, you got to stop moving your head. You're standing too still. Don't stand straight up. I want it side to side. Okay? And then punch on this side or punch on the other side. Okay? Okay? Okay.
All right, let's go back to the last round.
Guys reacting. We're just going to keep it going.
Morrell landing that left hand. He landed it a couple of times. Straight right, left hand. Right in the chin of David Benavidez. Benavidez taking it well. And again, Benavidez getting away with that punch. Pulling his left hand down and landing his right hand.
Both fighters really starting to establish already what they do well in there as Benavidez corners Morrell. And look at Morrell fight his way out of the corner. That could be an early sign that he's here to stand his ground.
No, he definitely is. And again, good defense right there from Benavidez again. He pulled straight back in with the high guard.
This is round 3, scheduled for 12. The winner puts himself in the pole position to face the victor of the rematch between Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol for the undisputed light heavyweight championship. Benavidez feels Bivol did enough to win the first fight. He picks him to win the rematch. And now here Benavidez and Morrell just missing with that right uppercut. Morrell needs to be careful with the showmanship, the gamesmanship.
Yeah, both of them are throwing a lot of punches, but a lot of those punches are being blocked from both sides.
This is great stuff already. Two of the most avoided fighters in the game. They looked at each other and said, let's do it. Let's go through each other to get to where we want to go. That's boxing. That's what you ask for.
Minute and a half, and now we're hearing chants of Cuba, and then Benavidez' fan base trying to drown them out with boos. An electric atmosphere here at T-Mobile Arena. First major main event of the new calendar year, and Benavidez and Morrell already delivering. Benavidez saying, bring it on, let's go!
Yeah, waited a little bit too long there, but now here comes David Benavidez.
Here comes the combinations of Benavidez. Morrell standing tall in a beautiful, crafty combo of his own.
This is man-to-man, but very high skills in the center of the ring.
Not a lot of clean punches, but again, both of them trying.
Now, imagine if this happened on a monthly basis in the sport of boxing, where we would be in the reaching the laurels, because this is exactly what the fans want. And you know what? Not all fighters, and you could talk to them, the big money contracts, the legacies, but you want to leave an impact on the sport. These are the types of fights you need to take, and take them when you're in your physical prime. Don't let them overly marinate.
It's all about daring to be great, and both of these fighters are doing that right now.
Well said, Morrell.
Thank you, sir. And Morrell now putting on, again, trying to disrupt Benavidez' rhythm. Benavidez standing in front of him, good head movement there, avoiding the shot to Morrell. Took some steam off that punch, misses with the left hook. But it's the pressure of Benavidez.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
Alright, it's good. It's not open. You gotta move your head.
Yeah, I got a headbutt, but they're gonna review it.
We're
gonna take a look at it, guys. We're gonna take a look at it.
Breathe, relax. Breathe.
Let me know.
No, he's good.
Nothing big,
Yes, nothing big. Put some Vaseline on that. Water. Give him water. Get some water, David. Where's the mouthpiece? You gotta move your head. And you gotta work the body. Invest in the body. Close your guard.
Round number 4. And immediately Benavidez puts the pressure. Great job by Morrell. Double right hook. And that right hook of his is one of his key weapons. The left hook, of course, of Benavidez, a key weapon. But that lead right hand is also a key weapon for Benavidez.
Believe everything's a key weapon for Benavidez. Well down.
Look at this action in the corner.
Ooh, wow! What a left hand by Morrell. And here comes Benavidez. The light heavyweight division throughout history has been the scene of some of the most intense rivalries, some of the biggest grudge matches. Benavidez and Morrell already delivering.
See a little abrasion above the left eye of Benavidez right now, something to watch closely.
It's from that right left hook from Morrell. Who benefits in this type of fight?
Here's a question I need to ask you guys. Have you ever seen Morrell fight this long off the back, on the back foot?
Never have. And that's one thing to answer your question. I wonder how long Morrell can keep up fighting Benavidez' fight in close range against the ropes.
Left hook to the body by Benavidez. The jab from the southpaw, uppercut on the inside by Morrell. They're taking turns. Give and take, the ebb and flow of a high-level boxing main event.
Talk about breaking down a fighter.
And this is what he does. He brings the pressure systematically, breaks him down, but Morrell's still there throwing punches.
This is the first half of the fight, but Benavidez already going downhill with the pressure. Big power shots at close range.
Benavidez known for breaking down his opponents, winning wars of attrition, the accumulation where going in, many thought that Morrell had the more explosive shot-for-shot power. But Benavidez showcasing his wares and Morrell fighting back.
Yeah, he's fighting back, but he's not doing what he's supposed to do, Morrell. He's not moving laterally. He's moving straight back, and that's where Benavidez is getting the advantage and landing those punches.
Yeah, much better start for David Benavidez, Brian. As we have mentioned, those deliberate starts. He's on a heater here right now.
He made sure he's not going to actively give away rounds early on. He's going to put that pressure on.
And after we're seeing the defense, a more improved the head movement, the upper body movement, sitting down with the left hook, David Benavidez.
Yeah, he listened to the corner. They told him about the head movement. High guard, get in there.
Oh! He just got clipped. He did get clipped. And now Morrell trying to fight back. Benavidez, though.
Benavidez is not going to hold. He's going to fight through it.
Unbelievable. He got clipped. Morrell now going in, and he's got him rattled again.
Morrell's doing what he said he would do. Punch for punch.
Benavidez down once in his career. Morrell has him on the ropes. Time is going to run out, but drama here in the fourth, and here comes Benavidez. Oh my, what a fight! And Benavidez already landing more punches to the body this fight than any previous Morrell opponent, but all's well that ends. Wow!
Go side to side. Okay? We gotta go side to side. Okay? Here you go. Let him out slow. Okay, now listen. Keep their hands up high. Moving your head side to side. You can go uppercuts. Uppercuts are there. And then look for the body.
And you're going to see that straight right hand from David Benavidez, perfectly placed right in between that guard. And the beautiful combination from David again.
Oh, the uppercut.
Uppercut, 1, 2, 3. But then, guess what? Guess what? The left. Oh no, it was the left. A right hook.
Counter.
The hook counter from David Morrell. That hurt David Benavidez.
Wow.
A short shot, but you see right on the chin.
And in that dramatic fourth round, both fighters landing their fight highs. For Benavidez, 30 of 65. For Morrell, 22 of 61. And here is round number 5. Benavidez backing Morrell up. Again, Morrell forced to fight off his back foot, which, again, coming from the Cuban School of Boxing, we know is proficient at, but the pressure of David Benavidez is something he's never seen before. And, hey, our unofficial score, Larry Hazard, has it deadlocked at 38 apiece, so very, very intense battle and just as competitive and exciting as we had hoped.
Each time it looks like Morrell may be on the verge of succumbing to the pressure of Benavidez. He lands one of those explosive counter shots from a weird angle. He's still giving Benavidez something to look at here. With
lead right hook by Morrell lands. Jab misses, another miss. There's Benavidez slipping these shots. Subtle head movement. Remember, early in his career, that head remained on center line. And Abner, when you talk about head remaining on center, that's where you're in the danger zone.
In the danger zone, and that's what happened in the last round. Benavidez, you got to move that head. You got clipped. You can't do that against a power puncher like Morrell. The pressure's good for David Benavidez. The aggression, the volume, but it's just the head movement.
Gabriel on the front of Morrell's trunks. He's fighting for more than just his pride, his legacy. He's fighting for his family, including his son, Gabriel Benavidez. Of course, earlier we saw him enter the arena with his family, including his 3-year-old baby, Anthony, who's already a big deal on Instagram, showcasing his skills as a prize fighter. A minute left here in the 5th. And now Benavidez on the ropes win again. You don't want to be, and there's a nice counter left hook upstairs by Benavidez, goes downstairs, rips a left to the body.
That was smart from David right there, Benavidez.
And Morrell comes back. Level change by Morrell, gets clipped.
You know, the biggest question we had coming in, for as dynamic as Morrell is, does he have the backbone to stand at this range and trade with Benavidez? So far, so good, although he certainly has to be careful against a bully like the Monster.
Yeah, and you just got popped with the left hand, and Morrell now along the ropes leads with the left, and there's Benavidez leading to the body with the left. Nice right hand, another right to the body by Benavidez, and he is doubled up. Total connects to the body, outlanding Morrell to the flanks 2-1.
That body shot hurt David Morrell. Definitely did.
Not to mention that short right hand at close range.
Terrific stuff at the highest level possible.
Let's go, let's go. We're doing good, we're doing good.
How are we doing, David?
He has nothing. This is nothing. It's not a cut. Listen, you're all right. Don't stand straight forward. I want you to bend those knees. Get low.
Ya está bien cansado, nomás no te me vas a confiar, ¿ok?
And then right when we thought that Benavidez was in trouble, on the ropes, nope. He caught that punch, catch, and shoot. Here it is. Perfectly timed for David Benavidez and finished to the body.
Light heavyweight boxing has seen some of the most intense rivalries and drug matches in the sport's history. Archie Moore versus Joey Maxim, Matthew Saad Muhammad versus Marvin Johnson, Roy Jones Jr. versus Antonio Tarver, Michael Spinks versus Dwight Muhammad Kawhi. You want me to keep going? Well, David Benavidez and David Morrell want to add their names to that illustrious list, and they're off to a fantastic start.
These two Davids are already giving us our two favorite things, ebbs and flows in this boxing match. They're taking turns getting off their shots, but right now Benavidez succeeding at putting Morrell in the corner.
And as a big Andre Ward guy, got to bring up Sergey Kovalev versus Andre Ward as part of that.
What true champions do, they get off the deck and handle their business.
This is round number 6. Morrell again on the back foot more than we have ever seen him thus far in his career against a guy who is known for relentless pressure. I guess it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, although maybe we'd like to see more of Morrell's footwork. Using the angles to escape out of the line of fire he is stuck in right now.
Yeah, but still so dangerous. Morrell on his back foot. As we know, he's got great timing. You get time Benavidez coming in or opening.
How much bullying, though, can Morrell deal with? That's going to be the equation he's going to have to watch closely, especially if he's going to allow Benavidez to operate at this space.
Benavidez continues to attack the body with relish. And has Morrell now with that high peekaboo guard. Morrell not throwing back and gets clipped with the left hook. The guard proving to be porous. That left uppercut rattled Morrell. Backs him up. And there's another left uppercut. David Benavidez putting on a clinic, and Morrell needs to find a way to slow Benavidez down. Now Morrell fighting back. Incredible stuff.
I'll take your best and I'll answer right back, Abner.
I'll raise you. We're in Vegas. And they are all in, my friends. Under a minute left in the 6th. Oh, the uppercut. Morrell changing levels but got clipped. And you're right, now it's Morrell that's putting the pressure on Benavidez.
That's good scouting from Benavidez' team right there.
Oh, another uppercut.
Knowing Morrell often changes levels, will dip down to explode.
Thank you. Good timing there, but man, Morrell, like Abner said, beginning to push Benavidez back a bit, but Benavidez throwing those uppercuts and landing and missing with that left hook to the body.
Yeah, he's going to entertain you with those uppercuts, and believe it or not, sooner or later he's going to switch it to a hook.
Morrell, beautiful bobbing and weaving, lands that lead right hook, curls it around the guard of Benavidez. Benavidez again with the lead right hand to the body. Final 10 seconds of the first half of what has been a terrific matchup as we expected again. Benavidez unloading uppercuts. Morrell backpedaling.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jamal Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
We are enjoying this fight.
Hands up, and that beautiful uppercut you're landing. Inside uppercut.
We didn't get that.
Me das un poquito de vaselina, dame la Ahí está. Pero muy bien, le estás dando una putiza, nomás no te me vayas a confiar.
And we're going to talk about the uppercut that the corner wants from David Benavidez. Here it is. Beautiful inside uppercut, sneaky uppercut.
Stand that white letter for me, right?
Almost seemed like he was trying to go for the body and just switched it on the air.
Interesting. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Sharp uppercut.
How about Benavidez looking into the camera? I think he said
something.
You're in El Monstro's world, and that's something that he was telling Morrell.
You're right, and you look at the CompuBox stats here as we begin the second half of this 12-round tilt. Morrell has thrown, well, now they're even at 283 each in terms of punches thrown, but Benavidez has landed 110 total punches compared to just 77 for Morrell.
And you would think you'd be a little bit more cautious after being clipped like David Benavidez was, but no, he's being the ferocious, the monster that he always is, putting that pressure. I mean, he took that punch really well.
And Benavidez amongst the CompuBox leaders in terms of power punch connection percentage. He's landing 47% of his power punches here thus far tonight, which is sensational as he goes back to the body and misses with that swooping left hook upstairs.
Benavidez lets all the power go on these hooks to the body.
Saw that, yeah. A little polo punch for sure to the body.
And Benavidez has already landed more power punches than any previous Morrell opponent.
That's the thing, we're not used to seeing Morrell get hit on the regular through 11 pro fights. He's dealing well with the power,
yes,
but the volume is starting to really pick up round by round for Benavidez.
And you look at the body shots landed round by round, and it's all a monster.
I like what David Benavidez did right there. He took a little sidestep and tried to get that uppercut in.
Right uppercut lands, but there's a counter left hand right down the middle by Morrell. Morrell with those level changes, as Abner and I mentioned, needs to be careful.
Big deep breath there from Morrell after that body shot.
Yeah, it's definitely taking a toll on David Morrell.
Benavidez hands a little lower, used to having that high peekaboo guard, but maybe setting the trap potentially to set up a counter opportunity, but has to be careful. Under middle left in the 7th. Nice combination from Morrell.
Morrell's got to be careful about leaving his hands down as he ducks.
Both guys.
Both guys.
Especially Benavidez. Nery usually goes automatically back to the high guard, now trying to do so, which of course can open up opportunities to the body. Man, those uppercuts by Benavidez.
He's such an anomaly, Benavidez, in boxing. He's a bully who's got some of the best plus-minus numbers in terms of efficiency and defense in this sport. Maybe it's his offense is his best defense, but he's very responsible for being such a big puncher who looks to walk you down.
That stands right in front of you, you're right. Both going to the body. All missing with that left.
Listen for that bell, Johnny. Right there, at the bell.
Come on, champ. Champ, I need a deep breath from you. I need a deep breath. Come on. Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Give me some water. Rinse that out, rinse it out. Okay, now give me a drink. Give me a drink, champ. Okay, champ, now listen. You got to listen, okay? Look, I want you to back him up this round, okay? I want them hands moving. I want you to go in the body, and then I want you to come up top with the hooks and then the uppercuts, okay? Come on, champ. You got to suck it up now. Let's go. Time to go to work. Okay? Come on, you got this, baby. You can go.
Let me see it.
A Morrell opponent has never landed more than 16 power shots in a round against him. Benavidez has done just that in 2 of the last 4 rounds. As we begin round number 8, and Benavidez again continues to march forward.
Yeah,
Morrell backing up.
Even though the corner Morrell told him it's your turn to push Benavidez back, easier said than done. But then again, I think that Morrell starts pushing Benavidez back, I think he's going to create openings for Benavidez. Once he starts letting his hands go, Benavidez is going to take advantage of that.
Brian, in the last 3 rounds, Benavidez has a 63-35 edge in punches landed.
And I talked about poking the bear, in this case the monster. Very rarely in professional sports do you see people perform better emotional. Benavidez is one of those rare fighters, and when Morrell says, I don't believe in monsters, he's making a believer right now the way Benavidez is fighting.
Benavidez jabs to the body. Meanwhile, Morrell tries to jab but continues to backpedal. Now launches a left that was partially blocked by the high guard of Benavidez.
We're seeing a lot better jab now from Benavidez. Walking in forward, throwing that straight jab.
And total punches landed. Big edge for Benavidez. Oh, there's a counter left from Morrell.
It's got to be more than one punch at a time.
Yes, I was going to say the same. And there it is, though. We just saw it. Double right, the jab, the right hook, and then the left hand. Need to see more combinations from Morrell. And there's another combination, but now the left's from Benavidez. Oh, beautiful short left hand by Morrell before the escape. Now Morrell's putting together combinations. He heard us. Nice.
Just question, how much can he stand? Standing right in front of Benavidez, how many more rounds can he continue to take this punishment?
Benavidez framing Morrell, then going to the body, leads with the left hook upstairs, lands, curling behind the guard. Morrell goes to the body, gets countered upstairs. Beautiful evasion there by Benavidez. Pull back, looking for that pull counter, goes to the body with the right. Left open, the opportunity upstairs for the counter. Morrell didn't bite, but he does land the right uppercut on the inside.
Yeah, Morrell has just never seen this fighting style ever. He's used to knocking these guys out, knocking them down, pushing them back, bullying him. And guess what? The bully, the monster is here.
He's the bigger guy, physically, allegedly.
Yeah. Well, the bully doesn't just stop coming after you. He somehow gets better as the fight progresses. That's the tough equation Benavidez' opponents have to deal with.
Corralled in the corners. Morrell trying to find an escape route. Benavidez keeps him in front of him. Morrell beginning ever so slightly to just tire a bit, known for that conditioning, known for his stamina, as is Benavidez. But again, pressure from Benavidez. Nice jab from Morrell.
That's a big right hand there from Benavidez from short range.
Good, good, good.
Vamos muy bien.
We're doing really good.
Por tu familia, por todo.
For your family, David.
Estás haciendo una muy buena pelea.
You're doing a really good job.
Ese güey está cansado, ¿ok?
Really good fight.
No te me confíes, no te
He's
me confíes.
tired.
No te me vayas a confiar.
Don't get confident, though.
Espérame.
Wait.
Follow through. It wasn't intentional. No me lo muevan tanto.
Don't move the cut. Let me work on it.
Okay. Respira, agarra.
Breathe in, breathe in.
Ya le estás dando una putiza, ya está listo de irse. Nomás mucho cuidado y no me vayas a bajar las manos, ¿ok? No me bajes las manos. Okay. Muy bien. David, aquí entrenamos uno por esta mano. Agarra ahí. David, number 9.
And we're going to see that educated left from David Benavidez to the body. As a hug.
Speaking of body shots, as we begin round 9, Benavidez has landed 3 times as many body shots as any previous Morrell opponent. Came in with 3 times as much professional experience, and that experience on display here against David Morrell.
Let's not forget what Benavidez said. The body work would be his ticket to the knockout. He still has to be wary of that one-punch power of Morrell, but Benavidez putting together some great rounds here.
And Morrell unable to jab at all, just trying to block, and he needs to establish the stick, as our unofficial scorer, Larry Hazard, has David Benavidez opening up a 4-point advantage, again unofficially. But as Brian, you mentioned it, and as anyone who's followed David Benavidez's career, the longer this fight goes, the better he gets.
And you saw between rounds, though, Benavidez's corner was addressing above his right eye. A tiny cut, it seems like, not becoming an issue as of now.
And people can say, wait a minute, what about against Bozdik? And we've just mentioned, he went in with injured hands, you guys. The tools of his trade, not to make an excuse, and he would be the first not to make it, but he still dominated Bozdik in the end. And now, trying to do the same here to David Morrell, absorbing all this punishment. Morrell, how much resistance can he continue to give as he eats these body shots, the uppercuts to the face? David Benavidez beginning to try to close the show here in the night, but Morrell fights back valiantly. Uppercuts of his own.
Morrell not going away quietly.
No, definitely not. That was a good exchange right there.
Good three-punch combination by Morrell. Right hook by Morrell lands.
This is what you get when you get a fully healthy David Benavidez, who, as you mentioned, had that tendon torn in his right hand, the fractured knuckle in his left hand. He said he couldn't do strength and conditioning, still got the win against a world-class opponent in his divisional debut, but look at him tonight.
Body shot from Morrell.
A lot more punches thrown by Morrell in this round.
And now both of them obviously finding their footing at 175 as they face off with each other here. And both have thrown almost the same amount of punches, but Benavidez has landed precipitously more. But Morrell trying to find a way on, but just backing up on that back foot and not throwing a lot, not initiating. Waiting to go there, and the counter from Benavidez. Oh, there's a right hook that landed from Morrell.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz, and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.
We gotta keep it up, though. Okay? We gotta keep doing that. Okay? We gotta keep doing that. Everything is good. Keep your hands high. Keep moving your head. Okay? When you're standing right in front of him, you gotta keep moving your head. But you gotta punch behind it. Okay? Look, remember the drill. Remember the drill we worked on? Huh? Okay. Champ, this is where I put it in. I put the drill in for a reason. Okay? Now you can do it. Okay? Move both hands. Okay? It don't have to be hard. But when you see the hard shot, you take it.
Here we are in round 10, but in that 9th round, and here, you know, in stages, David Benavidez proving to be more economical, but always as efficient. 23 of only 47 in that 9th round, compared to 18 of 57 by Morrell. Morrell's throwing more punches, but not landing as much.
Benavidez took a little bit off his fastball that round. Wasn't as active, though. Still seemed to get the better of the exchanges. But how about in the corner, the legendary trainer Ronnie Shields trying to will his fighter Morrell to make this comeback, stay in this fight.
Yeah, they like what they saw in that last round, but again, it had to do a lot with Benavidez
and we
not
saw
throwing as much.
Benavidez outland Morrell as he's done throughout this fight. The only round I sing there, round 2 for Morrell. But it's been all Benavidez in terms of the offense. Not surprising in that respect, but we've yet to see the crisp counters of David Morrell. With regularity.
And the one thing we said coming in, what separates these two? It's the big fight experience. Benavidez has nearly 3 times as many professional rounds as Morrell, who just has 11 pro fights. And you're seeing some of that in terms of how Benavidez is managing his rounds.
I was actually surprised why people had this fight 50-50. I get the power that Morrell possesses, but again, the experience, Benavidez just showing us that he can adjust to any style, period.
And he's fought some difficult ones when you consider someone like Demetrius Andrade.
No doubt.
You look at that run, I mean, David Lemieux, the Caleb Plant fight, Demetrius Andrade, Alexander Gvozdyk. You know, people call him a weight bully at 168. Well, he's bullying David Morrell here at 175. This kid, Benavidez, now 28, but at 13 he weighed 250 pounds ago. Lost 80 pounds in a year, and you talk about a guy with conditioning and stamina. It's incredible because this is exactly what his modus operandi is. Less than a minute left in the 10th.
And you got to give Benavidez credit. Look, he won a world title at age 20, but he's matured in front of our eyes. There was thoughts that maybe he didn't have the work ethic as other
tested
fighters.
Positive for cocaine, stripped of the title. Scale failed, stripped of the title. But boy, he's found his form since. Look at him now.
A little trinkle of blood coming out of the nose of Benavidez right there.
Yeah, I see that. Definitely a jab from Morrell, something that we have not seen this fight a lot. from Morrell, the jab.
There's that lead right hand, one of the money makers for Benavidez that lands. There's a couple jabs from Benavidez, and Benavidez's jab is a bludgeoning one. It's a weapon, not just a rangefinder. 15 seconds left in the 10th. Nice counter right, chopping right hand by Benavidez. Oh, okay, wow, little alley shuffle. There's a right hand again by Benavidez.
Put some water on his head. Water, water. You're doing really good, David. Really good. Really proud. Let's go with everything. God is with us. God is with us. You trained too hard for this. Breathe, breathe. You worked really hard for this. You want that hand raised. We're doing really good. Let's go.
Let's go, gentlemen. 11. David, 11.
T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. This is round 11. This battle of undefeated light heavyweights going mano a mano. David Benavidez has stopped 7 of his last 9 opponents. Only Caleb Plant and in his last fight, Alexander Vosdik have gone the distance. And our Jordan Plant, speaking of the Plant family, reporting that, not surprisingly, Morrell's corner saying you need a KO to win.
Certainly that time of the fight, the championship rounds.
And Benavidez has shattered the record for most total punches landed by any previous Morrell opponent. The previous record was 102 in Morrell's last fight against Kalajdzic. For Benavidez, it's 189 and counting.
So aggressive, so efficient. This is what pound for pound looks like right here, David Benavidez.
No doubt. And now this round we're seeing Morrell, well, at least at moments, trying to push Benavidez back, trying to steal these last rounds like his corner told him that they needed him.
Those left hooks to the body continue to reap rewards, as do the rights. All the body work of David Benavidez.
But that high guard from David Benavidez, just closing.
Uppercut on the inside, Morrell misses. Body shot, well countered there by Morrell, but it's a chopping right hand again that finds a home for Benavidez. The lead right, very effective, as we've seen throughout his career. Morrell trying to sit down on his punches now, coming forward. Left uppercut, right hook, body shot. Morrell now has Benavidez on the ropes and again lands some punches, but Benavidez blocking a lot of these shots.
Yeah, definitely blocking a lot of those shots, and Benavidez telling him, come, come.
Trying to lull Morrell into a place that Benavidez would love to land that finishing blow. He said he would break Morrell's face. Morrell putting up a brave face, but needs to amplify his offense. Time is of the essence here now. Less than a minute remaining in the penultimate round.
I think Morrell tired himself out. He threw a lot of punches, a lot of missed punches.
Well, it takes such a physical toll fighting someone with the style and size of Benavidez.
It has not been the high output fight that we used to see from Benavidez. And it's ruled a knockdown by referee Thomas Taylor. 5, 6, 7, 8. And just like that, here in the 11th, Morrell sends Benavidez to the canvas for the second time in his career. And now Morrell has the advantage in one statistic, but Benavidez looking to make a paper, and he caught him again with the counter. Oh, wow.
That was well after the bell.
Well after the bell, but looking at the replay.
Come here.
Wow.
We're taking 1
And the point is being deducted just like that. The knockdown has been erased. Morrell's knockdown will null and void after a point deduction for punching after the bell. You talk about high drama.
I told you guys.
And that is the first point deduction of Morrell's career. Abner, take us through this action.
Beautiful combination from
there it is, after the bell.
Right after the bell, and that hurt David Benavidez. Way after the bell.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You gotta think now. This is the last round. Okay? I need you on his ass. Both hands.
Ronnie Shields apoplectic.
Relax. Your hands up. We already won the entire fight. Just close your guard.
Are you guys ready for the 12th and final round?
It's not over till it's over.
Unbelievable stuff in the 11th, but you talk about ring IQ, and for David Morrell, that was a big mistake he made, Brian, because he knocked down Benavidez in the 11th, and just like that, it was taken away with the point deduction, the first point deduction of his career.
Morrell needed to be dramatic here in the championship rounds.
And the commission has confirmed after looking at the replay, it was a knockdown. Morrell has to go all out. Ronnie Shields screaming at him in the corner. You've got to think. I think the time for thinking is done. He's got to let it all hang out, and Morrell trying to do just that here now.
It's all or nothing for Morrell.
Right hand to the body by Benavidez, and he rocks Morrell with the left. And Benavidez now sitting down on his punches, clipping David Morrell. Morrell fires back with a couple of right hooks followed by a left.
Wow, what a close of the round, what a close of the fight. Both standing right in the center of the ring, exchanging blows.
For as heated of a build as this was, these two let it all hang out here over 12 rounds.
Jab from Benavidez. Morrell, a minute 40 left. Uppercut lands again for Benavidez. Morrell misses with the right. Morrell needs to open the floodgates. Yes, it's been a hard-fought battle. Benavidez bringing the fight to Morrell, but Morrell now tries to come forward, eats a left hook.
Morrell has a cut below his right eye. You can see the swelling intensifying.
Under both eyes. Uppercuts occurred, that's the reason.
Benavidez not on cruise control. He's continuing to walk Morrell down here in the final round.
They promised to deliver a knockout finish. They have 1 minute left to do so.
When there's ever Benavidez in cruise control. That guy's always fighting.
That's not how a monster behaves.
Definitely not throwing as many punches as he's used to, but still as dominant as he's ever been. But can he close the show? Morrell trying to come back, trying to find that Hail Mary. Oh, flash of heads. Under half a minute remaining. Lead left hook lands for Benavidez. They have thrown over 1,000 combined punches. Benavidez with a huge edge in total punches landed. Huge edge in total body shots landed. Total jabs landed. Power punches. It's all David Benavidez as he looks to go to 30-0. And after all of the animosity, this is how you forge respect. This is how you earn each other's respect, and they are showing each other the respect after going through 36 grueling minutes of the highest level of boxing one can witness.
What an effort from both fighters, but Benavidez backed up what he said coming in. Do you believe in monsters now? That's the message delivered ultimately, and a fantastic performance, but no slouch David Morrell here in that fight.
And yet, go on social media right now. Oh, there was no finish. You know what I'm saying, man. You know what I'm saying. What a fight. And I love this, Abner. I love the fact that they are
mutual respect
showing the respect.
Of course.
Although, a word of advice for David Benavidez in the future, and I think you did a great job of promoting the fight. Don't say you're just promoting the fight and you hate each other. You know what I mean? Like, it's all about respect. It's all about the sweet science, the savage science.
But it's another way for him to motivate himself, to push
and people
himself.
thought maybe, as we talked about, he would be too emotional and maybe hurt himself in the early stages of the fight. He was as calm, cool, collected as he's ever been, and steady throughout the fight. And now we take a look at the highlights for one of the most anticipated fights. And yes, it's only February, but boy, did they deliver.
Did they deliver ever? David Benavidez with the body punches, the uppercuts, combinations. 1, 2, 3, 4 punches from David Benavidez. There's a perfectly timed uppercut. But then again, David Morrell would stand his own. He would throw back. Land beautiful jabs. Keep David Benavidez entertained with those shots as well. And there's a knockdown.
Yep, right hook.
A lot of bellies there too, but he touched them, and then the punch that came right after that.
And that took away the knockout.
That was a great referee call, though.
The referee, Morrell scores the knockdown, and then later in the round, suffers his first point deduction. But right at the end of the fight, they embrace, looking at CompuBox totals, and it's David Benavidez, most landed power and most total punches landed against any previous Morrell opponent. David Benavidez proving indeed there is a new monster in the light heavyweight division. Do the judges agree? Jimmy Lennon Jr. is about to tell us.
What I tell you, motherfucker.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, the judges are in agreement. We have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judges at ringside, Steve Weisfeld and Patricia Morse-Jarman both scored about 115 to 111. Judge Tim Cheatham sees it 118 to 108. All three in favor of the winner. He is now the unified WBC interim and WBA light heavyweight world champion, the Mexican monster, David El Monstro Benavidez.
Benavidez's wife, Karina, overcome with elation as David Benavidez improves to 30-0 and now on the cusp of the biggest fights of his career.
Two of boxing's biggest stars are on a collision course. May 31st, they'll show out on the same card as Caleb Plant looks to dominate Armando Resendiz and Jermall Charlo returns against Thomas Lamana. Saturday, May 31st, streaming free for Prime members on Prime Video.